I lay by the window out of boredom, tracing idle circles on the tatami with my finger. Outside, the cherry tree swayed gently in the evening breeze, petals twirling down into the Uchiha courtyard, mirroring my scattered mood. Brother lied to me again, I muttered to the empty room, pressing my cheek against the cold window frame. In the morning before he left, he had clearly promised to play the new ninjutsu game with me after his mission. But the sun had already set, and there was still not a shadow of him. A faint burning smell drifted from the kitchen. I jumped up. Oh no! The soup for tonight was still on the stove. When I rushed to lift the lid, the brown broth had already clotted into ugly lumps, bubbling with despair. It's ruined. I stared at the unrecognizable dish, my eyes suddenly burning. I had practiced the recipe for 3 whole days, wanting to give Shisui and I a surprise. Shaoli. The familiar voice came from the entrance. I hastily wiped my face with my sleeve, grabbed a rag, and pretended to clean the stove. Shisui's footsteps drew closer, accompanied by the familiar clink of ninja tools. Why is it so quiet today? What kind of prank are you cooking up? His hand had barely touched my shoulder when I shook it off angrily. No, I wasn't. Who wants to talk to such a busy man? Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the dust on his collar, and the tired dark circles under his eyes, and swallowed the complaint that was about to come out. Shisui suddenly laughed, reaching out to ruffle my hair. Is my Shaoli angry again? As if by magic, he pulled a paper-wrapped bundle from his chest. I bought some 3-colored dango on the way back from the mission as an apology. The sweet fragrance of the dango instantly dissolved my grievance. I took it awkwardly and muttered, "Who wants your dango? But since you're sincere, I'll forgive you. Just this once." Shisui bent down to inspect the battlefield of the kitchen, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did you make all this? I hurriedly blocked the charred pot, my cheeks burning. And no. The kitchen went on strike by itself. But he suddenly pulled me into his arms, his chin resting gently on top of my head. Our Yuli has worked hard. The familiar warmth and faint smell of smoke enveloped me, and all my grievance and bitterness suddenly burst out. You promised to play with me, I complained in a muffled voice, fingers clutching his clothes. But you're always gone. Shisui's arms tightened slightly, and his voice carried guilt. Next time for sure. He let go of me, his eyes curving into a beautiful arc. But right now, do you want to try the genjutsu I just learned? I promise it's 10 times more fun than ninjutsu games. My eyes lit up, all anger forgotten. Really? No cheating. As I watched him form hand signs, something suddenly occurred to me. Wait. Let me show you something first. Dragging Shisui into the living room, I proudly showed off the spotless floor and neatly arranged bookshelves. Pretty amazing, right? I cleaned it all by myself. And this one. I lifted the cloth covering the table, revealing a crooked sushi platter. It doesn't look great, but the taste is definitely. Before I could finish, Shisui had already picked up a piece of sushi and stuffed it into his mouth, giving an exaggerated thumbs up. The best sushi in the world. Seeing his intentionally exaggerated look of being burned, I couldn't help laughing. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice onto us, overlapping our shadows into a warm shape. The early morning sunlight filtered through the paper window, casting scattered specks of light on the futon. Half asleep, I reached out for the alarm clock beside my pillow, but only touched the cool straw mat. When I opened my eyes, I saw that Shisui's futon had already been folded neatly. On the low table lay half a 3-colored rice dumpling and a note: urgent mission, remember to heat up lunch. Shisui sneaked off again. I sat up with my cheeks puffed out, taking a bite of the now hardened dumpling. From outside the window came the Uchiha clan's training sounds. The crisp clash of wooden swords made me shrink my shoulders. As the Uchiha young lady ranked last in both swordsmanship and taijutsu, I found researching new ninjutsu far more interesting than sweating through training after all. While washing up, I ran into Itachi, who was about to leave. He carried a ninja tool pouch, and the stray bangs on his forehead were damp with morning dew. Morning, Hari. My eyes lit up, and I scurried after him. Itachi and I. Will you practice clone jutsu with me today? I improved the hand seal order. Sorry. He paused, apology flickering in his eyes. The ANBU has an urgent mission. Before I could feel disappointed, Sasuke's crying came from around the corner. And Mikoto was pulling the little boy inside. Be good. You can't go out today. 5-year-old Sasuke, face flushed red, kicked his little legs like a bristling kitten. I want to see my brother. I'm going to be a ninja too. After greeting the clan members, I wandered out of the Uchiha compound. On the spring Konoha street, the air was laced with the sweet scent of cherry blossoms. The taiyaki shop uncle waved at me from afar. Hari-chan, want double red bean paste today? When I passed the flower shop, the proprietress tucked a branch of camellia into my arms. Take this to Shisui-sama for me, and tell him it's thanks for catching the cat last time. Before I knew it, I had reached the riverbank. Sharp jeers pierced my eardrums. 3 or 4 children surrounded a blond boy cowering under a willow tree, throwing stones that splashed water at his feet. Fox demon. Monster. Curses lashed out like poisonous snakes. The child hugged his knees and curled into a tiny ball, the seal-shaped scar on his neck glowing an eerie red under the sun. I gripped the kunai at my waist, the cherry blossom hairpin swinging with my steps and glinting in the light. Hey, what are you people doing? The children were startled by the sudden voice, but once they saw it was me, they plucked up their courage. Harine, he's the Ninetales container. He'll eat us. Shut up. I stepped in front of the boy, gathering chakra in my palm as the air let out a faint hum. As a recognized ninjutsu prodigy, my presence alone made those children pale. If I ever see you bullying people again, I'll turn you into frogs. I made my fiercest face and threatened them, sending them running for cover. Are you okay? I turned and crouched down, only then seeing the freckles on the boy's face and his stubborn blue eyes. He wiped his nose, sniffled, and put up a brave front. I wasn't crying. I'm not scared of them. My name is Uchiha Hari. I took off my cherry blossom hairpin and pinned it into his messy hair. What's your name? Uzumaki Naruto. He raised his head, the orange jacket over his chest rising and falling with his breath. I'm going to become Hokage and make everyone acknowledge me. Then Lord Hokage, how about ramen? I held out my hand to him. A reward for defeating the bullies. The steam rising from Ichiraku ramen blurred Naruto's face. He wolfed down the noodles, completely unaware that soup had splashed onto the tip of his nose. So good. He let out a blissful sigh as he held the bowl, then suddenly seemed to remember something and pushed it toward me. You eat too. I shook my head, resting my chin on my hand as I watched him feast. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo blinds, scattering golden fragments over him. This child, rejected by the whole village, smiled more dazzlingly than the spring sun. From now on, I've got your back. The words slipped out before I could think. If anyone dares to bully you, just say my name. Naruto blinked, then flashed a mouthful of white teeth. It's a deal. Next time, I'll treat you to an extra-large chashu ramen. When dusk stained Konoha red, I returned home on the tail of sunset. Shisui was polishing the kunai in his hand. At the sound of my footsteps, he turned at once. Where did you go today? I pounced onto his back, burying my face in his shoulder. I met a really interesting person. I told him the whole day's story, from Naruto's stubbornness to the fragrance of ramen, and finally sighed softly. He's just as lonely as we are. Shisui's movement paused, moonlight flowing along the curve of his bangs. Because you can see what others cannot see. He turned around and looked at me seriously. But next time, if there's danger, you must run first. I snorted in dissatisfaction. I'm a ninjutsu prodigy. And I promised to protect him. At the thought of Naruto's smile, a soft ripple rose in my heart. Just like you protect me. Shisui smiled and reached out to ruffle my hair. Alright, our Hari is the most amazing. His voice was full of indulgence. But how about coming with me to the training ground tomorrow? I'll teach you a new jutsu. My eyes immediately lit up. Really? No going back. Outside the window, cherry blossoms fluttered down onto the backs of our clasped hands. Maybe from today on, besides my brother, I too have someone I want to protect. The morning sunlight had barely crept over the eaves when I burst into Shisui's room, a ninjutsu scroll clutched tightly to my chest. He was leaning by the window, wiping a kunai in his hand, the tips of his hair still beaded with drops from last night's training. Seeing my whirlwind entrance, a familiar smile tilted the corners of his lips. What new trick are you planning to study today? Teach me the great fireball jutsu. I slapped the scroll onto the low table, staring at him with glittering eyes. Siochun from the neighboring class bragged in front of me yesterday, saying her older brother had already taught her how. Actually, what I cared about wasn't Siochun's boasting. It was the way the flames danced in Shisui's pupils whenever he used fire release, a sight that never failed to stir a restless itching in the depths of my heart. Shisui set down his weapon with a helpless shake of his head, then rose and rolled his shoulders. Let's begin with chakra condensation. A pale blue flame rose from his palm, and its glow made those amber eyes even more tender. Remember, fire release isn't about blindly venting power. You must channel your chakra the way you guide the flow of a stream. I copied his hand seals, but only a few wisps of smoke curled up from my palms. The third time I failed, I was so angry that I kicked a pebble into the air. You liar. It's nowhere near as easy as you said. Shisui suddenly wrapped his arms around me from behind, guiding my fingers to form the seals once more. Feel the flow of your chakra. Here. And here. His warm breath swept past my ear, and my face felt hotter than the flames in my palms. Under his guidance, a fireball the size of a basketball finally shot from my mouth. It veered crookedly through the air and shattered the stone lantern in the corner of the courtyard. Yet Shisui simply smiled and ruffled my hair. Not bad, just as I'd expect from my little sister. All morning the courtyard echoed with the intermittent roar of fireballs. By lunchtime, I could already breathe out a steady stream of flame half a meter in diameter. Shisui leaned against the cherry tree, holding in his hands the rice ball I had charred black, yet he ate it with exceptional relish. A great improvement over last time's sushi. That's not all. I wiped the sweat from my forehead as a stubborn, unyielding spirit surged through me. The great fireball jutsu was formidable, but every member of the Uchiha clan could use it. I, however, was going to become the most extraordinary ninja of all. The afternoon sun turned blistering, and I hid in the shade of the tree, pondering the shape transformation of chakra over and over again. When the setting sun tinted the clouds deep crimson, a sudden flash of inspiration struck me. What if I gave the flames a shape of my own? Brother Shisui, look out. I grabbed his arm in my excitement, took a deep breath, and formed the hand seals. What poured from my mouth this time was no ordinary flame. It was a ferocious fire dragon, fangs bared and claws outstretched. The scarlet dragon roared as it charged into the sky, and wherever its tail swept past, cherry blossoms turned into burning butterflies one after another. Shisui's pupils contracted slightly before a delighted smile spread across his face. This is a jutsu you developed yourself. I raised my head with pride, but my legs suddenly gave way, and I nearly collapsed. The excessive consumption of chakra sent waves of blackness across my vision. The very next second, I was already lying secure on Shisui's back. Stubborn little thing. He reached back to steady my legs, his voice full of helpless fondness. What would you like to eat? I'll take you to Ichiraku Ramen to replenish your strength. We had no sooner set foot on Konoha's main street than we ran into Itachi carrying Sasuke on his back. The little dumpling was tugging at his brother's hair in a sulk. I want to learn the great fireball jutsu too. I'm even more awesome than Sister Yuli. Seeing Shisui and me, he immediately went wide-eyed. Brother Shisui's back is far more comfortable. No, it isn't. My brother's back is the warmest. I retorted, unwilling to concede defeat, my two legs swinging to and fro in the air. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a glance and simultaneously burst into laughter. The spring evening breeze laden with cherry blossoms brushed past above our heads. The two brothers' shoulders were nearly the same width, yet they seemed like mountain ranges holding up the entire sky. When I grow up, I'm definitely going to create a jutsu more powerful than the Great Fire Dragon. I rested against Shisui's shoulder, watching the final sunset glow at the horizon. Sasuke waved his tiny fists along too. I'll become the strongest ninja and beat you all. Itachi reached out and gave Sasuke a light tap on the head, while Shisui deliberately bounced me on his back. Then we'll just have to wait and see. His voice reached me, woven together with the beating of his heart, and it suddenly struck me that even if I stayed on this back forever, I would never grow bored. Shops along the street lit their lanterns one after another, and the aroma of Ichiraka ramen drifted over from afar. Naruto stood at the entrance of the shop waving at us his orange jacket, a brilliant splash of color against the twilight. I waved my fist back at him silently, vowing one day I would let this fire dragon illuminate the entire village of Konoha. The morning sunlight had just climbed over the high wall of the Uchiha compound when Shisui yanked me out of bed. Dressed in crisp training clothes, he held a wooden sword that gleamed coldly. "Today I'll teach you the Uchiha sword arts." I rubbed my eyes and muttered, "Ninjutsu is already powerful enough. Why must I learn a sword technique meant for killing and fighting?" Before I could finish, he had already dragged me to the center of the training ground. A spring wind swept cherry blossoms through the gleam of blades and the play of shadows. From a distance came the sound of clan members training, but around me alone hung a lazy air of going through the motions. Shisui's demonstration was smooth and fluid, his wooden sword splitting the air with a crisp ring. When it was my turn, my gripping hand felt heavy as lead, and my stance and hand seals wobbled out of shape. Before I could even finish the first move, swallow return, I staggered and fell to the ground. The wooden sword clattered far away. Too slow. Shisui frowned and helped me up. "Concentrate. Feel how the sword becomes one with your body." Gritting my teeth, I got back to my feet and gripped the hilt tightly. But no matter how hard I tried, every swing was weak and soft, as if I were waving a strand of noodles. The noon sun scorched the training ground. Sweat gathered on my forehead, and my arms ached so much I could barely lift them. From the next training ground came Tsubaki's triumphant laughter. She was practicing elegant sword forms with her brother. I clenched my fists. My chakra began to churn uncontrollably, and once again, the wooden sword flew out of my hand. "Don't force yourself." Shisui suddenly pressed my shoulder, his amber eyes full of concern. "Everyone has their own talents. Maybe the sword truly isn't meant for you." I turned my head away stubbornly, but my eyes stung. I am Yuri of the Uchiha clan. How can I not even master the most basic sword technique? There was a moment of silence, then Shisui suddenly rose and walked toward the storehouse. When he came back, he was holding an exquisite bow. The bow was made of cherry blossom, with the string shimmered with a soft luster, and from the end hung the purple tassel I love most. "Try this." He handed the bow to me. "Maybe ranged attacks suit you better." Surprised, I ran my fingertips along the bow and felt tiny lines carved into the wood, the clan crest Shisui had engraved through the night. A bow may seem simple, but it actually requires precise control and the ability to anticipate. He stood behind me and corrected my posture with his hands. "Just as you control chakra for ninjutsu, gather your power onto the bowstring." By the time the sun set, my arms were covered with red welts from the snapping bowstring. My first shots either curved into the grass or caught on the edge of the target. On the very last shot, I took a deep breath. The instant I channeled chakra into the arrow, the silver-white shaft finally struck the center of the target with a solid thud. "Beautiful." Shisui's applause came through the evening wind. I turned and saw the gratified smile in his eyes, and suddenly my nose tingled. All the hurt and resentment of the day spilled out as tears. I threw myself into his arms. "So I really am stupid. What nonsense are you saying?" He gently patted me on the back. "Mastering the bow in one day is already something to be proud of." He picked up another bow, and the moment the arrow left the string, 7 streams of light wove into a gorgeous arc in the air. You see, every weapon has its own unique beauty. Take the great fire dragon jutsu you created. Who can say it isn't more dazzling than traditional swordsmanship? Dusk deepened and lanterns began to glow across the training ground. I raised my bow again and took aim at the distant target. This time the arrow shot forth with a sharp cry as it split the wind, the purple tassel at its tail dancing in the night breeze like a falling meteor. Shisui stood beside me, moonlight rimming his silhouette with silver. Remember, true strength is not about imitating others, but about finding a path of your own. On the way home with my beloved bow on my back, my steps were so light I felt I could fly. When I passed Ichiraka ramen, Naruto was leaning out of the window and waving at me. Yuri, will you teach me archery tomorrow? I flashed him a victory sign, and a pride I had never known surged through my chest. Late that night, I quietly pushed open Shisui's door. He was revising the design for my bow under the lamp, his desk covered with wood shavings and tools. Hearing my footsteps, he looked up with a smile. Why aren't you asleep yet? I pressed close and hugged his arm. Brother, thank you. And I'll treasure this bow forever. Shisui ruffled my hair, his eyes so gentle they seemed to melt. Rest early? Tomorrow I'll take you to the back mountain for special training. Outside the window, cherry blossoms fluttered down with a soft rustle. Moonlight poured through the paper window and cast a warm halo over the new bough. Perhaps, as my brother said, I don't have to be obsessed with becoming a strong person in others' eyes. The light that belongs to me is quietly blooming along the bowstring. The morning sunlight slanted into the Uchiha family courtyard as I adjusted the bow tie at my collar for the third time in front of the mirror. Today was the first day of Ninja Academy. Shisui had taken half a day off to see me off, and even the busy Itachi had agreed to walk Sasuke along. Hitori, we should go. Shisui's voice came from the Genkan. I grabbed my bag and rushed out, only to bump into Sasuke at the door, clutching his toy bear. The little one tilted his head and said in a babyish voice, Sister Hitori's bow tie is crooked. He then rose on his tiptoes to fix it for me, his chubby hands earnest and endearing, making me burst into laughter. Cherry blossoms were in full bloom along the road, petals drifting onto Shisui and Itachi's shoulders. Sasuke hopped along behind Itachi while I tugged at Shisui's sleeve and chattered excitedly. Will there be new jutsu textbooks at the academy? Will there be students like me who are good at creating original jutsu? Shisui smiled and flicked my nose. You'll find out when we get there. A crowd of excited children and parents filled the entrance to Ninja Academy. I spotted Naruto immediately standing in the corner. He had styled his hair freshly for today, his orange jacket faded from washing yet unusually neat. Naruto! I waved at him and pulled Shisui along briskly. Hitori! Naruto's eyes lit up, but upon seeing Shisui and Itachi behind me, he suddenly grew tense, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Shisui crouched down and said gently, Please take good care of Hitori at the academy from now on. Naruto immediately straightened his posture and patted his chest, thumping loudly. Leave it to me. After seeing Shisui and Itachi off, I walked into the classroom, side by side with Naruto. Spring sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the desks, and the blackboard bore the words, Welcome, new students. Tsubaki waved at me, but the moment she saw Naruto she frowned. Hitori, why are you with him? Naruto-kun is my friend. I pulled Naruto to an empty seat and deliberately held my chin high. And he'll become Hokage one day. A wave of snickers rippled through the classroom, but Naruto clenched his fists and whispered, I'll prove it to them. The first lesson was basic chakra control. Sensei Irika had us concentrate chakra onto a leaf and keep it suspended without letting it fall. I quickly got the leaf spinning at my fingertips, and out of the corner of my eye I noticed Naruto's face turning red, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his leaf simply wouldn't float. Focus your attention and feel the flow of chakra. I quietly slid a note with the steps toward him. Naruto bit his lip, studying it carefully, and finally on his third attempt the leaf slowly rose. I did it! He excitedly grabbed my hand, then suddenly seemed to realize something, and blushed as he let go. During recess, I took Naruto to the playground to watch the cherry blossoms. The wind swept through the treetops, sending pink petals fluttering down. Naruto looked up at the sky, a rare smile gracing his face. Cherry blossoms are so beautiful. I used to sit by the river alone watching weeds. I picked up a petal and tucked it behind his ear. We'll watch cherry blossoms together every day from now on. I can also teach you new jutsu, but you need to practice your taijutsu first, otherwise you won't even be able to fire a fireball far. Naruto immediately struck a fighting pose. No problem. I'll start special training tomorrow. When the dismissal bell rang, the setting sun dyed the entire academy golden. Naruto and I said goodbye at the school gate. He scratched his head and said, Today, was the happiest day for me. Watching his bouncy figure recede into the distance, I hugged my bag tightly, and ran home eager to share these stories with Shisui. As night fell, Shisui finally returned home. I threw myself into his arms, and poured out everything that had happened that day. Naruto is clumsy, but he's extremely serious about learning chakra control. Tsubaki wanted to compete with me in jutsu, but my great fireball blew her firecrackers apart. And then, there was also... Shisui leaned against the cushion, listening patiently to my endless chatter, occasionally chiming in with a smile. Moonlight spilled through the window, bathing us both. He reached out, and wiped a crumb of candy from the corner of my mouth. "It sounds like you made some wonderful friends today." "MHM." I nodded firmly. "Naruto said he'd treat me to ramen to celebrate starting school. Once he learns the clone jutsu, we're going to team up for missions." Thinking about the future adventures with Naruto, I was too excited to fall asleep. Late at night, Naruto tossed and turned in bed. Moonlight streamed through the old window, illuminating his face. He touched the cherry blossom petal in his pocket, and a smile involuntarily curled his lips. "Hitori, I will definitely become a true ninja, protect you, and protect the entire Hidden Leaf Village." Outside the window, cherry blossom petals continued to drift downward, bringing a gentle close to this ordinary day. For me, it was not just the first day of school. It was the beginning of my friendship with Naruto, the prologue to countless beautiful stories. And in the days to come, we would walk the ninja path together, each shining with our own unique brilliance. Irika-sensei's lecture drifted through the stifling classroom, mingling with the cicadas' chorus beyond the windows, as I zoned out over my ninja jutsu notes. Suddenly, a crumpled ball of paper smacked onto my desk. Unfolding the scrawled characters. "Meet me at the Forbidden Book Pavilion after school. I know the entrance." I shot up, catching Naruto winking at me, a few rebellious hairs defying gravity at the crown of his head. Remembering the prank scroll he'd confiscated 3 days prior, I wrinkled my nose and scribbled back. "The Forbidden Book Pavilion. Since when you get to go there?" "You'll get confined if caught." The paper ball zipped back almost instantly. "Just one peek. They say there's a forbidden jutsu that can defeat everyone." His imploring expression melted my resolve, and the nib of my brush pressed a faint mark into my palm. As a prodigy of ninja arts, I couldn't deny my curiosity about those techniques shunned as taboos. The sunset after class brought toward Konoha in honeyed light. Naruto led me around to the cliff behind the training grounds, parting the vines to reveal a waist-high stone door. A wave of damp mold hit us as he produced a smuggled torch, its flames setting his blue eyes ablaze. "Well, am I awesome or what?" The Forbidden Book Pavilion was draped in cobwebs, rows of scrolls casting eerie glimmers from the shadows. I held my breath and unrolled the nearest scroll. My pupils contracted instantly. A grotesque diagram of bodily experimentation stared back at me, the incantations beside it squirming like serpents in the torchlight. Naruto gasped, nearly dropping his torch. What the hell is this? Let's go!" I yanked his sleeve, my heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird. But Naruto froze, his gaze locked onto a gold-lacquered scroll at the very back. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he murmured, his fingers trembling as he unfurled it. "If I learn this, no one can call me a loser anymore." Before I could stop him, he bit his thumb and formed the seals. Blinding white light erupted as a dozen Narutos materialized, simultaneously toppling a nearby wooden rack. In the chaos, I glimpsed another scroll labeled Flying Thunder God. Against my better judgment, my hand landed upon it. Ice-cold chakra flooded up my fingertips, and 1,000 spatial coordinates detonated behind my eyes like shattered light. "Who goes there?" The guard's roar thundered from outside. Naruto frantically dispelled his clones as I dragged him toward the exit, only to be flung backward by a barrier. Moonlight seeped through the high window, making the guard's kunai gleam with cold malice. When Shisui hurried in, I stood with my head bowed in the corner of Irika-sensei's office. Dust from his mission still clung to his coat, and exhaustion mingled with fury in his amber eyes. "Uchiha Yuli, do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? Forbidden Jutsu isn't something you just pick up. My voice withered to a whisper, stinging heat gathering behind my eyelids. Naruto shifted anxiously beside me. It's my fault for bringing Yuli here. Punish me instead. Silence. Shisui's voice cut like winter frost. Yuli, you're an Uchiha genius upon whom everyone has pinned their hopes, and yet you throw it all away on some reckless adventure. His words sliced deep, and I could hold it back no longer. Tears spilled over. I just wanted to prove I'm more than someone who's terrible at swordsmanship and taijutsu. The ride home was suffocatingly silent. Curled against the carriage wall with my knees drawn to my chest, I let the tears soak dark patches into my skirt. Shisui remained quiet the entire way. Only when we reached our door did he crouch before me, reaching out as if to wipe my tears, then hesitantly pulling his hand back. I'm sorry. I was too harsh. I turned my face away. Moonlight filtered through the shoji paper, casting fractured shadows across his features. It's not that I'm angry you touched a forbidden jutsu, it's that I'm afraid you'll get hurt. The Flying Thunder God technique took the 4th Hokage years to master. Your recklessness. His voice carried a tremor I had never heard from him before. I looked up sharply, and saw the bloodshot fatigue and regret in his eyes. Memory surged. A flashback to childhood, when he used to crouch before me just like this, gently blowing on my scraped knees. I just don't want to hide behind you forever. I sniffled. Naruto says he wants to grow strong to protect me, but I want to protect him too. I want to protect you. Shisui drew me gently into his embrace, resting his chin atop my head. Foolish girl. Strength was never meant to be born alone. His palm rested warmly against the nape of my neck. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you proper space-time ninjutsu. We'll take it one step at a time, all right? I nodded, my tears dampening his shoulder. Outside, the moonlight poured down gently upon us, dispelling the terror the Forbidden Book Pavilion had stirred. Perhaps my brother was right. True growth need not be rushed. As long as we walked this path together, we would find our own way. And this night's moonlight and apology would become the warmest memory I ever carried. The summer nights in Konoha were always wrapped in the chirping of cicadas and the fragrance of blossoms. I clutched a bamboo skewer I'd snagged from a Chiraka ramen shop and walked alongside Naruto by the riverside. A half-eaten ice pop dangled from his mouth, the evening breeze lifting the hem of his orange jacket, making him look just like a bristling little fox. Purui! He suddenly came to a halt, completely unaware that the red bean filling from his ice pop was dripping onto the tip of his shoe. What exactly are we to each other right now? My chewing on the bamboo skewer faltered. The shadow of the cherry tree danced across his face, making those blue eyes appear unusually earnest. These past days we'd skipped classes to catch tadpoles, shared the last tricolor dango on the rooftop, and secretly used ninja techniques to cheat when Lord Irika punished us to clean up. It seemed that before we knew it, he had already become the most special person to me. Of course we're friends. I deliberately raised an eyebrow and poked the skewer toward his nose. What else did you think? Naruto scratched the back of his head, with a goofy grin, though a suspicious blush tinged the tips of his ears. He suddenly crouched down and picked up a smooth river stone from the bank. Then good friends should exchange gifts. Here, this is for you. I gazed at the stone in my palm, on which Naruto was carved in crooked, uneven letters. I couldn't help but recall how 3 days ago he'd fallen into a mud pit while trying to pick the highest cherry blossoms for me, yet still held them aloft with a brilliant smile. My heart melted completely. Idiot who gives stones as gifts! I complained aloud, yet carefully tucked the stone into my chest. But I suppose I'll accept it. When moonlight spilled over Konoha's streets, I suddenly grabbed his hand and ran toward the Hokage rock. Naruto stumbled along behind me, still protesting. Why are we going there so late? We'll get caught by the patrol. Hold on tight. I formed hand seals and activated the Flying Thunder God technique I had just learned. In the blink of an eye we stood upon the forehead of the second Hokage's statue. The night wind howled past us, and all the lights of Konoha shimmered beneath our feet like a galaxy that had fallen to earth. Naruto's eyes widened as he gripped the protruding stone carving at the cliff's edge, his voice trembling with awe. This is amazing! Purui, when did you? I want to become Hokage too. I released his hand and spread my arms wide, welcoming the wind. My long hair fluttered in the moonlight, and a soft rustling sound came from the distant cherry grove. By then, I can protect you, protect everyone. Naruto froze. He gazed at my profile bathed in silver moonlight, his Adam's apple bobbing. But being Hokage is really hard work. So what? I turned and reached my hand out to him, the warmth of the river stones still lingering in my palm. Didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage so everyone would acknowledge you? Then I'll become the most outstanding Hokage and look out for you, the bottom-rank failure. His eyes suddenly blazed with an astonishing brilliance, as if two tiny suns were burning within them. He grabbed my hand fiercely, his grip so forceful it nearly pulled me into his embrace. It's a promise. We'll stand together at the very peak of Hokage Rock. I nodded with a smile, and suddenly recalled what Shisui had once said. True strength has never been something one achieves alone. The warmth radiating from my palm, and the light flickering in Naruto's eyes allowed me for the first time to truly feel that the strength of walking side by side was warmer than any forbidden technique. Oh right. Naruto suddenly pulled out a packet wrapped in oil paper, revealing the misshapen tricolor dango inside. I saved these secretly. Let's share them equally. We sat upon the shoulders of the stone statue sharing the overly sweet dumplings. In the distance, the night watch drum of Konoha sounded, and an owl fluttered its wings past the moon. Watching Naruto with his cheeks puffed out, I suddenly wished time would simply stop at this very moment. Purway, thank you. He suddenly spoke in a hushed voice, his words dissolved and scattered by the wind into the night. You're like the light that suddenly broke into my life. I picked up a falling cherry blossom petal and tucked it into his messy hair. Idiot, we're partners who will change the world together. Below Hokage Rock, Konoha remained tranquil. Amidst the myriad glowing windows, the shadows of the two boys were stretched exceedingly long by the moonlight. This promise made in this moment would in the years to come transform into the most unbreakable bond, illuminating the path ahead for us. As the cicada songs gradually faded at dusk, I squatted beside the wall of the Uchiha clan district, idly drawing spells with a twig. Shisui had been away on a mission for half a month. Every evening the sunset resembled crushed oranges spilling emptily across the training ground. Shaoli! A familiar voice called from above the wall. I looked up to see Naruto hanging onto the ledge, his orange jacket fluttering in the evening breeze, revealing the bleached inner lining. 8 o'clock tonight, the canyon outside the village. Something important. Before I could ask further, he somersaulted down, leaving only a few swirling fallen leaves. I tightened my grip on the twig, my heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Lately we had been sneaking out after school to fish by the river or hide on the rooftops to stargaze. His gaze towards me seemed different from before. Sometimes, when our eyes met, the tips of his ears would flush suspiciously red. When night fell, I stepped out clutching a handmade headband. The wind in the canyon carried the damp scent of soil, and the moonlight was mostly obscured by clouds, making the tree shadows writhe on the ground like claws. Naruto! I hugged my arms, my voice echoing in the empty valley. If you don't come out soon, I'll burn this whole forest with my great fire dragon. Don't burn it. I'm here. A bush suddenly rustled and Naruto emerged clutching a huge bouquet of wildflowers. Dewdrops still clung to the petals, but they were crumpled from his tight grip. For you. I took the bouquet, my fingertips brushing against the back of his burning hand. He had apparently styled his hair today, though the cowlick still stubbornly stuck up. The moonlight finally broke through the clouds, illuminating his bright blue eyes, which reflected my silhouette. Actually, I've always wanted to ask. Naruto suddenly gripped the hem of his clothes, his Adam's apple bobbing. Whenever I'm with you, my heart beats so fast. Even though before with others. His voice trailed off, the last few words almost swallowed by the wind. I felt my cheeks burning, turned my face away and muttered, Idiot, who's the same as you? Before I could finish, he gently cupped my face. His warm palm bore the thin calluses from years of wielding kunai. His breath brushed against my eyelashes, carrying the scent of scallions from Ichiraku ramen. The moment our lips touched, the world fell silent. I could hear my own heart pounding like drums, and feel his careful, tentative touch. When I realized what was happening, and shoved him away, Naruto's entire face was crimson. He stammered an explanation. Sorry. Shut up. I turned to run, but he gently caught my wrist from behind. His voice was more serious than ever. Yuli, I like you. Not as a friend. The night wind swept through my long hair. Fireflies in the bouquet suddenly took flight, tracing golden paths between us. I bit my lip, secretly watching his ears redden with nervousness, while fireworks exploded in my heart. Who allowed you to kiss me casually? I muttered softly, yet my hand turned to grasp his. Naruto suddenly laughed aloud and lifted me into his arms. His embrace smelled of sun-dried clothing. Panicked, I wrapped my arms around his neck and heard the vibration from his chest. Don't be afraid, hold on tight. In the next instant, he leaped onto a tree branch, soaring into the air. Moonlight silvered our silhouettes, and the canyon wind roared past our ears. I buried my face in the crook of his neck, feeling the steady flow of his chakra and his increasingly rapid heartbeat. Can you see it? He pointed toward Konoha in the distance, where 10,000 lights twinkled in the night. In the future, I'll take you to see all the scenery in the world. When we landed, my legs were still a bit weak. Naruto supported me carefully, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I took out a talisman I had prepared long ago, embroidered with the Uchiha clan's flame and the Uzumaki clan's spiral mark. Here, wear it during class tomorrow. Don't take it off. He received it as if it were a rare treasure. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a small box from his pocket. Inside was a ring assembled from ninja tool parts. It was crude but clearly made with much care. I made it. Will you? Idiot. Who would wear such an ugly ring? I snatched the box and stuffed it into my bosom, turning to run. Don't come find me before school ends tomorrow. Behind me, his hearty laugh mingled with the call of a night owl drifting into the star-studded night sky. On the way home, I touched my burning cheeks. Moonlight fell on the talisman, and the bouquet Naruto had given me still bore dewdrops. Perhaps from this moment on, something had quietly changed, like the wind in the canyon blowing gently yet firmly into each other's lives. The cicadas had fallen silent at some point, leaving the streets of Konoha deserted. I stood in Shisui's room, my fingertips tracing over the unfinished design of a bow and arrow on the desk. Exactly 27 days had passed since he last left on a mission. At times like this, he would always have an Umbu agent bring me tricolor dango, but this time, there was not even the faintest word. Perhaps the mission is simply delayed. I murmured to the empty room, unable to stop the unease creeping through my heart. Outside the window, the setting sun dyed the cherry blossoms in hues of blood. In a daze, I seemed to see him again, smiling as he ruffled my hair and said, "I'll be back soon." As I slipped out of the Uchiha compound with a homemade shinobi tool pack on my back, nightfall had already enveloped Konoha. In my memory, Shisui had set out toward the northwestern valley for his mission. Gripped tight on the kunai I had taken from his room, I silently chanted the spell of flying Raijin. Space coordinates flickered before my eyes, but as it was my first time using this technique alone, my chakra spiraled uncontrollably into chaos. As I stumbled onto the valley's edge, I heard voices locked in argument. Moonlight pierced through the dense woods, falling upon two confronting silhouettes. Shisui's white fan rustled loudly in the wind. The man opposite, wrapped in a black robe, had a Sharingan's crimson glow faintly visible beneath the bandages on his face. It was Danzo. Konoha's future has no place for the Uchiha. Danzo's voice hissed like a serpent. Shisui, hand over your eyes, and you may still die intact. Shisui's blade gleamed coldly, yet his voice carried a weariness I had never heard before. To scheme against your own villagers for the sake of power. Is this what you call root? His peripheral gaze suddenly swept toward my hiding spot, his pupils contracting sharply. Before I could react, Danzo's wind release had already torn through the air. The instant Shisui swung his fan to parry, a scream of terror escaped my lips. Both of them turned simultaneously, and that fleeting distraction allowed Danzo's kunai to plunge deep into Shisui's left shoulder. No! I staggered forward, my vision blurred by tears. A searing pain tore through my left eye and dark red patterns spread across my retina. A single Tomo Sharingan. Yet this power failed to intimidate the enemy. Danzo sneered, and wove hand signs, causing countless explosive tags to detonate around Shisui. Yuli, run. Shisui's voice reached me amid the explosions. Drenched in blood, he still shielded me with his body, his Sharingan reflecting the sky filled with fire. I saw the wounds on his back so deep that the bone was visible. Blood dripped from his white fan, blooming into eerie flowers on the soil. Amid the roaring surge of chakra, I felt myself pulled into a tight embrace. As the light of flying Raijin flared, I heard Shisui's ragged breaths. When I opened my eyes again, we were already on a mountaintop outside the village. Moonlight spilled over his face, pale as paper. His trembling fingers brushed my cheek. Don't cry. It's your big brother's fault for not protecting you. No, I'll take you to Lady Tsunade right now. I fumbled to remove my coat to staunch the bleeding, but he gently pressed my wrist to stop me. From his breast, he drew out that familiar forehead protector with the Uchiha flame emblem stained in blood. Yuli, remember. The future of the Uchiha does not lie in darkness. Slowly he raised his hands and removed his own eyes. The Sharingan shimmered with a scarlet light in the moonlight like blazing flames. Take them and live. No! I sobbed, grabbing his hand, but all I felt was his skin turning cold. Shisui's body slowly lost its warmth in my arms. The final smile on his lips lingered, just like how he used to coax me into taking medicine when I was little. A wave of excruciating pain washed over me again, this time spreading from the depths of my soul to every nerve. The single tomo in both of my eyes spun, frenziedly transforming into a profound mangekyo. Yet my young body could not withstand such overwhelming power. The world shattered before my eyes, and I plunged into an abyss of endless darkness. When I woke again, the sunlight was so blinding I could barely open my eyes. I lay on the tatami of my own home with Shisui's forehead protector and blood-stained white fan resting beside me. From outside the window came the clamor of Konoha, yet there was no trace of that familiar voice calling me Shaoli. At the academy, Naruto clutched the charm I had given him, searching frantically for any trace of me. He scoured every corner we used to visit, even starting a quarrel with Irika-sensei. Yuli couldn't have vanished without a reason. Something must have happened. And at that moment, I was curled up in my room, staring at the Sharingan in my palm. Outside the window, the cherry blossoms continue to fall, yet my entire world along with that gentle figure has forever come to a halt on that blood-drenched night. The sound of cicadas swelled and ebbed through the summer night in Konoha, yet Naruto tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Beside his pillow lay the protective charm Yuli had given him. Its knotted cord had been worn frayed by his fingers. For the past half-month, together with Shikamaru Ino and Choji, he had searched nearly every corner of Konoha, not even sparing the tree hollows on the back mountain. Yet the figure, who always smiled and called him an idiot, seemed to have been swallowed by the night itself. Maybe I really am overthinking it, Naruto murmured to the ceiling, his eyes growing hot. Ever since Yuli had disappeared, even the tonkatsu broth at Ichiraku ramen tasted bland. During training he would instinctively glance back, half hoping that familiar voice would suddenly ring out. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking cut sharply through the silent night. Naruto sat bolt upright, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Moonlight spilled through the worn paper window. He rushed to the door barefoot, but his hand froze just before it touched the doorknob. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened. Moonlight outlined the girl's slender figure. The Uchiha clan crest on her chest was dim and lusterless, her disheveled long hair hid half of her face. But her eyes, though bloodshot, were still as bright as he remembered. Shaoli! Naruto blinked in disbelief, his voice suddenly hoarse. Before he could say anything, the girl had already thrown herself into his arms, cold tears soaking the front of his shirt. Naruto! Yuli's voice was so choked that she was almost inaudible. My brother! He's dead. The body in his arms trembled violently, and Naruto felt his heart being squeezed hard. He gently patted her back, his Adam's apple bobbing, but no sound could escape. In his memory, Shisui always wore the gentle smile, guiding his hand through shuriken throws, as if it had been only yesterday. But now, it was Danzo. Yuli looked up, her Mangekyo Sharingan whirling with an eerie glow in the darkness. He took my brother's life. Her nails dug deep into Naruto's shoulders. I saw it. I saw everything. Naruto felt a surge of rage rush straight to his head, his fists clenching until they creaked. That old bastard. I'm going there right now. Don't go. Yuli clung desperately to his sleeve, her voice choked with tears. You can't beat him. If we go now, we'd just be throwing our lives away. Her body crumpled again, like a vine that had lost its support. I've already lost my brother. I can't lose you too. Those words made Naruto tremble all over. He lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms. In the moonlight, the dark circles beneath her eyes made his own eyes sting. The proud Uchiha heiress she had once been now seemed as fragile as glass that could shatter at any moment. Okay, I won't go. Naruto held her closer, his chin resting on the top of her head. Let's grow stronger together. Once we have enough power. He felt her nod faintly, her tears seeping into his skin. I'll always be with you, Yuli, no matter what happens. Night wind crept into the room, the candle flame flickering dimly. Yuli's sobs gradually quieted, and her breathing grew long and even. Naruto looked down at her sleeping face, and gently wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. Moonlight traced silver along her lashes beneath her closed eyelids. The pattern of the Sharingan glimmered faintly like a scar that would never heal. Don't worry, Naruto said softly, tying the protective charm back around her wrist. I'll protect you just as you once protected me. He lay back on the bed with her in his arms. At some point the cicadas outside the window had fallen silent, leaving only gentle moonlight to quietly enfold the two holding each other. That night the countless lights of Konoha's homes went out one by one. Yet, in a shabby little room, two scarred souls finally found a moment of peace. In the darkness, Naruto clenched his fists, and silently vowed one day he would make everyone who had hurt Yuli pay, and let her smile shine as brightly as sunlight once more. The drone of cicadas crept through the worn paper window, as I drowsily nuzzled into a warm embrace. A familiar scent lingered around me. The faint smoke clinging to Naruto mingled with the pork bone aroma of Ichiraku ramen. Consciousness snapped back, and last night's surging memories flooded in like a tide of bitter sting, spreading from my heart to my fingertips. You're awake, Shaoli. A cautious voice came from above my head. I opened my eyes to find Naruto's blue eyes, bloodshot yet unusually bright, fixed on me. He remained in an awkward sitting position, his back stiff against the wall, clearly having stayed awake all night. Morning light gilded his profile, and fine stubble had begun to show, adding a touch of exhaustion to the boy who was always brimming with energy. I instinctively tightened my arms around his waist, my voice still rough with sleep. Don't leave me, Naruto. Only after the words slipped out did I realize how dependent I sounded, and my face burned. But Naruto merely smiled gently, and reached out to ruffle my hair, just the way Shisui used to soothe me. I won't leave. I'm not going anywhere. His voice was low and firm, and the warmth of his palms seeped through the thin fabric. Sleep a little longer. I'll stay right here with you. I shook my head, and slowly pushed myself up. The ceiling of Naruto's room was crisscrossed with cracks, and a pile of dirty laundry sat in the corner. Yet at this moment, it made me feel safer than I ever had before. My eyes were still sore from crying last night, and my Mangekyo Sharingan gave a faint throb as it turned. But when I looked at Naruto's concerned gaze, the ache suddenly eased. Let's go for a walk, I said softly. The morning in Konoha carried the fresh sweetness of dew. Naruto led me away from the busy main streets down a quiet path along the river. He chattered on about everything that had happened these past few days. Choji had secretly eaten 3 times his share of grilled meat. Shikamaru had been chased by Ino into doing math problems, and he himself had been caught doodling on the Hokage rock, right on the 3rd Hokage's face. I listened quietly, occasionally laughing at his exaggerated expressions. My laughter startled the sparrows from the branches. As we passed Ichiraku ramen, the owner waved at us from across the street. You 2 lovebirds, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. With double chashu. I blushed and tried to protest, but Naruto had already pulled me down onto the bench. And 2 skewers of gyoza. Shaoli loves the crispy edges most. When the steaming ramen arrived, I stared at the soft-boiled egg floating in my bowl. The last time I had eaten ramen with Shisui, he would always place the tenderest chashu into my bowl, and say with a smile, "Eat more, Shaoli, so you can grow tall." Suddenly tears I couldn't control dropped into the soup, splashing tiny ripples. Hey Shaoli. Naruto suddenly split his soft-boiled egg in half with his chopsticks, the golden yolk slowly oozing out. I'll share it with you, just like we used to share tricolor dango. He pressed a pair of new chopsticks into my hand. If you cry yourself into a mess, you won't be the prettiest Hokage anymore. I laughed through my tears, took the chopsticks, and bit into the egg. The familiar savory flavor bloomed on my tongue. Naruto watched me eat with focused attention, unaware of the broth at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the bamboo blind and fell across his face, reminding me of the first time we met in the ramen shop. Back then he had been a child shunned by the entire village. Now he had become the strength that kept me alive. As evening fell, Naruto took me up the highest hill in the village. The sunset dyed the sky honey orange, and the distant lights of Konoha began to glimmer in the dusk. Like a magician, he pulled 2 cans of orange soda from his jacket. The instant he popped the tabs, the fizz burst with a soft pop. Look! Naruto suddenly pointed at the sky. The first star. Hurry and make a wish. I lifted my head, the evening wind tossing my long hair, and cold tears slid down once more. But this time I smiled up at the starlight. I wish. I tightened my grip on the soda can, feeling the chill of the metal surface. That one day I'll be strong enough to make those who hurt my brother pay. And I also wish. I turned to Naruto, his blue eyes brighter than the stars in the night sky. That we could always stay just like this. Naruto blinked in surprise, then broke into a radiant grin. You idiot, that's 2 wishes. But it doesn't matter, I'll make them come true together with you. He suddenly lay back and patted the grass beside him. Come on, I'll teach you the constellations. The brightest one is the North Star, and that one shaped like a ladle. By the time night had fully fallen, we were lying side by side on the grass. Naruto's warm arm rested against mine, his body heat seeping through the thin layers of our clothes. I counted the constellations he named, and listened to his childhood stories of counting stars by the river, my eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Naruto. I murmured, half asleep. I'm here. His voice seemed to drift from far away, carrying a reassuring strength. I nuzzled into his arms, feeling his powerful heartbeat. This day, from morning to late night, had held no shadow of revenge, no pain of loss, only the simplest joy. Maybe this was the life my brother had wanted for me. Lulled by Naruto's even breathing, I finally let down all my defenses and fell into a sound sleep. Moonlight fell gently over us, and far away the lights of Konoha still shone bright. And I knew that no matter how many storms the future held, as long as he was beside me, I would never be afraid. When I pushed open the wooden gate to the Uchiha compound, cherry blossom petals drifted down onto my shoulders. After so many days away from home, everything here seemed at once familiar and strangely alien. Moss had crept up the stone lanterns, and the training grounds stood utterly empty save for the wind sweeping dead leaves across the silent streets. Shaoli! A familiar voice called out from behind me. I turned and saw Itachi standing beneath the cherry tree, his long black robe billowing in the breeze, his headband covering half of his Sharingan eye. His gaze remained as calm as ever, yet there was a subtle exhaustion underlying it. The clan leader wishes to see you. He paused, his eyes flicking to the charm Naruto had given me on my wrist. About Shisui. My heart clenched painfully. Shisui's forehead protector was still hidden against my chest, and every time I touched it, it felt like reopening an unhealed wound. Following Itachi through the winding corridors, the stone flagstones clicked softly beneath my feet, as if even the path itself were tense for the conversation to come. The underground conference room carried an atmosphere so oppressive it stole my breath. In the flickering light of the wall lamps, the faces of the clan members danced between shadow and firelight. Bagaka sat at the head of the table. When his gaze landed on me, he rarely showed trace of gentleness. Child, we all know what has happened. We have gathered today to discuss the Uchiha's stance toward Konoha. The moment he finished speaking, the room erupted. We should fight Konoha to the last. Someone slammed their palm on the table, sending tea water splashing from the cups. Danzo murdered Shisui, and you want us to simply swallow our anger? Absolutely. We cannot let them ride roughshod over us. We have the Sharingan, we have strength. Why should we be treated as pawns by Konoha's higher-ups? Amidst the heated debate, only Itachi remained silent. Standing in the shadows, with his arms crossed, complex emotions churned beneath his eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and measured. War will only bring more casualties. We need a peaceful solution. Peace? Someone sneered. Do you truly believe Danzo would negotiate peace with us? Don't be naive. The argument grew louder, until suddenly every voice fell silent at once. Dozens of gazes swiveled toward me in unison, burning into me like searing rays of sunlight. As the beloved eldest daughter of the Uchiha, and Shisui's younger sister, every word I spoke could sway the clan's decision. I clenched the edge of my clothes, my fingernails digging almost into my palms. Danzo's sinister face flashed before my eyes, along with the image of Shisui fallen in my arms. Fury surged within my chest. But then Naruto's smile, his warm embrace, the sunsets and starry skies we had shared one after another, gradually cooled that raging fire. I don't know. My voice trembled. I want to avenge my brother. I hate Danzo, hate those who harmed him. My throat tightened as though something were lodged within it. But Naruto. So many kind Konoha villagers. I don't want more people to get hurt. The conference room fell into a long silence. Fugaku sighed deeply and rose from his seat. That is all for today. Shall we take your time to think it over? By the time I left the conference room, moonlight had already climbed onto the eaves. Itachi and I walked side by side on the way home, our footsteps echoing through the empty streets. I could no longer hold back. Itachi Onaya, can tell me, can the Uchiha and Konoha truly coexist in peace? Itachi stopped and looked up at the moon. Moonlight bathed his pale face, deepening the intensity of his gaze. Once I believed so. He hesitated. But now, the suspicion of the higher-ups and the fear of our power form a chasm too wide to cross. Then why do you still cling to peace? Because, his voice grew soft, I have witnessed the cruelty of war, seen too many innocent lives extinguished. I do not wish for the future of the Uchiha to be nothing but hatred and blood. He turned to face me, his expression earnest. You are the hope of the Uchiha Shaoli. Your choice may well reshape the fate of our entire clan. I bit my lip, forcing back the tears welling in my eyes. Only now did I realize how silently, how unknowingly, I had shouldered such a heavy burden. Itachi reached out and ruffled my hair, a gesture that made me think of Shisui. Do not push yourself too hard, he said. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Watching Itachi's retreating figure, I stood alone beneath the moonlight. The wind stirred the scattered cherry blossoms at my feet, swirling them in restless spirals. The road ahead was still long, and I had to find among hatred and peace the answer that belonged to the Uchiha. At that moment, the charm Naruto had given me shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Perhaps this was the direction that would guide me forward. For my brother, for the Uchiha, and for those who had truly been kind to me, I must find a path where everyone can find happiness. The summer cicadas suddenly ceased their chirping in an eerie silence, and a faint scent of rust lingered in the stifling air. Carrying the tonkatsu broth I had packed from Ichiraku Ramen, I walked along the bluestone path of the Uchiha compound toward home. As I turned the final corner, the elderly gatekeeper was leaning crookedly against the doorpost, his straw raincoat swaying gently in the night breeze. Uncle fallen asleep this early? I smiled and reached out to nudge him, only to feel a sticky warmth on my fingertips. Under the moonlight, dark red blood dripped from his weathered fingers, blooming into ghastly patterns on the stone slabs. My pupils constricted sharply, and my Mangekyo Sharingan spun uncontrollably within my eye sockets. The stench of blood suddenly grew thick, the houses lining the street fell into a deathly stillness, and the night wind merely swept up a few withered leaves. When I staggered around the street corner, the scene before me nearly stole my breath. Several clansmen lay fallen in pools of blood, their throats neatly slit, their eyes still wide with terror. Who goes there? I drew a kunai from my waist chakra, igniting in my palm as a ghostly blue flame. At the far end of the alley ahead, a figure wearing a grotesque mask slowly turned around, and beneath the black robe a Sharingan gleamed with a crimson light. The blade in his hand was still dripping blood, and its edge reflected my terrified face. Why? My voice trembled, yet my grip on the kunai remained deathly tight. The masked man vanished like a phantom, only to reappear behind me in the next instant. I swung my blade on reflex, but it passed straight through his body, as though cutting into a mass of nothingness. Who exactly are you? I stumbled backward until my back pressed against the cold wall. The masked man let out a low rasping laugh that seemed to rise from the depths of hell. Little girl, open your Sharingan wide and see clearly. I am Uchiha Madara. Cold sweat trickled down my spine, yet fragments of my memories about Madara flashed rapidly through my mind. Shisui had once told me the clan's history. Madara's chakra carried the oppressive weight of a mountain. But this man... I stared at the right eye visible through the gap in his mask, and suddenly a flash of insight struck. Madara's right. I went blind during his final battle with Hashirama. That Sharingan beneath your mask was stolen. The masked man's movements froze visibly for an instant. Seizing the opening, I shouted on. Madara could never use such a technique of intangibility. And your chakra fluctuations are nothing like the legendary ones. Silence! He bellowed, and the arm extending from beneath his robe instantly solidified, its claws driving straight for my throat. I narrowly rolled aside my kunai, scraping sparks across his mask. My Mangekyo Sharingan whirled wildly, and I caught a flicker of panic deep in his pupils. He had never expected a mere girl to see through his disguise. You want the truth? Then go ask along the road to the Yellow Springs. His voice had lost every shred of patience, and the entire street was swallowed by black flames. I turned and sprinted, my heart slamming painfully against my ribcage. A piercing whistle cut through the air behind me. A black chain grazed past my hair and slammed into the wall, scattering shattered stones. I ran for what felt like an eternity, until a familiar flash of orange-yellow suddenly filled my vision. Naruto stood at his door, still holding a half-finished bowl of ramen. The moment he saw me, the bowl crashed to the ground with a clatter. Shaoli, why are you covered in blood? He rushed over, bringing a gust of wind with him, and his trembling palms cupped my face. I'd buried myself in his chest, breathing in the familiar scent of warmth and home fire. The footsteps of the pursuer drew closer behind me, yet, as long as he held me like this, all the fear and bloodshed seemed shut out of the world. I'm fine. I clung tightly to his clothes, feeling his heartbeat thunder against my ear. I'm so glad you're here. Naruto immediately shielded me behind him, the Ninetales chakra flickering around his body. Whoever dares to harm you has to be ready to go to hell. His voice carried a coldness I had never heard before, and in the moonlight, I saw the fox mark on his brow faintly glowing. Then the masked man's footsteps vanished into the darkness. Naruto scanned the surroundings warily, but found no trace of anyone. He lowered his gaze to inspect my wounds, and only after confirming that the blood was merely smeared did his tension ease slightly. What on earth happened? Don't be afraid, take your time. I leaned against his shoulder, and trembling told him everything I had witnessed. Naruto's face grew grimmer by the moment when he heard the words. Fake Madara! His fists clenched until the knuckles cracked. To dare attack the Uchiha! And that impostor, I'll never let him get away. The night wind blew across the weathered eaves. In the distance, Konoha village still gleamed with lights, yet the direction of the Uchiha compound seemed to have been devoured by darkness. I knew that from this night onward nothing would ever return to the way it was. But as long as Naruto was by my side, even if the path ahead led straight into the abyss, I would no longer be afraid. The warmth in Naruto's embrace was like melted honey wrapping around me completely. As drowsiness surged, like a tide, I reached out blindly, my fingertips brushing against the slightly raised seal patterns on his abdomen. In an instant, the world spun wildly, and my consciousness plunged into a chaotic darkness. When I opened my eyes again, I was surrounded by a thick ink-like void, with only a distant crimson glimmer flickering in the darkness. The light grew ever closer, the ground began to tremble, and the grinding sound of enormous chains pierced my eardrums with agony. A figure blotting out the sky slowly emerged. 9 tails unfurled like burning mountain ranges, and droplets of saliva falling from its massive jaws splashed onto the ground, raising black smoke. An Uchiha brat. Its low growl made my chest tremble. The Ninetales' enormous vertical pupil was inches from my face, its chilling aura suffocating with a foul stench. "How dare you trespass here?" I stumbled and sat on the freezing ground, my legs shaking uncontrollably. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly of its own accord, reflecting the massive chains coiled around the Ninetales. Memories of Naruto being pelted with stones by villagers, and his dejected expression when his jutsu practice failed, suddenly surged through my mind. "You are the Ninetales!" I pushed myself up from the ground, my voice trembling yet remarkably clear. "You deliberately interfered with Naruto's chakra, preventing him from mastering the Shadow Clone technique. When we were children, everyone called him Demon Fox, and it was all because of you." The Ninetales' pupils contracted sharply, and its massive claws slammed down with crushing force, splitting the ground into a web of cracks. "Brat, do you truly believe you've seen the truth?" Its voice carried the rumble of mockery. "From the day I was sealed inside the child's body, I cursed him to know no peace." "Why?" I clenched my fists, my nails digging crescent-shaped marks into my palms. "Naruto hasn't done anything wrong. Because he's the container." The Ninetales suddenly erupted in rage, the hurricane from its tails nearly sending me flying. "Humans treated me as a monster, bound me with chains. Why shouldn't I make their tools suffer worse than death?" Its roar carried a millennium of resentment. "That man named Minato Namikaze, when he sealed me inside an infant, did he ever once consider that child's future?" I staggered and gripped the chains, the icy metal grounding me. Through the Ninetales' colossal form I saw a tiny figure curled in the distance. Young Naruto, knees drawn to his chest, his body covered in curse-marked scars. "You're wrong." I took a deep breath, meeting the Ninetales' crimson vertical pupils. "Naruto never saw you as a tool. He said he would become Hokage and make everyone acknowledge him. Even when rejected by the village, even when you caused chaos inside him." My voice gradually strengthened. "He never abandoned his kindness." The Ninetales' attack suddenly halted, its enormous body trembling slightly. After a long silence it let out a scornful sneer. "Naive brat. You truly believe a few pretty words can change anything? I can't change your past." I gripped the chains tighter, channeling chakra through my palms. "But I will protect Naruto. If you ever dare harm him again." The Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with blinding light. "Even if I pour out my last drop of blood, I will ensure you can never break free from this seal." The Ninetales threw back its head and let out a blood-curdling scream that shattered my eardrums. Yet this time I did not retreat. Instead, I stood tall, meeting its gaze without flinching. In the darkness, something was quietly changing, like an undercurrent surging beneath frozen ice. "Interesting." The Ninetales' voice suddenly turned low and amused. "Uchiha brat, I hope you can maintain this stubbornness of yours." Its figure gradually dissipated into the darkness. Before disappearing, its final words drifted into my ears. "Tell that kid. Don't make me disappointed." The moment consciousness returned, I snapped my eyes open. Naruto's warm breath brushed the top of my head. He was still asleep, a faint smile playing on his lips. The moonlight outside the window remained as gentle as ever, yet the confrontation with the Ninetales had branded itself deeply into my heart. Perhaps the bond between Naruto and the Ninetales ran far deeper than I had ever imagined. But no matter what, I would stand beside him, guarding this precious warmth we had found. The morning sunlight filtered through the broken eaves, casting its pale glow over the Uchiha district, where the acrid scent of blood mingled with dust. I crouched beside the collapsed courtyard wall, my fingertips tracing the cherry blossom motif carved by my older brother's own hands. Dried blood still clung to the cracks between the rubble. It had been 3 days since the third Hokage's decree on rebuilding the clan district was issued, yet amidst the ruins now save for the industrious craftsmen and ANBU ninjas, the warmth of everyday life from days gone by was nowhere to be found. Gazing at the wooden chest, I noticed half a purple tassel peeking from its bottom. That was the bow my brother had crafted for me. When I took the box, my fingers brushed against the indented carvings at its corner, and I was suddenly transported back to my 12th birthday. That day Shisui had guided my hands to carve the clan crest, wood shavings dusting his white fan, his smile more tender than cherry blossoms themselves. At the very bottom of the chest lay the Sharingan, wrapped in black silk, motionless and still. The memory of my brother's blood-stained palm in his final moments along with his last smile pierced my heart like a blade. As I closed the lid, the Mangekyo Sharingan in my eyes grew warm, reflecting Sasuke in the distance as he hauled stone. "Sasuke!" I rose and called out to him, my voice echoing through the empty ruins. The youth halted, his slender frame rigid with tension. The boy who once chased after me begging for candy had grown into a silent avenger. He slowly turned his head, his Sharingan gleaming with cold light, but when his gaze fell upon the white fan hanging at my waist, the one my brother had left behind, his pupils contracted sharply. "Move!" His voice caught through the air like tempered ice as he sidestepped me to leave. I watched his figure grow smaller in the distance, my throat tightening. I remembered how he used to tug at my skirt and pout like a child, but now only hatred for Itachi burned in his eyes. As I left the clan district, the wooden box on my shoulder suddenly felt unbearably heavy. Naruto waited for me at the mouth of the alley, his orange jacket billowing in the wind, 2 steaming red bean buns clutched in his hand. "Try these. The boss just made these fresh." He grinned, offering me one, but froze when he noticed my reddened eyes. "It's nothing." I took a bite of the red bean bun, the cloying sweetness spreading across my tongue. "I just miss home a bit." Naruto scratched his head and gently draped an arm around my shoulders. "From now on, my home is your home. It's a bit small, though." His voice dropped to a whisper, a suspicious blush coloring the tips of his ears. "But there are 2 blankets." Pushing open the wooden door to Naruto's dwelling, the musty odor mixed with instant noodle remnants hit me all at once. In the cramped room, a worn tatami mat dominated most of the space, while a pile of unwashed clothes accumulated in the corner. A large hole marred the oiled paper covering the window. I've been so busy with training that." Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. "I'll clean it right away. Go buy groceries instead." I set down the wooden box and rolled up my sleeves. "Leave this to me." By the time Naruto returned with his shopping basket, the setting sun was streaming through the newly pasted window paper, bathing the room in golden light. The floor gleamed so cleanly it reflected our figures, the bedding was folded with precision, and cherry blossom paper lanterns I'd crafted using ninja techniques hung on the walls. He stood frozen in the doorway, so stunned he didn't even notice the cucumber falling from his hand. Is this really my home?" I planted my hands on my hips and deliberately adopted a stern expression. "What, not satisfied?" Before I could finish, he suddenly embraced me, his warmth enveloping me like sunshine. "Thank you, Shaoli." His voice was muffled, thick with emotion. "This is the first time I've ever felt like this is a home." I rested my head against his shoulder, listening to his frantic heartbeat, my cheeks burning. When moonlight crept across the window lattice, Naruto suddenly jumped up as if remembering something. "Right. The bed? I'll go borrow a tatami mat." "No need." I stared at the intertwined shadows on the floor, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just one bed. That's enough." The moment the words left my lips, I realized how they sounded, and hurriedly turned to arrange the bedding, but heard Naruto's stuttering reply behind me. "Oh, okay. I'll sleep on the floor." "Idiot." I grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. "We're sharing the bed. You want me to get carried off by a rat in the middle of the night?" Naruto scratched his head, with a goofy grin, his ears crimson. Night wind slipped through the window cracks, gently swaying the cherry blossom paper lanterns. We lay side by side on the narrow tatami, maintaining a careful distance between us. The faint scent of harsh smoke and the clean aroma of soap after his bath reminded me of childhood, of the comfort Shisui had brought me as he lured me to sleep. "Shaoli." In the darkness, Naruto suddenly spoke in a soft voice. No matter what happens in the future." His voice was resolute yet gentle. "I will always protect you." I turned to face him, reading his earnest expression in the moonlight. My Mangekyo Sharingan glowed faintly in the dark, reflecting the light dancing within his eyes. In this moment, the ruined Uchiha district, Sasuke's cold silhouette, and the confrontation with the Ninetales were all shut out beyond the walls of this warm little room. Perhaps this was my new sanctuary. By Naruto's side, I would rediscover the meaning of life. When the cicadas of Konoha began their chorus once more, the cherry blossom trees at the Ninja Academy were already heavy with green fruit. I sat in the back row of the classroom, my fingers unconsciously tracing the amulet Naruto had given me, watching as Irika-sensei organized the graduation exam roster on the podium, my heartbeat suddenly quickening. "Shaoli, don't be nervous." Naruto leaned forward from the seat in front, the hem of his orange jacket brushing against my desk. "With the ninja techniques you taught me, we'll definitely pass this time." His eyes sparkled brightly, as though he had already seen the results of passing. But I knew how arduous the past half-month of training had been. I still remembered the first mock exam, when Naruto struggled even with the most basic clone jutsu, his 3 illusory figures barely taking shape before dissipating into wisps of green smoke. That evening he squatted dejectedly by the riverbank, his fishing rod motionless, for what felt like an eternity. "I guess I really am a dead last," he mumbled, his voice heavy with frustration. "Idiot." I snatched the fishing rod away. "Do you think I spent every day training with you until the moon climbed high in the sky just for fun?" I dragged him to the training ground where under the moonlight my Manjikyu Sharingan captured every subtle deviation in his hand seals with perfect clarity. "This isn't how you channel chakra. Watch carefully. Focus your attention on your fingertips, just like." In the days that followed, we spent nearly all our time at the training ground. Naruto would arrive before dawn to knock on my window carrying 2 steaming rice balls. On our way back late at night, he'd excitedly share the new chakra control techniques he'd discovered, even if they only allowed a leaf to float for an extra second. One time he collapsed onto the grass utterly exhausted, yet still managed to smile. "Shaoli, when I become Hokage, I'll appoint you as my special advisor first. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto." Irika-sensei's voice pulled me back to reality. Naruto gave me a thumbs up and strode confidently toward the podium. He took a deep breath and quickly formed hand signs. This time 3 perfect copies of himself stood steady, even making mischievous faces at the examiners. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Irika-sensei pushed up his glasses, his eyes wide behind the lenses. This is..." He flipped through the records, his voice involuntarily rising. "Naruto, you actually succeeded in creating 3 solid clones." I bit my lip, fighting back tears. Only I knew how many sweaty days and nights lay behind this seemingly effortless success. Naruto flashed me a brilliant smile, his blue eyes gleaming with a confidence I had never seen before. "Final test, shuriken throwing." The moment the examiner finished speaking, Naruto flung 3 shuriken in one smooth motion. Silver glints cut through the air, landing precisely in the bullseye and forming a perfect equilateral triangle. The entire exam hall fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into thunderous applause. I jumped up in excitement and accidentally knocked over the desk beside me. Naruto rushed over and swept me into his arms, spinning me around several times in the air. "Shaoli, I did it! I really did it!" His voice cracked with emotion, and warm tears fell onto my face. When the class assignments were announced, the sunset was just painting the classroom window frames red. Irika-sensei cleared his throat. "Team 7 members, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Yuli, with instructor Kakashi Hatake." Whispers immediately filled the classroom. Sasuke, seated in the front row, merely tilted his head slightly. A barely perceptible flicker passed through his Sharingan. But Naruto excitedly clenched his fists and turned to wink at me. "This is great, Shaoli. We get to stay together again." After school, Naruto and I walked side by side along the riverbank. He suddenly stopped and looked at me seriously. "Shaoli, thank you. Without you I might have never." "Don't talk nonsense." I turned my head away, my cheeks burning hot. "We're partners who will become Hokage and the greatest ninja together." I pulled out a newly made headband from my chest, embroidered with a pattern where the Uchiha flame intertwined with the Uzumaki crest. "This is for you. When you go on missions in the future, don't embarrass me." Naruto carefully accepted the headband as though it were a rare treasure. "I'll wear it and let everyone know that I, Uzumaki Naruto, have the strongest partner in the world." As twilight deepened, the distant village of Konoha began to glow with scattered lights. Our shadows stretched long across the ground, intertwining together. I knew that from this moment on a new adventure was about to begin. With Naruto by my side, And this new bond of Team 7, no matter how daunting the challenges ahead, I had the courage to press forward. The morning sunlight slanted across the wooden posts of the Konoha training ground. I crouched among the branches, fiddling with the flying thunder god kunai in my hand, the metal surface mirroring the bouncing orange figure not far away. Naruto was practicing the taijutsu moves he had just learned against the open air, sweat glistening at the ends of his hair in the sunlight. "Shall we? What kind of test do you think Kakashi-sensei will give us?" "Worry about yourself." I jumped down from the tree and flicked his forehead in passing. "It never hurts to be careful." Even as I said it, my palm unconsciously tightened around the bow my older brother had left behind. The three-tomo Sharingan burned faintly in my eyes. This was my first real combat against a Jonin. Sasuke came walking through the morning dew, his black robe snapping in the wind. He didn't even spare us a glance. He simply stood quietly at the edge of the field, the single tomo in his eyes glinting coldly. Ever since we had been assigned to Team 7, he had grown even more silent, deliberately keeping his distance from us even during training. The sun climbed higher, and the cicadas grew louder and more raucous. My stomach grumbled with hunger. Naruto was already gnawing on the emergency soldier pills he carried on him, while Sasuke leaned against a tree with his eyes closed, resting. Just then a white silhouette floated down from the treetops, the cover of Makeout Paradise glaring in the sunlight. "Sorry, I ran into an old lady on the way who needed help." Kakashi slowly closed the book. The eyes above his mask curved into crescent moons, but his pupils constricted the instant he caught sight of my eyes. Uchiha Yuli. A three-tomo Sharingan. Shisui's little sister truly lives up to her reputation. My heart gave a violent jolt, and my fingers tightened around the white fan until my knuckles paled. Kakashi asked no more questions, he simply jingled the two bells in his hand. "The rule is simple, get a bell and you pass. You may use any means, including..." His gaze swept over Naruto. "Killing your comrades." Naruto drew a sharp breath, while Sasuke's eyes instantly turned as keen as an eagle's. I took a deep breath, feeling chakra flow slowly through my body. Before Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto had already charged forward with a yell, the shadow clone technique bursting into a blur of afterimages behind him. But the very next second his scream echoed across the training ground. The classic 1,000 years of death doubled him over like a shrimp. Too slow. Kakashi's voice seemed to come from every direction at once. Seizing the chance, Sasuke attacked his Sharingan, tracking Kakashi's movements as his shuriken traced a deadly arc. Kakashi, however, merely stepped aside, caught Sasuke's arm, and slammed him hard into the ground with a back throw. My turn. I bit my fingertip and formed hand seals so fast that afterimages trailed from my hands. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. A scarlet dragon roared toward Kakashi, the flames painting his mask red. He formed seals calmly. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet technique. The two dragons collided, and the smoke from the explosion instantly swallowed the entire field. Through the smoke I flung out 5 flying thunder god kunai and poured chakra into their markers. The next second I appeared behind Kakashi, my white fan grazing across his mask. His reflexes were blindingly fast, and he vanished on the spot, but he had not anticipated that I had already foreseen where he would land. When he appeared on the treetop, the bell was already in my hand. "Kakashi-sensei, I win." I raised the bell, my heart pounding, as if it would burst from my throat. After spinning violently, my three-tomo Sharingan began to ache. This brief high-intensity battle had drained more of my stamina than I had expected. Kakashi lifted the forehead protector from his left eye, revealing a Sharingan, and looked at me with admiration. "As expected of Shisui's little sister, your mastery of space-time ninjutsu is nothing short of extraordinary." He took a delicate lunchbox out of his ninja tool pouch. "This is the reward for the winner." I opened the lunchbox and placed the tempura and the fried egg beside the still unconscious Sasuke. Naruto stared longingly at the remaining rice ball. I scooped up a spoonful of plum tea rice and held it to his lips. "Ah, mph. It's delicious." Naruto mumbled, the tips of his ears reddening. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between the leaves and spilled over us. Kakashi leaned against the tree and went back to reading Makeout Paradise, as if the fierce battle moments ago had been nothing more than a farce. Remember, the bell test is not about deciding who wins or loses. He spoke suddenly, his voice beneath a mask carrying a rare seriousness. It is meant to make you understand. Comrades are the most important weapon. I looked at Naruto beside me, then at Sasuke, who was slowly beginning to wake. The bells in my hand clinked softly, their sound crisp and clear. Perhaps, as Kakashi said, the true meaning of this trial was not the glory of seizing the bell. Rather, it was that through battle I had become even more certain. The two before me would be the most important bonds of my life. The setting sun over the training field stretched my shadow long, and sweat dripped from my chin onto the white fan my brother had left behind. Today Kakashi-sensei's training was even harder than usual. Even Sasuke was gasping for breath, a rare sight, while Naruto lay sprawled on the ground groaning and whining. I forced my trembling legs to carry me home, my mind filled with the warm spray of the bathroom, and the scent of lemon soap. When I pushed open the wooden door of Naruto's place, the room was silent. I called out, "I'm home," and only an empty echo answered. Perfect, he wasn't back yet. I eagerly ran the hot water, and steam soon filled the bathroom. Peeling off my sticky training clothes, I let the warm water wash over my aching muscles, my drowsiness and fatigue slowly melting away. Humming a tuneless little song, I reached for the shampoo on the shelf. Just then a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Shaoli, I bought at Shiraku Ramen. And your favorite fried dumplings." My hand jerked, and the shampoo bottle fell into the water with a plunk. Panicking, I knocked over the body wash bottle beside me. "Don't come in!" I shouted, but my voice was mostly drowned out by the sound of running water. "What's wrong?" Naruto's puzzled voice drew closer. "Did you fall?" Before I could stop him, the bathroom door creaked open. Through the haze of steam, I saw his orange figure. For a moment time seemed to stand still. Naruto's eyes went wide as saucers, and the bag of ramen in his hands hit the floor with a slap, splattering soup everywhere. "Ah!" I grabbed the nearest bottle and hurled it at him. "You pervert! Get out!" My burning cheeks felt like they were on fire as I snatched the shower curtain and wrapped myself tightly in it. Outside the door came Naruto's stammered apologies, along with the sound of a stool knocked over as he stumbled backward. I finished washing up in a hurry and sat sulking on the edge of the bed wrapped in a towel. My hair was still dripping, and I felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Naruto was usually so carefree. How could he be this rash? Just as I was thinking that, a cautious knock came at the door. "Shaoli!" Naruto's voice sounded like a guilty puppy. "I really didn't mean to. Can you please stop being mad?" I ignored him, grabbed a pillow, and buried my face in it. The door cracked open softly, and Naruto poked half his head in, his hair a mess, and a red mark from my throw printed on his face. He held out a Doraemon plush, and shook it ingratiatingly. "I bought it by the roadside. Isn't it cute? Who wants your stupid plush?" I turned my head away, but out of the corner of my eye I caught his fidgeting figure. He was wearing a washed-out pair of pajamas, his toes anxiously scraping against the floor of the plush, and his hands squeezed almost out of shape. "I'm sorry." He suddenly kneeled in front of me, his blue eyes full of regret. "I should have knocked first. You can hit me or yell at me, anything at all, but please don't ignore me, okay?" His voice grew softer. "I'm most afraid of you being angry at me." The anger in my chest suddenly melted away. I grabbed the plush and threw it at his chest. "Idiot! If you ever do that again, I'll burn all your hair off with the Great Fire Dragon." Naruto immediately broke into a grin. He reached out to hug me, froze mid-motion, then scratched his head with a silly laugh. "Got it. I promise I'll always knock first from now on." Suddenly reminded of something, he jumped up. "Oh right. The ramen hasn't gone cold yet. I'll go heat it up." Clattering sounds came from the kitchen, and a savory aroma soon drifted into the room. When I changed and came out, Naruto was frantically setting out bowls and chopsticks with a smudge of flour on his nose. On the table sat piping hot ramen, fried dumplings arranged in a heart shape, and a glass of steaming honey water beside them. "Try it." He looked at me expectantly. "I added extra chashu just for you." I took a bite of the ramen. The broth was rich and savory, carrying more thoughtfulness than usual. Naruto propped his chin on his hand, and watched me eat without touching his own chopsticks. "Is it good?" he asked cautiously. "It barely passes." I deliberately kept a straight face, but secretly slipped the biggest piece of chashu into his bowl. Naruto's eyes immediately crinkled into a smile, and he wolfed it down, soup smeared across the corners of his mouth. Night deepened and moonlight spilled through the window onto the tatami. We lay side by side, the familiar distance between us. The faint warm scent of the kitchen on Naruto mixed with the aroma of ramen was reassuring. "Yuli," he said softly. About today. I'm truly sorry." His voice was heavy with drowsiness. "And thank you for being willing to forgive me." I turned onto my side and looked at his sleeping profile. Moonlight traced a silver edge along his lashes, and all my earlier fluster and shyness melted into a gentle softness deep in my heart. Perhaps it was precisely because I cared so much that I got upset over such a small thing. And isn't that caring itself the most precious bond? I gently pulled the blanket over him and pressed a light kiss to his forehead. "Silly, go to sleep." Outside the window, the chirping of insects gradually faded, leaving only our interwoven breaths in the room. That night held fluster and embarrassment, but also a tenderness and sweetness that belonged only to us. Morning sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a mosaic of golden spots upon the stone pathway. With my arm linked through Naruto's, I strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, as cherry blossom petals drifted gently on the light breeze, and settled upon his ever-curling ahogue. On a rare day off, the air itself seemed steeped in languid warmth. "Yo! Konohamaru!" Naruto called out suddenly, waving enthusiastically. Not far away, a small figure, wearing a forehead protector, was leading several children in playful chase. At the sound of his name, Konohamaru stopped immediately, eyes widening in surprise. "Big brother!" Konohamaru trotted over, his gaze sweeping across me before a mischievous grin spread across his face. "And this beautiful lady must be your girlfriend, right?" I nearly choked on my own saliva, my cheeks flushing hot in an instant. What girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense." Though my words denied it, my fingers had unconsciously tightened around Naruto's sleeve. He scratched the back of his head, with a goofy chuckle, his ear tips turning red. "Konohamaru, don't tease Yuri like that." "I'm not wrong." Konohamaru winked at the children behind him. "Last time Big Brother went on a mission, he secretly brought Sister a gift." The surrounding children erupted in laughter, and I could feel my face burning to the roots of my ears. All right. I tugged at Naruto, pulling him forward. "If we don't hurry, we'll miss the lunch ramen. All the bowls will be gone." From behind came Konohamaru's playful shout. "Take care, brother and sister-in-law." The warm yellow glow of Ichiraku ramen sign shimmered in the sunlight, and the familiar aroma of tonkatsu broth washed over us. The proprietor spotted us and immediately greeted us warmly. "Oh, young lovers are here. Today's couple set meal is half price." "Ah, no need, boss." I waved my hands hastily, but Naruto jumped in first. "Boss, same as usual. But Yuri loves pan-fried gyoza, so add 2 more portions." He turned to me and winked. "We rarely get a day off. Definitely need to eat something good." As the steaming ramen was served, the boss couldn't resist adding with a smile, "You two really do look more and more like a married couple. This meal's on me." I kept my gaze fixed on the soft-boiled egg floating in my bowl, too embarrassed to look up. All I could hear was Naruto's hearty laugh and the boss's teasing remarks. On the way there, whether it was the flower girl or the patrolling ninja, everyone would exchange knowing smiles and occasionally mutter things like, "Such a perfect match," or, "Those two are so sweet together." My face never stopped burning, so I could only cling tightly to Naruto's arm and bury my hot cheeks against his shoulder. When we walked home in the evening, the setting sun stretched our shadows long behind us. Naruto was humming a tuneless melody, carrying the groceries we just bought. I suddenly remembered how long it had been since I last cooked, so I offered, "How about I make dinner for you today?" "Huh?" Naruto paused. "But cooking is so tiring." "Don't underestimate me." I raised an eyebrow. "Don't forget I'm the daughter of the Uchiha family." Internally I felt a bit nervous. Ever since my brother passed away, I hadn't cooked much, and I wasn't sure if my skills had rusted. Soon the clattering sounds of cooking echoed from the kitchen. I tied on my apron and focused on chopping vegetables, but from the corner of my eye I noticed Naruto leaning against the doorframe, his expression slightly dazed. "What's wrong?" I stopped what I was doing. Suddenly Naruto walked over and wrapped his arms around my waist from behind, resting his chin gently on top of my head. "Silly, how could I let you do such tiring work?" His voice was soft, carrying warm breath. "You just focus on eating delicious food, and I'll handle everything else." The kitchen knife nearly slipped from my hand, and my heart raced suddenly. Oil splashed suddenly from the pan. I frantically tried to step back, but Naruto securely protected me. "Careful," he said, already taking the spatula from my hand. "Just watch properly from the side, and I'll show you my skills." Watching him skillfully toss the ingredients, his orange silhouette looked exceptionally warm against the sunset. I suddenly remembered how my brother used to be like this when I was little, laughing as he said, "Yuri, don't cause trouble," while protecting me behind him as he cooked. And now this energetic boy by my side was also protecting me in his own way, giving me the most reassuring sense of safety. The aroma of food filled the entire room. Naruto brought out the last dish and said proudly, "Try it, my cooking has improved a lot." I picked up a chopstickful, and my eyes lit up the moment it touched my lips. "I didn't expect it to be this delicious." Naruto grinned, showing his bright white teeth. "Of course. I'll make this for you every day from now on." He suddenly leaned closer, his blue eyes shimmering with tenderness. "As long as you're willing to stay by my side forever." I could feel my cheeks heating up again, but I gathered my courage and met his gaze. "Idiot, we promised to become Hokage and the greatest ninja together. How could I ever leave?" When moonlight climbed the window lattice, we sat side by side on the tatami mat, sharing food and laughter. Outside the window, the village of Konoha gradually grew quiet, while the story belonging to us continued on. The cicada's song was particularly shrill in the afternoon training ground. When Sasuke approached with his hands behind his back, even the curve of his sweeping cloak carried a chilling coldness. His Tsutomu Sharingan glowed with a crimson radiance as his gaze swept over the white fan at my waist, sharp as an ice-quenched blade. "Uchiha Ili, spar with me." His voice held not a trace of warmth, as if issuing a command. Farther away, Naruto, who was practicing shuriken throwing, snapped his head around, and his kunai clattered to the ground. "Sasuke, what's with your attitude?" Naruto lunged forward in 3 strides, his orange jacket billowing in the wind. "Shaolin never wronged you. On what grounds?" "I accept." I pressed a hand against Naruto's shoulder, feeling the rigid resistance beneath. The Manjikyu Sharingan burned faintly within my sockets, but I forcibly suppressed the restlessness of my chakra. Facing this stubborn boy, perhaps refraining from using the Sharingan was the greatest respect I could offer. Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly, clearly unprepared for my acceptance. Without another word, he formed hand signs and spat a scorching fireball jutsu from his mouth. My toes barely touched the ground as I deftly dodged along the wooden stakes at the training ground's edge. The flames grazed the tips of my hair, singeing a few strands. "Too slow." As I landed, I deliberately provoked him, but when I caught the roiling anger in his eyes, my heart tightened. The electric crackle of Chidori erupted suddenly, purple lightning tearing through the air straight toward my face. I rolled to the side, and Sasuke's attack whistled past my ear, carving a scorched black pit into the ground. "Careful!" Naruto's anxious cry reached my ears. I made no response, instead flinging 3 kunai backward and activating the Flying Thunder God technique the moment they struck the earth. 3 afterimages of me materialized across the training ground. Sasuke's Sharingan spun frantically, yet he could not lock onto my true form. "Genjutsu Rosy Mist technique." Hiding behind a tree, I formed hand signs as pale violet fog seeped silently into the air. Sasuke held his breath warily, Chidori gathering power in his palm. By the time he finally spotted me and charged, I had already circled behind him, the cold edge of my kunai pressed against his throat. "You've lost, Sasuke." I sheathed my kunai but froze when my fingers brushed his trembling shoulder. His Sharingan spun, violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Though it was midsummer, his body felt as cold as ice. "Why didn't you use the Sharingan?" His voice was horrifyingly hoarse. "Do you pity me?" Before I could answer, he had already turned and walked away, his black robes snapping in the wind. Naruto immediately rushed over, scanning me up and down. "Are you hurt? That jerk Sasuke, next time I'm fine." I gazed in the direction Sasuke had vanished, a sense of unease rising within me. During the battle I had plainly seen something nearly obsessive and manic in his eyes, something no youth should carry. That night I tossed and turned without sleep, eventually rising to fetch water from the kitchen. Moonlight spilled through the window onto the floor, illuminating the spot where Sasuke had stood that day. Reaching out, I touched the cold ground and suddenly recalled childhood memories. How he used to trail behind Shisui and me calling out, "Sister Ely," in his high-pitched childish voice. "What are you thinking about?" A familiar voice came from behind. Naruto appeared in pajamas, his hair disheveled, clutching the charm I had given him. He sat beside me, his warmth seeping through the thin fabric. "Don't be sad about Sasuke. He's just too stubborn." I rested my head against his shoulder, listening to his steady heartbeat. "Naruto, do we really understand Sasuke?" Naruto remained silent for a long while before answering slowly. "He's keeping too many things locked inside and won't speak them. Just like me back then, afraid of letting others see his vulnerable side." He suddenly turned his head, his blue eyes gleaming brightly in the moonlight. "But we're Team 7 eternal companions. No matter what, I'll bring him back." Gazing at his resolute profile, the unease within me gradually dissipated. Perhaps, as he said, the power of bonds could melt even the coldest heart. Yet at that moment, I did not know that this sparring match was like a stone cast into a deep pond. The ripples it stirred would eventually escalate into towering waves. And that flame of madness blazing in Sasuke's eyes was quietly spreading through the darkness, destined to become the spark of his defection. "Naruto, wasn't I impressive today?" Remembering my victory from the day, I deliberately tilted my chin upward. "Super impressive. As expected of someone I like." Naruto laughed, ruffling my hair. "Next time, I want to protect the people important to me in my own way, just like you." My cheeks flushed, but I secretly reached out and held his hand. The moonlight outside the window flowed gently like water, intertwining our two silhouettes. Whatever awaited us ahead, as long as we had each other by our side, there was no obstacle we could not overcome. Morning sunlight filtered through the window, spilling across the tatami mats. I was still lost in the warmth of a gentle slumber, when sudden hurried footsteps jolted me awake. "Shili! Shili!" Naruto threw open the door, his orange jacket caked with dust and his face streaked with unwiped sweat. "Sasuke has defected from Konoha. The third is convening an emergency meeting." I sat bolt upright, drowsiness evaporating in an instant. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun involuntarily within my sockets, reflecting Naruto's anxious face. "What did you say?" My voice rose involuntarily. "Why did Sasuke?" Before I could finish, a piercing barrier alarm erupted throughout the entire village of Konoha. The shrill sound made my eardrums ache. The once peaceful streets outside the window instantly plunged into chaos, villagers fleeing in all directions in sheer panic. "Someone has invaded." Naruto clenched his fists, the Ninetales chakra flickering faintly around his body. "We must go." I disregarded my disheveled hair, casually fastening the white fan my older brother had left behind at my waist, and followed Naruto racing toward the street. On the street, A and BU ninja assembled with grim expressions, heading toward the Hokage's office. The air was thick with tension. When we arrived at the Hokage's residence, the entire building was shrouded in an eerie barrier. The barrier shimmered a dark violet, its surface constantly rippling with distorted runes that seemed to writhe like living things. Outsiders could not enter, nor could they discern anything within. "It's Orochimaru!" a ninja shouted. "The third is battling him inside." Naruto's face drained of color. He charged toward the barrier, striking it with all his strength, punching and kicking wildly. "Let me in!" "I must help, Lord Third." Yet his attacks were like striking cotton. The barrier didn't so much as tremble. I reached out and grabbed the erratic Naruto, my own voice trembling. "Naruto, calm down. Lord Third is the strongest Hokage. He must have a way." Though I spoke these words, my heart clenched tightly. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously, attempting to pierce through the barrier and glimpse what lay within, but all I could see was a blur of indistinct light and shadow. Time dragged on, each second stretching like an eternity. Naruto collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. I squatted beside him, gripping his hand tightly, hoping to convey some measure of strength, but my own fingers were ice cold. I do not know how much time had passed when the barrier suddenly exploded outward with a deafening boom, the violet radiance dissipating in an instant. Naruto and I exchanged a glance and immediately sprinted toward the Hokage's office. The sight before me stole my breath. Orochimaru sat slumped on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet that twisted smile still lingered upon his lips. And Lord Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who had devoted his life to guarding Konoha, lay motionless upon the earth, his body marred by countless wounds, the forehead protector upon his brow already shattered. "Lord Third!" Naruto let out a guttural cry and threw himself forward, kneeling, as he gently cradled Hiruzen's head in his arms. Tears streamed down his face in great drops, falling onto the Hokage's robe. "Wake up! Didn't you promise you'd watch me become Hokage?" My legs went weak, and I nearly collapsed. The white fan slipped from my grasp and struck the ground with a crisp shattering sound. At that moment a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. It was Sasuke. His eyes were as cold as frost, the crimson glow of his Tsutomu Sharingan pulsing within them. He approached Orochimaru and extended a hand to help him rise. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" I screamed hoarsely. "Come back! Look at what you've done!" Sasuke paused, but he did not turn around. Supporting Orochimaru, he walked away step by step, his long black robes whipping in the wind. Only when his figure disappeared around the corner did I begin to process what had just unfolded. The boy who had once trailed behind me, the companion who had trained alongside us in Team 7, all of it had been a lie. He had truly betrayed Konoha. He had truly betrayed us. In the days that followed, the entire village of Konoha sank into grief. On the day of Lord Hiruzen's funeral, the sky hung oppressively dark. Every resident of the village had come, each face etched with sorrow and fury. I stood beside Naruto, watching him bite his lip until it bled, his eyes burning with hatred and refusal to accept what had happened. "I will bring Sasuke back," Naruto spoke suddenly, his voice low but resolute. "No matter what he has become, I will make him understand that his home is in Konoha and his comrades are here." I reached out and took his hand, feeling the warmth and the faint tremor beneath my fingers. The Mangekyo Sharingan grew hot once more within my sockets, mirroring the drizzle drifting down from the heavens. In that moment I knew our bonds would face trials never before encountered. But no matter what, I would stand beside Naruto, guarding Konoha together, and together we would wait for Sasuke's return. After the funeral of the third Hokage, the sunset dyed Konoha in sorrowful hues. Naruto and I trudged back home with heavy steps. Though the tatami still carried the warmth of morning sunlight, it could no longer dispel the gloom in our hearts. Naruto sank into sleep almost the moment his head touched the pillow, his breathing gradually steadying though his brows remained furrowed. I lay on my side beside him, watching his exhausted face, and gently reached out to touch the seal on his stomach. A familiar dizziness overwhelmed me, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in that dark mental space. The Ninetales' massive form still loomed in the distance, its 9 tails thrashing restlessly, churning clouds of black smoke. I took a deep breath and walked toward the sealing cage. The closer I got, the stronger the chakra fluctuations became. At the core of the cage, a golden seal emitted a faint glow. "Who's there?" A flash of yellow light suddenly appeared before me, the gust of wind from its arrival sending me stumbling back several steps. The figure with golden hair and blue eyes wore the Hokage robes, a crack running across the metal plate on his forehead protector, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Ninetales' furious roar echoed through the space. "Minato Namikaze! How dare you appear?" I stared at the gentle yet powerful figure before me, my voice trembling with nervousness. "Lord Minato, fourth Hokage-sama, hello. I'm Yurui, or rather Uchiha Yurui." Minato raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes soft with a warm smile. He glanced back at me, then turned to look at the sleeping Naruto, saying thoughtfully, "To enter his mindscape while he sleeps, and have him trust you this much. His gaze returned to me, a warm smile forming on his lips. "May I ask, are you Naruto's girlfriend?" My face instantly flushed red like a fireball being lit. I nodded frantically at first, then quickly shook my head, stammering out an explanation. Aye. We. Minato chuckled softly, his smile remarkably similar to Naruto's, brimming with warmth and reassurance. "There's no need to be so nervous. The way Naruto trusts you shows how important you are to him," he said, his eyes softening with contentment. "Thank you for being by his side all these years." I gazed at Minato, my heart swelling with countless emotions. I had always known Naruto was a lonely child, but I never imagined his father would protect him in such a way. "Lord Minato, Naruto, he..." I hesitated, my voice catching with emotion. "He misses you so much. He says he wants to become a great Hokage like you to make everyone acknowledge him." A flicker of guilt and pain crossed Minato's eyes, and he whispered softly, "I know. This child has always been so stubborn, working so hard since he was young." He turned to look at Naruto, his gaze full of tenderness. "Though I cannot be by his side, seeing you here as his companion gives me great peace of mind." The Ninetales impatiently interrupted from nearby. "Humph. Have you finished your nostalgia trip? Minato Namikaze, you'd better not think about pulling any tricks." Minato's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Kurama, I hope you understand. Naruto is not your container, nor is he your enemy. He is a living, breathing child who deserves to be loved and to have a bright future." Watching Minato's resolute figure, a deep respect welled up within me. I realized that even someone as powerful as the fourth Hokage had a gentle and tender side. Gathering my courage, I stepped forward. "Lord Minato, I will protect Naruto. No matter what difficulties we face, I won't let him come to harm." Minato turned around, smiled, and gently patted my head. "I believe in you just as I believe in Naruto." His hand was warm and firm. "The road ahead is still long. You must support each other and grow together." The mental space began to tremble, and I knew it was time to leave. Before departing, I glanced back at Minato and Naruto, silently swearing in my heart that I would protect Konoha alongside Naruto and preserve this precious bond. When I opened my eyes again, Naruto was still fast asleep. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on his face. I reached out gently and wiped away the tear tracks lingering at the corners of his eyes. That night, though sadness still lingered in my heart, this extraordinary encounter seemed to have given me newfound strength. With Minato's trust and Naruto's companionship, I firmly believed that no matter how many obstacles lay ahead, we would face them bravely together. The white funeral banners of the third Hokage still fluttered through the streets, while inside Konoha's council chamber chaos had already erupted. I huddled close to Naruto, listening to the elders fiercely debate the next Hokage. My Mangekyo Sharingan drifted across the empty Hokage rock, and a dull ache resurfaced in my chest. "Perhaps we should ask Jiraiya-sama to come out of retirement," someone shouted, and the room fell silent. I remembered the copy of the Perdy Sage's Chronicles tucked inside Naruto's textbook, and stole a glance at him. He was biting his nails, his blue eyes kindling with anticipation. No one expected Jiraiya to actually return. When the man in the toadwheel cloak swaggered down Konoha's streets, I was walking home with a bag of freshly bought dango. His gaze suddenly locked onto the direction of the women's bathhouse, and the way he crept on tiptoe made me frown. So this was the legendary Sannin. Pervert! I grabbed the dango and hurled it at him, snapping open my white fan with a swish. Jiraiya dodged awkwardly. The moment he looked up and saw the Uchiha clan crest on me, his eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying light. His gaze wandered over my high ponytail, my red skirt, and my bare calves, and the corner of his mouth split into an uncontrollable grin. "Little girl, how would you like to be my model?" Smack. My palm connected with his face faster than any Sharingan could follow. Jiraiya froze, holding his reddened cheek while I trembled with fury. "As a Sannin, how could you do something like this?" "Shaoli, what's wrong?" A familiar orange figure dashed out from the street corner. Naruto stepped in front of me, eyeing Jiraiya warily. When he recognized the man's face, his eyes flew wide. "Yo, you're the pervy sage! The toad sage!" Jiraiya took the opportunity to straighten his skewed headband. "Kid, I'm here this time to train you. Liar! Naruto grabbed my hand and tried to pull me away. Last time I bought your book at the bookstore, the owner said it was all made up. Despite Jiraiya shouting himself hoarse behind us, we ran off without looking back. It wasn't until 3 days later, when Toad Gamabunta suddenly crouched in the middle of the training ground and made the earth tremble, that Naruto finally blushed and believed the truth. How long will you be gone? I kicked a pebble by the road, watching Jiraiya pack up a giant scroll. Naruto shouldered his backpack, sweat from this morning's training still sticking to the tips of his hair. At least half a year. But once I learn a new jutsu, I'll be able to bring Sasuke back. He said it with such conviction, but my nose stung. Ever since Sasuke defected, Naruto had thrown himself into training every day. Now that he finally had a chance to grow stronger, I had no right to hold him back. But the thought of not seeing him for so long made my heart feel twisted into a knot. What if I go with you? The words were out before I could think, and I regretted them instantly. Jiraiya squawked and jumped back. Men and women must keep their distance. I still have novels to write. Taking a little girl along would be so inconvenient. It's okay, Shaoli. Naruto suddenly leaned in his warm, smoke-tinged sit, wrapping around me. You stay here and watch over Konoha for me. When I get back, we'll go to Ichiraku Ramen and get double chashu. He pressed a toad-shaped charm into my hand, one Jiraiya had conjured with ninjutsu. On the day of departure, I stood under the cherry blossom tree at the village gate. Jiraiya summoned a colossal toad, and Naruto rose into the sky on its back. His orange jacket flickered among the clouds, shrinking to a tiny dot at the horizon. I clutched the charm, my nails digging crescent-shaped marks into my palm. Late at night, Naruto's apartment felt empty. I lay on the tatami staring blankly at the ceiling. The moonlight outside the window was as gentle as ever, but without the familiar sound of his snoring beside me, even the air felt cold. Suddenly I remembered what Jiraiya had said, at least half a year, and my nose burned. Tears streamed down uncontrollably onto the pillow. Stupid Naruto! I mumbled into the darkness, burying my face in the pillow he'd left behind. If you dare forget the double chashu promise, I'll use Great Fire Dragon Jutsu to roast you into a charred meatball. The night wind slipped through the window, carrying the chirping of insects from afar. I hugged the toad charm to my chest, and suddenly realized that it was this long separation more than Sasuke's betrayal or the third sacrifice that frightened me most. But I knew we were both striving toward the same goal. When he returned, we would be stronger, strong enough to protect everything we wanted to protect. The briny sea breeze swept in heavy with salt as I stood on the pier at Konoha's harbor, clutching the toad charm Naruto had pressed into my hand before he left. 3 months had passed since he left with Jiraiya. During that time, aside from completing a few simple D-rank missions, I buried myself in the clan's library researching new ninjutsu. Miss Yuli, there's a letter for you. An A and B shinobi suddenly appeared and handed me a letter scroll tied with a maple leaf. The instant I unrolled it, Naruto's handwriting leapt into my eyes. Every crooked stroke seemed to carry the smell of the sea breeze. I found Lady Tsunade. But she seems to be a total gambling fiend. I couldn't help laughing. A goofy face was drawn on the edge of the paper. Naruto's handwriting was still as awful as ever, yet somehow it put me at ease. But when I saw the words Orochimaru may be nearby, the smile froze on my face. My Mangekyo Sharingan grew warm of its own accord, and before my eyes rose the image of Sasuke's cold back and the third Hokage falling. When I saw Naruto again, a curtain of rain hung over Konoha. His orange jacket was caked in mud, his hair still dripping, yet his smile was brighter than sunshine. Shaoli. Look! He opened his palm and revealed a brand new Konoha forehead protector lying in it. Lady Tsunade agreed to become the 5th Hokage. I threw myself into his arms, the familiar warmth of hearth and home mixing with the rain. But when I looked up, I caught sight of an unhealed wound at the corner of his mouth. What happened? My fingertips trembled as I traced the scar. Didn't the letter say everything was going smoothly? Naruto scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, trying to change the subject. Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength is incredible. And the slug she summons is far bigger than Gamabunta. But under my unyielding gaze, he finally let out a sigh and told me about what happened in the gambling town of Wave Country. It turned out that Orochimaru had long since laid his trap, appearing before Tsunade with Kabuto at his side. Tsunade's former lover. Naruto's voice suddenly turned heavy. And her little brother? They both died on the battlefield. Orochimaru threatened her with the impure world reincarnation and made her heal his arms. I clenched my fists so hard that my nails nearly bit into my palms. No wonder the letter had said Tsunade had no interest in the Hokage's seat. She carried so much pain inside her. But? Naruto suddenly lifted his head, light flashing in his blue eyes. Lady Tsunade said the real gamble is believing in your own choice. When Orochimaru attacked her, He paused. I stepped in front of her. That was when I realized why the third Hokage had been willing to give his life to protect Konoha. The rain fell harder, but we were oblivious to it. I thought of Minato, whom I had seen inside Naruto's mindscape, and finally understood how scorching and unyielding this inheritance of the will of fire truly was. So Lady Tsunade agreed? I asked softly. Naruto nodded firmly. She showed me the first Hokage's necklace, and said it was the symbol of the will of fire. And suddenly he pulled an all-paper package out from the front of his jacket. She also taught me how to make tricolor dango. She said once you taste it you'll definitely forgive me for not writing to you. Tears blurred my vision. I took the dango and bit into it, and the sweet filling seemed to carry a trace of the sea breeze. In the distance Tsunade's portrait was being painted on Hokage rock, the yellow pigment bleeding through the curtain of rain like a newborn flame. What do we do now? I asked. Keep training. Naruto clenched his fists, the leaf emblem on his forehead protector flashing in the rain. Lady Tsunade said my chakra's compatibility with the Nine Tails has grown even higher. Once I learn new ninjutsu. He looked into the distance with a firm gaze. Sasuke will understand that we are his true family. Night fell, and the rain gradually stopped. We walked side by side on the road back to the village, puddles reflecting the lights of Konoha. When we passed Ichiraka Ramen, the owner smiled and waved to us. Ramen to celebrate the 5th Hokage, my treat. Naruto devoured the ramen broth, splattering on the tip of his nose without him caring. I rested my chin on my hand and watched him, and it suddenly struck me that the 3 months apart seemed to have made him taller, with broader shoulders. Perhaps, as Tsunade said, this training was not only about becoming stronger, but also about making us understand what it truly means to protect. Before we parted, I pressed a newly improved Flying Thunder God Kunai into his hand. If you dare stay silent that long again, I'll use this to teleport right in front of you. Naruto laughed, slung an arm around my shoulder, and gently pressed his forehead to mine. It's a promise. When I get back we'll watch the sunrise on Hokage Rock together. Moonlight spilled through the clouds, illuminating the leaf emblem on his forehead protector. I knew that our story was only just beginning. In this gamble of protection and growth we would each become the other's most steadfast bet, and let the will of fire burn forever beneath Konoha's sky. I stood on the elevated platform of Konohagakure, gazing at the distant road bathed in golden sunlight from the setting sun, my hand tightly clutching the letter Naruto had left me before his departure. The handwriting on the letter had grown faint from my repeated touching, and those words, "In half a year I will return to see you with greater strength," had become the phrase I whispered most often throughout the past 300+ days and nights. My Uchiha crimson eyes reflected the darkening clouds on the horizon. The wind brushed against my waist-length black hair, causing the maple leaf hair ornament Naruto had gifted me to sway gently. Throughout this past year, I had devoted myself to cultivating ninja techniques, burying myself in tedious training so that when he returned I could proudly tell him I had grown stronger as well. Shaoli. A familiar voice suddenly called from behind. I spun around sharply, tears instantly blurring my vision. The figure in an orange jacket was sprinting toward me, with a sunbeam-like smile. He seemed taller, his gaze more resolute, yet that familiar smile still reached the tenderest place in my heart. Naruto. Unable to hold back any longer, I ran toward him, and threw myself into his warm embrace the moment he opened his arms. Tears flowed like a breached dam as I held him tightly, my voice catching. "Didn't you promise to come back in half a year?" My small fists tapped gently against his chest, frustration and longing erupting all at once. Naruto stroked my head tenderly, whispering, "I'm sorry, Shaoli. Training proved far more difficult than I had imagined, but I've finally mastered an incredibly powerful jutsu." I looked up at his bright eyes, and wiped my tears with the back of my hand. "You're not allowed to make me wait this long again." Naruto nodded with a smile, and pulled out a skewer of 3-colored dango from behind his back. "Let me make it up to you with this, okay? These are the most delicious dango I discovered during my training." I took the dango, and my tears gave way to laughter. The familiar sweet and sour flavor bloomed on my tongue, much like those countless beautiful moments we had shared together. "Come, I'll take you somewhere wonderful." Naruto grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the village outskirts. We wove through familiar streets, and along the way the villagers greeted us with warm smiles. As the beloved young lady of the Uchiha clan, their affection for me had never dimmed despite the turmoil within our clan. And now, witnessing my reunion with Naruto, their faces all blossomed with deep relief and joy. Shaoli watched carefully. "This is my newly mastered Rasengan." His hands moved in rapid seals, and a spinning blue sphere of energy coalesced in his palm. The orb pulsed with power and stability, clearly far more refined than the smaller versions he had shown before. My jaw dropped in astonishment, my eyes filled with admiration. "Naruto, you're amazing!" I exclaimed. Beaming with pride, he sealed away the Rasengan and began recounting the amusing stories from his training journey with Jiraiya. He spoke of his time at Mount Myaboku among the toads, of battles against various formidable enemies, and of those arduous days filled with growth and perseverance. I sat upon the grass, resting my chin in my hand, utterly captivated by his tales, sometimes on the edge of my seat for his adventures, and other times bursting into laughter at his antics. Before I realized it, the sky had darkened completely. Beneath the starry canopy, Naruto lay on the grass with his hands folded behind his head, while I rested beside him, gazing at the brilliant galaxy above. "Shaoli, how have you been this past year?" Naruto suddenly asked. I sighed softly. Being alone was truly boring. Although I trained diligently every day, something always felt missing. Now that you're back, everything is different. Naruto turned his head and looked at me earnestly. "I will never let you be alone again. Once I become Hokage, I will protect Konoha, and I will protect you." Gazing into his unwavering eyes, my heart warmed from within. From childhood to this day, Naruto had always been this way. His persistence and gentleness had always been my source of strength. I reached out and gently poked his cheek. "Then you better become Hokage soon. I can't wait to see you looking magnificent." Naruto sat up and pulled me toward a great tree by the river. He took a blanket from his pack, spread it on the ground, laid down, and offered me his hand. "You must be tired, right? Let's sleep here tonight. The starlight is especially beautiful from this spot." Though I hesitated for a moment, his eager gaze convinced me, and I gently laid down beside him. Naruto pulled me into his embrace, and I rested my head against his warm chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. A cool night breeze stirred the leaves, rustling softly, while the distant chirping of insects filled the air. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. "Naruto," I murmured softly. Thank you for coming back." Naruto tightened his embrace and pressed a gentle kiss to the top of my head. "Foolish girl, I promised I would return. From now on we will realize our dreams together." Cradled in his arms, I felt a sense of security I had never known before. All the waiting of this past year became entirely worthwhile in this very moment. I closed my eyes, a smile playing on my lips, and gradually drifted into slumber. In my dream, we stood together atop the Hokage monument, gazing upon the radiant beauty of Konoha, with Naruto having become the greatest Hokage of all. That night, with the starry sky as our canopy and the earth as our bed, we welcomed a new beginning in each other's embrace. The path ahead may still hold countless challenges, but as long as we had each other, there was nothing to fear. For we were each other's greatest pillar of strength, two hands that would never let go, and the light that illuminated one another's journey forward. The night wind, carrying the distinctive scent of Konoha's trees, brushed past my hair. I walked with my arms crossed along a path beyond the village. Ever since Naruto left to train under Jiraiya, nights like this had become my norm. The crimson eyes unique to the Uchiha gleamed faintly in the darkness, keenly catching every stirring around me. An instant later a faint distortion rippled through the air. I whirled around, drawing the bow, and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. Under the moonlight a figure, wearing a one-eyed orange mask, slowly materialized. That familiar robotic voice was unusually clear in the silent night. "Uchiha Yuli, just as perceptive as your brother after all." My pupils contracted sharply, and the veins on my bow hand bulged. This voice was exactly the same as the one that had massacred the clan on that night of destruction. The arrow, coldly gleaming, pointed straight at his heart. "Just who are you? What are you doing here?" The masked man raised his hand unhurriedly, and a yellowed slip of paper materialized in his palm. "Don't be impatient. Take a look at this first." The paper floated slowly through the air toward me. By the moonlight I made out its contents. A secret order from Konoha's leadership, dated unmistakably 3 days before the Uchiha massacre. It contained records of a discussion on the Uchiha clan threat theory. "Impossible," I muttered, the arrow trembling faintly in my hand. The villagers' friendly smiles, and the third Hokage's gentle face from my memories now seemed to overlap with the paper before my eyes. Seeing this, the masked man produced several more items. Shisui's ever-present kunai stained with unfamiliar chakra, an Umbu mission report detailing the surveillance plan targeting the Uchiha clan, and even an audio recording of a conversation between Danzo and root members. "Your brother Shisui, the genius known as Shunshin Shisui, why was his life taken away?" The masked man's voice turned coaxing. "Because he discovered the conspiracy of Konoha's leadership, and tried to use Konoha Tsukumi to stop it all, only to be betrayed by those he trusted." The letter my brother had left me at the end flashed through my mind. At the time I had taken it as nothing more than his farewell, but now I suddenly realized the meaning hidden in its words. Tears spilled beyond my control, and the arrow fell to the ground with a clatter. "Why? Why are you telling me this?" "Because you have both a reason for revenge, and the power to exact it." The masked man stepped forward, his crimson Sharingan flickering through the eye hole of his mask. "Join the Akatsuki. We'll help you reclaim everything that belongs to the Uchiha." I crouched down and picked up the arrow. Memories surged over me like a tide: my brother's gentle smile, the terrible sight of our clan being slaughtered, and the promise Naruto had made to me before he left. The arrow creaked under my tightening grip. My nails dug into my palm, and blood dripped down the shaft. "All right, I'll join." I rose to my feet, my gaze turning cold and unyielding. "But I have one condition: I will kill Danzo and everyone who took part in the massacre plan with my own hands." A low chuckle came from the masked man. "Deal? 3 days from now, I'll be waiting for you in the Hidden Rain village." With that, his figure gradually dissolved into the night. Back at the old Uchiha residence, I silently sorted through my brother's belongings. There was the half-broken fan, the scroll inscribed with his lifetime of ninjutsu insights, and the photo of us as children. Every object carried a wealth of memories, yet now they had become blades piercing my heart. Finally, I arrived at Naruto's doorstep. Warm lamplight spilled through his window. He was probably eating ramen. I took a deep breath and knocked. When Naruto opened the door and saw me, his face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile. "Yuli, coming to find me this late? Did you miss me?" I didn't answer. I threw myself into his arms, rose onto my tiptoes, and kissed him fiercely. That kiss carried every ounce of my unwillingness to let go and all the love I felt. Tears slid down my cheeks, falling onto the skin where we touched. Naruto was stunned for a beat, then wrapped his arms around me tightly and kissed me back. When we separated, his eyes were full of confusion. "Yuli, what's wrong?" I forced back tears and squeezed out a smile. "Naruto, I really truly love you. If one day I do something that makes you hate me, you must remember I have never once regretted loving you." "Don't say such foolish things." Naruto patted my head. "No matter what happens, I'll always be on your side." I turned and ran, tears blurring my vision. Naruto's anxious calls came from behind me, but I didn't dare look back, afraid that I would waver. At the street corner, I took out a kunai and slashed a deep line across my forehead protector. 3 days later, in the dense fog of the Hidden Rain village, I stood before the masked man wearing the Akatsuki's red-clouded straw hat. In the distance, the soft patter of rain sounded like a farewell to the past. From this moment on, Uchiha Yuli was no longer Konoha's little princess, but an avenger burdened with a blood debt. Next, it's time for Konoha to pay for what they have done. I clenched my fists, the flames of vengeance blazing in my crimson eyes. The masked man nodded, turned, and walked into the curtain of rain. I followed behind him, stepping onto a road destined to be strewn with thorns. The night deepened. I took one last look toward Konoha. Naruto, I'm sorry. But for my brother, for the Uchiha, I have no choice. When all of this is over, perhaps I will still have the courage to stand before you and tell you in person how much I wish I could guard this land together with you. Morning sunlight filtered through the clouds and spilled across the stone-paved streets of Konoha. The morning market should have been bustling and loud, yet an eerie stillness hung in the air. Peering through my hood at the familiar street, I let the vendors' whispers coil into my ears like venomous serpents. Did you hear? The last child of the Uchiha clan has defected as well. That clan really was born with rebellion in its blood, even such a sweet little girl. We should have known betrayal flows through Uchiha blood. I gripped the kunai at my waist, my fingernails carving crescent-shaped bloody marks into my palm. The Akatsuki straw hat the masked man had given me pressed down heavily on my shoulder, its red cloud embroidery glinting eerily in the sunlight. The villagers used to look at me with affection. Now, all I could see in their eyes was weariness and disgust. Shaoli. The familiar voice made my whole body shudder. When I turned around, Naruto stumbled toward me, his orange jacket flapping loudly in the wind. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, as if he had not combed it in days, and his collar still bore traces of ramen broth. Why? Why would you join the Akatsuki? His voice was choked with tears as he reached out, trying to grab my arm. Did someone threaten you? I'll go find Granny Tsunade, and together we'll think of a way. I abruptly pulled my hand from his grip and stepped back half a step. Naruto's fingertips hung motionless in the air, and the look on his face was as if he had just been slapped hard. Don't touch me. My voice was so cold it felt foreign even to me. From today onward, I have nothing more to do with Konoha. You're lying. You promised. His voice stopped short, probably because he had remembered the kiss stained with tears and blood when we parted. I turned my face away from his red-rimmed eyes. His desperate expression was mirrored in my crimson eyes, and my heart was being gouged out by a dull blade, cut after cut. Step aside. Step aside, I said, gripping the bow at my waist. Whoever stands in my way will die. Naruto stood frozen, watching me leave without looking back. When I finally crossed Konoha's barrier, his heart-rending cry came from behind me, as if it would tear the whole world apart. Inside the Akatsuki base in the hidden rain village, the air was thick with the damp smell of rotting wood. I stood in the center of the dimly lit hall, 12 figures faintly emerging and vanishing in the shadows. Pain's Devapath watched me without any expression, and Yahiko's voice came through the renegade mask. Uchiha Yuli, are you willing to devote everything to the will of the Akatsuki? I will devote everything to revenge alone. I looked him straight in the eye, unfastened the Uchiha clan crest necklace from my neck, and hurled it to the ground. What Konoha owes me I will take back with interest. Interesting. The masked man let out a mechanical laugh. You will be paired with Conan and tasked with capturing the 8 tails. Deidara Sasori, capture the 1 tails. Kakuzu Haiden, capture the 2 tails. I will capture the 3 tails. Itachi Kisame, capture the 4 tails. Zetsu Devapath, capture the 5 tails and the 6 tails. Finally, Deidara and Sasori, capture the 7 tails. As the cold ring slid onto my ring finger, I heard rapid footsteps behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was, that familiar chakra signature and the faint scent of cherry blossoms. Shaoli. Uchiha Itachi's voice carried a tremor he could not easily hide. I turned slowly and faced the man who had once been like an elder brother to me. His eyes were filled with shock and pain, so different from the gentle brother in my memories, who had softly stroked my head. Step aside. I gripped the kunai at my waist, my Sharingan glowing scarlet in the dark. Why? He stepped forward. You were the one who hated war the most. You asked me why. I suddenly laughed, a laugh that carried a fractured madness. Don't you understand? What happened to Shisui's eyes? How was the Uchiha clan annihilated? You were part of the higher-ups' conspiracy in Konoha too, weren't you? Itachi's pupils contracted sharply, and every trace of color drained from his face. I pressed forward step by step, and flung the evidence the masked man had given me at his feet. Look at all of this. Anbu's surveillance records, Danzo's written orders, and Shisui's final secret letter. You knew the truth, but you chose to stand by and do nothing. Surely it's not what you think. Shut up. I drew my bow, the arrow gleaming with a lethal chill. From today on, all ties between us are severed. If you dare stand in my way, I'll kill you too. The word revenge hung in the air like a heavy hammer. Itachi was silent for a long time, then finally lowered his head. The back he turned as he left looked so weary, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. I watched his figure recede, my fingernails digging deep into my palms. The bonds between us wound around my heart like spiderwebs, and every struggle to break free brought pain deep into my bones. Late at night, I stood atop the tower in the hidden rain village, letting the rain wash over my face. Conan walked up beside me with a paper umbrella in hand, her voice as calm as a stagnant pool. Revenge only breeds more hatred. So what? I clenched the Akatsuki ring. I won't stop until I see Danzo's blood splattered all over the Hokage rock. The rain grew heavier, and in the distance, lightning illuminated the direction of Konoha. Naruto's despairing face surfaced before my eyes once more, but I had long since lost the right to turn back. The shattered moonlight reflected in my crimson irises. I pressed my hat lower, and let the darkness swallow up the last traces of attachment. From this day forward, Uchiha Yuli is nothing more than a blade of vengeance, a sword of Damocles hanging over Konoha. The damp stench of decay washed over me. Pinching my nose, I stepped into Orochimaru's base. Fluorescent vines coiling along the rock walls cast eerie glimmers, while crisscrossing pipes on the ground hummed with a grating drone that set my teeth on edge. Conan unfurled paper wings above her head, pale blue chakra tracing an arc through the air. I'll cover the outer search. Watch out for barrier traps. Quit nagging. Without looking back, I tightened my grip on my kunai, the maple leaf hairpin swaying lightly with each step. Once the pampered Uchiha heiress adored by the villagers, I now had to prove my worth by hunting rogue ninja. My Sharingan burned softly in the darkness, dissecting every mechanism and trap along the path. After 3 turns, the pungent stench of blood thickened abruptly. In the iron cages hunched test subjects of every grotesque form, some with limbs twisted like vines, others with aberrant flesh squirming beneath their skin. Please? Let me out. A hoarse plea drifted out from a corner. Just as I moved closer, dozens of bone spikes erupted from the cage. A cheap trick. I dodged sideways, my hands flashing through hand seals like phantoms. The blazing great fireball detonated in the narrow corridor, screams, and the reek of charred flesh crashing into my nostrils. Those deformed subjects writhed into ash in the flames, and I pressed on toward the depths of the base. When I stepped into a vast circular hall, chains descending from the ceiling burst into a clattering clamor. In a corner were piled human bodies steeped in green liquid, their glass containers gleaming coldly in the dim light. My pupils abruptly contracted. Inside one vessel, half of the Uchiha clan crest floated in plain view. Quite a rare guest. A hoarse laugh seeped out of the shadows, and Orochimaru appeared slithering forth like a serpent. His pallid skin carried an uncanny sheen, his forked tongue flickering between his lips. Shisui, Uchiha's little sister, so even you have become a hound of the Akatsuki. Less prattle. I drew my bow, chakra surging into the arrow. Today you die. Right then another figure stepped out from behind Orochimaru. Black hair bound behind his head, a 3-tomo Sharingan glowing with scarlet light. Sasuke's gaze was cold as frost, yet a flicker of bewilderment crossed it at the sight of me. What are you doing here? I looked at the youth, who had once been so dashing, now steeped in savagery, and bitterness flooded my throat. Before I could utter a word, Sasuke suddenly wove hand seals, and thunderclouds gathered above the base, condensing bolts of lightning. A proper chance to test Kirin on you. His voice was cold, as if laced with venom. Foolish. Orochimaru lashed out, a serpent-shaped chain coiling it around Sasuke's wrist, and purple smoke instantly drowned the entire hall. When the smoke dispersed, the three figures had long vanished. Gazing at the empty ground, I curled my lips into a cold smirk. The moment I had entered the base, I secretly pressed a flying thunder god seal onto the hem of Orochimaru's robe amid the chaos. Conan's paper crane suddenly fluttered down from overhead. "I've found their trail." "No need." I wiped the cold sweat from my brow and turned toward the exit. The taijutsu clash had drained a great deal of my strength, but what truly unsettled me was the frenzied flame of revenge blazing in Sasuke's eyes. That gaze, how different was it after all from my own? Back at the Akatsuki hideout, Pain's voice came down from above. "Why did you not slay the target outright?" I drove the blood-stained kunai into the ground, my crimson eyes reflecting the wavering candlelight. "Spare Orochimaru. He and Sasuke will sooner or later become the levers we use to pry open Konoha." Conan thoughtfully unfolded a piece of origami, moonlight spilling through the window lattice onto her pale face. I ran my fingers over the Akatsuki ring, its metallic chill seeping into my skin. A crow caught outside the window, and in a trance I saw Naruto once again, standing in the sunset waving at me. But that warm tableau was swiftly replaced by the horrors of Orochimaru's base. On the road of vengeance, there has never been room to turn back. I clenched my fists and let my nails carve bloody wounds into my palms. One day I will make Konoha pay for every sin it has committed, and Orochimaru and Sasuke are nothing more than two pawns upon this chessboard. In the damp dungeon, the stench of decay was almost tangible. Gazing through my hood at the white serpents writhing in the distance coiled around the beams of Orochimaru's laboratory, the rustling of their scales sent a chill creeping up the back of my neck. Since I let him go from the base last time, the Akatsuki had assigned me to keep continuous watch over this rogue ninja's movements. After all, someone who could make Uchiha Sasuke willingly follow him for 3 years was not a figure who would fall so easily. Yuli, Orochimaru's chakra fluctuations are highly unstable. A paper crane from Conan suddenly landed on my shoulder, pale blue runes appearing on its unfolded wings. He seems to be sustaining his life with some forbidden technique. I ran my fingers over the bow and arrows at my waist, the 3 tomos slowly rotating in my crimson pupils. Memories flashed back to the twisted test subjects in Orochimaru's base, and the cold frost-like look in Sasuke's eyes. "Notify Pain. I'll go confirm it myself." As I infiltrated Orochimaru's new hideout, the heavy stench of medicine nearly made me gag. The walls were lined with glass jars filled with green liquid, and the limbs immersed within were still twitching unconsciously. Muffled gasps came from the end of the corridor. I held my breath and approached, but the moment I pushed the door open, my pupils contracted sharply. Orochimaru was slumped on an altar covered in cursed seal inscriptions, his pale skin webbed with cracks, his once serpentine body now hunched like a withered skeleton. He was inserting a pitch-black tube into his chest, sticky purple liquid slowly flowing through the conduit into his body. "Little girl of the Uchiha." He raised his head, a sick excitement flashing in his crimson-slit eyes. "Come to watch me make a fool of myself." I gripped my kunai tightly, but at that moment, I heard rapid footsteps approaching from behind. Just as I turned, Sasuke's figure came rushing at me, wreathed in fierce lightning. In the darkness, his 3-tomo Sharingan glowed with an eerie red light. The Chidori in his hand crackled and hissed like a reaper's scythe. "Sasuke!" Orochimaru's scream was tinged with terror. The shrill shriek of the Chidori tearing through the air pierced my eardrums, and Sasuke's gaze was cold without a trace of warmth. The moment the lightning plunged into Orochimaru's chest, I saw countless white serpents burst from his wound, but they turned into wisps of green smoke upon touching the Chidori's current. Orochimaru's body went limp, like a discarded rag, his face frozen in an expression of disbelief even in death. Sasuke retracted the Chidori, and casually wiped his blood-stained hand on his black robe. As he turned, I clearly saw the cursed mark on his neck writhing eerily, as if some living thing was slithering beneath his skin. "So you really are here?" His voice was as cold and hard as metal. "Come to see how I disposed of this piece of trash?" I stared at the serpentine remains gradually dissolving on the ground, and suddenly remembered the spirited Uchiha youth from years ago. Back then Sasuke would laugh and compete with Naruto over the last skewer of tricolor dango, and would blush and complain after Sakura's fist. not like now radiating a murderous intent that made people tremble. You killed him. What are you planning to do next? I deliberately kept my voice calm. Sasuke's Sharingan shifted slightly, as if reading my mind. After a moment, he turned and walked toward the bookshelf stacked with scrolls. Find Itachi. Those few simple words carried a boundless hatred. I will personally sever his head from his shoulders. I watched him tuck the Uchiha clan crest pendant into his robe, his last remaining connection to the past. As he pushed open the door, and left moonlight spilled through the broken window lattice onto him, tracing a silhouette of solitude and resolve. Only after his chakra had completely vanished into the night did I notice a wisp of purple mist silently gathering in the corner. That was Orochimaru's distinctive chakra fluctuation drifting in the direction Sasuke had gone. I see. I gazed in the direction where the curse mark had faded and let out a soft laugh. That madman Orochimaru. Even with his physical body destroyed, he would still preserve his will within Sasuke's curse mark. And Sasuke, now consumed by revenge, probably had no idea that his body had already become the vessel of another schemer. When I returned to the Akatsuki hideout, pains again shimmered in the darkness. Orochimaru is dead. On the surface, yes. I placed the collected curse mark sample on the table. But his chakra is attached to Sasuke, which might become a breakthrough for our next move. Conan unfolded a piece of origami and carefully wrapped the sample. Uchiha Itachi seems to be preparing for a meeting with Sasuke as well. I rubbed the Akatsuki ring on my finger, the metallic chill seeping into my palm. In my memory, Itachi's shocked gaze overlapped with Sasuke's resolute back. Suddenly, I felt that this tragedy of brothers killing each other was nothing less than a script carefully orchestrated by the Konoha higher-ups. And I was merely a spectator holding another script. In the dead of night, I stood alone atop the tower of the hidden rain village. Gazing at the flickering lights in the direction of Konoha, Naruto's warm smile surfaced before my eyes. But soon my brother Shisui's gentle face, the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's massacre, and the twisted lives in Orochimaru's laboratory ground all warmth into dust. Revenge has never been the end. I gripped the bow and arrows at my waist, my crimson pupils emitting a scarlet glow in the night. But in this game of chess destined to end in mutual destruction, I will make every sinner pay their due price, whether it's Orochimaru or the Konoha higher-ups. Raindrops fell on my bamboo hat, splashing into tiny droplets. In the distance, the cawing of crows rang out like the death knell of fate. And I knew that the destined battle between Sasuke and Itachi was merely the prelude to a much larger conspiracy. In the eye of this vortex no one can walk away unscathed. The damp air carried the scent of rust. I remained concealed within the shadows of the Uchiha shrine, my crimson eyes reflecting the two figures locked in confrontation beneath the moonlight. Sasuke's black robes whipped violently in the night wind, his three-tomo Sharingan gleaming with an eerie light upon his pale face. Meanwhile, Itachi sat motionless on the decaying chair, his dark feathered hawari bearing the marks of time. Those hands that once gently rested atop my head now rested upon the tenkakin at his waist. I have come for you, brother. Sasuke's voice cut like a poisoned blade, dripping with bone-deep hatred. His wrist flicked lightly, and 3 shurikens sliced through the night sky. Yet mere inches from Itachi's body, they suddenly altered their trajectory, embedding themselves into the wall behind him as they grazed his cheek. I held my breath, watching silver threads of chakra coil around Sasuke's fingertips. The boy who once chased me about begging for candy had now refined a forbidden jutsu to such exquisite mastery. Itachi's pupils contracted slightly. His figure vanished like a phantom, yet upon reappearing the silk of his sleeve was torn by the threads, droplets of blood seeping forth. Still so impatient. Itachi's voice carried a sigh. Instantly Sasuke's figure froze. Crimson light of Tsukuyami engulfed them both. I knew that in that crimson world Sasuke was enduring endless torment. But the very next moment the black curse mark crept up Sasuke's neck like vines. With a savage roar, he shattered the Jinjutsu, his claws lunging straight for Itachi's throat. Yet the scene before me suddenly warped and distorted. Sasuke's strike passed clean through Itachi's body, while the true Itachi remained seated upon the chair, as though he had not moved an inch. Jinjutsu! I murmured softly, my heart racing. Shisui's signature technique. How could Itachi be using it against his own brother? The battle spilled from the shrine into the courtyard. Sasuke's taijutsu radiated lethal intent, every punch aimed at vital points, while Itachi moved like an elegant dancer, his seemingly careless blocks effortlessly deflecting each assault. When Sasuke formed hand seals to unleash the fireball jutsu, Itachi's flames proved even more fierce. The collision of the two infernos lit the night sky in blood-red hues. "This ends now!" Sasuke's voice rang with mad glee. He spread his arms wide as clouds gathered above, and at the instant violet lightning struck, the roar of Kirin shook the very ground beneath us. I watched as Itachi finally unleashed Susanoo. The colossal figure loomed over the shrine, its Tenkaiken's glimmer interweaving with Kirin's thunderous light. Just then Sasuke's body twisted uncontrollably. Orochimaru's serpent head burst forth from his back, and the massive coils of the eight-headed great snake shattered through the roof, its hissing cries ravenous for power. But Itachi's Susanoo struck first. The Tenkaiken pierced true into the serpent's flesh, sealing the malevolent chakra within the blade. The aftermath of battle gradually subsided. Sasuke knelt amid scattered rubble, gasping heavily, while Itachi half-kneeled within the palm of Susanoo, blood continuously welling from the corners of his lips. I gazed upon the brother, who had once been invincible, and tears flowed uncontrollably. His Mangekyo Sharingan had lost its luster, his body crisscrossed with wounds, each scar telling the tale of this brutal clash. "Sasuke, I'm sorry." Itachi's voice was barely a whisper. He struggled to his feet, and approached his brother, his trembling hand reaching out to stroke Sasuke's cheek. "Forgive me. This is the last time." As his hand fell limply to his side, Susanoo dissolved into nothingness. Sasuke remained kneeling, watching Itachi's body slowly collapse, his expression shifting from shock to sheer madness. "Impossible!" he roared, throwing himself upon his brother's corpse. His Sharingan spun wildly, yet he could no longer see the familiar figure before him. At that moment an orange mask emerged from the shadows. The masked man's mechanical voice carried a sinister smile. "What a splendid performance, Uchiha Sasuke!" He reached out and grasped Sasuke's shoulder. "However, the time has come for you to learn the truth." I watched as the two vanished into a spatial vortex, the shrine's ruins standing desolate beneath the moonlight. Tears fell upon the crimson cloud-patterned cloak of the Akatsuki. I remembered how Itachi would secretly bring me sweet red bean buns in our childhood. I remembered Shisui's gentle smile, as he taught me to use the Sharingan. And now only Sasuke and I remained of the Uchiha bloodline, yet we had chosen entirely different paths. "Was it worth it?" Conan's voice suddenly came from behind. She unfolded her paper wings, moonlight bathing her pale face. "To watch those once dear turn against each other." I tightened my grip upon the bow at my waist, my crimson eyes reflecting the shattered walls of the shrine. "Until the truth is revealed, nothing matters." My voice carried a chilling edge. "But I will make Konoha pay for all its sins, whether past or present." The night wind howled, sweeping up fallen leaves from the ground. I cast one final glance at Itachi's lifeless body, then turned and vanished into the darkness. The path of vengeance continued onward, and this tragedy of brothers destroying one another was merely the tip of a far greater conspiracy. Until every truth is uncovered, I will never cease my steps, even if darkness lies ahead. The damp clouds of the hidden rain village hung low. I stood in the center of the training ground, took a deep breath, and touched my slightly burning left eye with my fingertips. Ever since I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, these eyes had often throbbed with pain, as if a burning flame were surging deep within my pupils. Conan hovered in midair, her pale blue paper wings rustling in the wind. She looked down at me with her usual cold expression. "Are you ready? Come on!" I clenched the kunai at my waist, the maple leaf hairpin in my hair shaking violently in the wind. The once pampered young lady of the Uchiha clan, beloved by the villagers, now had to push the limits of my ocular arts through life-or-death simulations. Conan flicked her hands, and countless sheets of paper tore through the air like blades. Those papers, shimmering with chakra, transformed in midair. Some became spears, some hardened into shields, and finally, they combined into a colossal paper dragon that lunged at me with fangs bared. I could clearly feel the sharpness of the paper cutting through the air, and the wisps of hair above my forehead were swept up by the blast. The Sharingan spun rapidly in agony, crimson patterns blooming within my pupils. A burning pain shot through my left eye, and time seemed to freeze at that instant. The paper dragon slowed, the flying gravel hung motionless, and even Conan's flowing hair stopped in a still frame. I clenched my teeth, pouring all my chakra into my left eye, and whispered the jutsu I had never used before. Reverse time and space jutsu. A blinding white light flashed, and the paper dragon burst apart. When I opened my eyes again, the training ground had returned to calm, and Conan hovered in place, a rare trace of surprise flickering in her eyes. Time reversed. Her voice remained cool, but the astonishment was unmistakable. I wiped the blood seeping from the corner of my mouth. The burden of the Mangekyo was far heavier than I had imagined. Yet the excitement inside me spread like wildfire. These eyes could truly rewrite the course of fate. I'm not done yet, I shouted at her. Keep going. Conan said nothing. This time her assault was even fiercer. The papers turned into a skyful of arrows, then suddenly split into countless tiny blades, as they approached me, sealing off every escape route from all directions. I quickly formed hand signs, but the Mangekyo in my right eye began to pulse violently, out of control. An eerie blue light enveloped my body, and in the next instant, I appeared in midair behind Conan. Space displacement. Conan's pupils contracted slightly, clearly not expecting the attack to backfire on her. The paper blades originally aimed at me changed direction, flying straight toward her vital points. My heart tightened. Ignoring the chakra drain, I activated my left eye's power again. The gears of time reversed, and the paper blades dissolved into nothingness just before they touched Conan. The training ground fell into a brief silence. I dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth onto my red-clouded straw hat. Conan descended slowly. She bent down and picked up a paper fragment that had not fully dissolved, then said thoughtfully, Left eye reverses time, right eye displaces space. Your Mangekyo is even more dangerous than I imagined. I tried to answer, but a sudden violent dizziness overwhelmed me. At that moment, a familiar surge of chakra exploded from within my body. Golden light shot up to the sky, and a giant skeletal apparition condensed behind me. That was Susanoo. Unlike Itachi's form, my Susanoo seemed to be pieced together from shattered fragments of time and space, with mysterious runes flowing across its translucent armor. Even more astonishingly, Susanoo raised its arm on its own and blocked the defensive paper shield Conan had instinctively launched. It turned its head to look at me, and though it had no face, it conveyed a soothing emotion. This self-awareness, I murmured in shock. Conan's paper wings stirred without wind. She stared at Susanoo for a long while before finally speaking. The power of the Uchiha clan is indeed unfathomable. Your Susanoo can not only change its form at will, but also act autonomously. If used properly, it is enough to overturn a war. I tried to communicate with Susanoo, and the next second its form began to change. The skeletal apparition turned into flowing ribbons of light that wrapped around me, forming a protective barrier. Then it reorganized into a longbow, perfectly merging with my own bow. Chakra condensed into a radiant arrow on the bowstring, its light seemingly imbued with the power of time and space. Try a full power attack. I gripped the longbow and signaled to Conan. This time she summoned her paper god jutsu. A colossal paper giant crashed to the ground and swung down a fist as heavy as a mountain. I drew the bowstring. At the instant the arrow left the string, Susanoo's consciousness resonated with mine. Time and space warped along the arrow's trajectory, and when it struck the paper giant, the very space of the entire training ground began to tremble. The paper giant collapsed in the chaos of time and space. Conan just barely shielded herself with paper, but was still knocked backward by the shockwave. I dismissed Susanoo and hurried forward to help her up. Her paper cloak was slightly damaged, but a rare note of admiration appeared in her eyes. With such power, it should be enough to deal with the Eight Tails. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the training ground. I stared at my own trembling hands. The power of the Mangekyo was terrifyingly strong, but every use felt like burning away my life. Yet as long as I could avenge the Uchiha, and make those sinners of Konoha pay what was a little pain. Let's go! I adjusted my straw hat, the blood-red sky reflected in my crimson pupils. Eight Tails, it's time to taste the wrath of the Uchiha. Conan unfolded her paper wings, their pale blue light illuminating her pale face. I hope you can control this power. After all, in the Akatsuki, losing control means death. I gripped the bow at my waist and followed her into the night. The wind howled past my ears, and Susanu's consciousness still flickered faintly within me. Ahead of us awaited the formidable tailed beast and an unknown battle. But I was no longer afraid, for I had finally found the power to overturn everything, and this power would ultimately become the blade of revenge. The thunderstorm in Kumogakure descended without warning. Leaden gray clouds churned across the sky, while crashing thunderbolts carved the distant mountains into stark silhouettes. I pulled my Akatsuki red cloud cloak tighter, my crimson eyes sweeping the shadows warily. The air was thick with lightning-natured chakra, and every breath felt like swallowing barbed electricity. Watch out! Conan suddenly grabbed my wrist, her paper wings carving a sharp arc through the air. Almost at the same instant, more than a dozen poison kunai grazed past my ear, and slammed into the ground, sparks exploding in the rain, as metal struck rock. Following the direction from which the kunai had come, I saw a burly figure, wearing a shark mask, striding toward us to a rhythmic beat. Clad in black armor, with two massive katana at his waist, he hummed a bizarre tune. Yo yo yo, the little red cloud brat, show up. Come to taste my blade or to hear my brand new rap. Karabi. I gripped the bow at my waist, and tucked my maple leaf hairpin behind my ear. Either come quietly or we'll beat you until you leave. My voice was deliberately cold, but cold sweat had already dampened the bowstring. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki suddenly stopped his rap, a sharp glint flashing through the eyes beneath his shark mask. Abruptly he drew the twin blades from his waist, sparks crackling along their edges. Quite a bold little girl. Block this move first. Before the words died, a dozen short blades shot out from the gaps in his armor, tracing eerie curves through the air. My Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly in searing pain. The space-time patterns in my left eye flared with a scarlet glow. Clenching my teeth, I hissed, "Reverse space-time technique!" Blinding white light engulfed the battlefield. The flying short blades froze in midair, then reversed course back into Karabi's hands. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? Interesting eye technique. Before I could catch my breath, Karabi's form blurred into a streak closing in. His speed was astonishing. The moment his twin blades descended wrapped in thunder, I could only roll aside in a clumsy dodge. My back slammed hard against a rock, and the taste of iron rose in my throat. Bracing myself, I staggered upright, drew my bow, and loosed an arrow imbued with chakra, yet he casually deflected it with the back of his blade. Too slow. Karabi laughed and lashed out with a chain. The iron ball at its end hurtled toward me, trailing violet lightning. Hastily I activated my right eye's spatial substitution, and appeared atop a tree branch 20 meters away in the blink of an eye. But before I could steady myself, his attack followed like a shadow. The Eight Tails chakra erupted from the ground as octopus tentacles, their suckers covered in sharp barbs. Paper clone technique. Conan's voice came from high above. Countless paper clones intercepted the tentacles' crushing assault for me, while her real body stretched an enormous paper prison through the clouds, attempting to seal Karabi in. But the Eight Tails Jinchuriki merely smiled scornfully. Tail Beast chakra erupted like a tsunami, and the paper prison shattered inch by inch in the lightning. End this quickly. I wiped the blood from my lips, and drew the bowstring once more. Empowered by my Mangekyo, the arrow took on the deep blue of space-time, its sharp whine like tearing silk. Karabi sidestepped to dodge, but the moment his blade met the arrow's spiderweb, cracks rippled through space. His expression finally turned serious. Didn't expect you brats to have some real skills. Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly bulged, skin covered with indigo scales, and 8 thick octopus tentacles jutted from his back. The Eight Tails transformation sent violent tremors through the ground. I was hurled back by the shockwave, crashing hard into a rock and tasting blood. Damn it! I struggled to my feet, only to find Karabi's tentacles already within reach. Sharp suckers grazed my cheek, and the searing pain darkened my vision. At the last moment, I forced my left eye's ability at space-time power, shoving him away temporarily. But this time the backlash hit even harder. Blood streamed from my eyes, blurring my sight. Konan instantly flung paper into a shield, shielding me behind her. "Your chakra is almost depleted." Her voice carried an unusual urgency. I wiped the blood away and looked at the wound my arrow had left on Kurabi's arm. A mere flesh wound, yet it was the first time we had hurt him since the battle began. Again! I knocked another arrow, the Mangekyo's light flickering unsteadily in the rain. Just as the chakra arrow left the string, the phantom outline of Susanoo shimmered behind me. This attack carried a distortion of space-time. Kurabi's arm, raising his blade to block, froze for a split moment. The arrow grazed past his armor and pierced his shoulder. The exploding lightning blasted him back several steps. Interesting. Kurabi pulled out the arrow, licked the blood off his blade, and his transformed body swelled again. "Take this lightning plow hot blade." His speed became impossible to track with the naked eye. His twin blades descended, wrapped in lightning potent enough to split clouds. I mustered my last strength to activate spatial substitution, but I was half a beat too slow. The blade grazed my arm, and pain nearly wrenched the bow from my grip. But at the same instant Conan's papers surged from every direction, wrapping around Kurabi. Within those seemingly fragile sheets lurked chakra sharp enough to rend rock. The battlefield fell into a momentary stalemate. Leaning against a rock and gasping, I looked at my bleeding arm. The skin around the wound was charred black, a mark of lightning release burns. Kurabi tore free from the paper cage, but did not attack immediately. Instead, he studied us with keen interest. "Two little brats forcing me this far. Not bad at all." Konan landed beside me, her paper wings rustling softly. "He's too strong. At this rate, it's not over yet." I gripped my bout tightly. The pain in my Mangekyo had gone numb. The space-time power of my left eye and the spatial power of my right eye surged within me, and the phantom of Susanoo fully materialized. The damaged armored form of space-time shimmered in the rain. This time it raised its arm on its own, blocking Kurabi's next assault for me. "What the hell is this?" Astonishment finally crept into the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki's voice. Seizing the chance, I drew the bowstring to its full extent. The arrow gathered the last of my chakra as space-time power swirled furiously around its tip. The instant it left the string, the very space-time of the battlefield warped around it. This strike might just turn the tide. The collision of thunder and space-time thundered over Kumogakure's sky, the rain curtain stained into a weave of scarlet and deep blue. I gazed at the figure still standing tall, knowing this battle was far from over. But at least I had proven that the power of the Uchiha would never lose to anyone. My Susanoo loomed immovable amidst the downpour, its fractured space-time armor shimmering with blue and scarlet light threaded together. Killer Bee whipped up a hurricane, with the Eight-Tails' tail shredding Conan's paper into scraps. His wild laughter crackled along with the thunder. "Brat, is that all you got? It's over." I pressed my trembling right hand to Susanoo's palm as the time reversal pattern in my left eye and the spatial displacement rune in my right eye blazed to life at the same instant. Chakra surged into Susanoo's arm like water through a breached levee. The longbow in its hand warped and reshaped itself, finally condensing into a colossal arrow 3 zhang in diameter, its shaft crawling with dense curse inscriptions akin to the Izanami covenant. Konan recoiled in midair, her paper wings trembling violently. This chakra. Something is wrong. I gritted my teeth and poured the last of my strength into the arrow. Susanoo roared to the heavens. In the instant, the arrow split the curtain of rain, the whole sky contorted into a warped vortex. The storm clouds churned like living things, and at the heart of the vortex lightning congealed into a scarlet pupil, a dreadful vision of Mangekyo power given form. Impossible. For the first time panic crept into Killer Bee's voice. Countless Susanoo arrows born from the same source as that giant arrow rained down from the vortex, each one wreathed in the crushing pressure of warped space-time. The Eight-Tails' tails lashed madly at the ground, but the moment they touched the arrows they were frozen in midair. The force of space-time, like invisible manacles, nailed the tailed beast's vast body to the spot. When the first arrow pierced Killer Bee's shoulder, he let out a thunderous roar. Then hundreds upon thousands of Susanoo arrows poured down like a tempest. The dull thuds of scales and flesh being pierced mingled with the shrill screams of tearing spacetime exploding into a storm of gore across the wastelands of the hidden cloud village. I could clearly see the arrows buried in his body greedily devouring tail beast chakra, indigo light cascading along their shafts, and into my Susanoo. This arrow. It's draining me dry. Killer Bee's tail beast form began to waver, the eight tails tail shrinking length by length. Yet the scene before my eyes grew hazier. The Mangekyo's burning ache crawled from my eye sockets to my temples, and every breath felt like drawing in and spitting out scorching sand. Conan's paper abruptly wrapped around my swaying body. Enough. Your eyes. Her cry was swallowed by an enormous roar. At the instant before his chakra was entirely drained, Killer Bee sacrificed two of his tails, with the grim resolve of a warrior amputating his own limb. The blast wave of exploding flesh and blood sent my Susanoo hurtling backward, and I slammed into the mud. Blood gushing from my mouth mingled with rain, and stained the Akatsuki's straw hat crimson. You two are vicious. Killer Bee knelt on the scorched earth, his body riddled with penetrating wounds and his armor cracked. He glared murderously at my dimming scarlet eyes. But the power of the eight tails won't be stolen so easily. Before the words faded, he turned into lightning and vanished into the thunderstorm. I struggled to my feet only to find half a piece of tail beast flesh condensed with eight tails chakra in my hand. Conan spread her paper wings and caught the falling giant arrows. In her hands they rapidly shrank into motes of light, finally merging into my Mangekyo. Your ocular power. She began, then fell silent, her fingertip tracing the blood at the corner of my eye. The world tilted into vertigo. The time-space pattern in my left eye was fading, and the spatial rune in my right eye had turned dim. I staggered and steadied myself against Susanoo's skeletal frame, but my hand came away wet with warm liquid, not rain, but blood, tears seeping from my eye sockets. It's only temporary. I wiped away the blood defiantly, yet a fine spiderweb was already threading across my crimson sight. As long as I can take revenge, even blindness. Don't be stupid. Conan's voice rose, rare for her, and her paper softly cradled the back of my neck. The backlash of the Uchiha's forbidden jutsu is never a joke. The folded paper she had opened suddenly glowed with a seal mark, temporarily suppressing my rampaging chakra. When you forcibly drew out tail beast chakra, the Susanoo arrows didn't just absorb the eight tails power, they also overdrew your life force. On the way back I looked toward the hidden cloud village through blurred vision. The fallen Susanoo arrows had left enormous pits in the earth, and every pit was like an eye staring up at the sky. My fingertips unconsciously traced the Susanoo mark in my palm. I could clearly feel this power resonating with my Mangekyo in a strange harmony. Perhaps this was the gift bought at the price of my sight. What now? Conan's paper crane perched on my shoulder. Lord Pain needs the complete eight tails. I tightened my grip on the scroll, holding the tail beast flesh, a bloody smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Killer Bee's chakra is enough for us to satisfy the Akatsuki. As for the complete eight tails, Sasuke's cold face and Itachi's collapsing silhouette flashed before my eyes. Once my eyes heal, I'll take it back with my own hands. The night wind lifted my straw hat, and a few maple leaves drifted down from my hair. I watched the fading specter of Susanoo and finally understood why my brother Shisui had been willing to die rather than let his eyes be taken. It turns out that the greatest power has always come with the cruelest price. And I, Uchiha Yuri, even if I have to walk through darkness, I will make those who wrong the Uchiha atone for every sin in the vortex of spacetime. When the wind and sand of Kumogakure came rushing at me thick with the reek of blood, I was leaning by the window of the Akatsuki hideout, wiping down my bow and arrows. The vision in my right eye was still blurred, and the pattern of the Mangekyo glimmered faintly in my crimson pupils, much like the storm about to break over Konoha. The wreckage is stirring. Conan's paper crane landed on the windowsill, pale blue runes appearing across its outstretched wings. Killer Bee told A everything about the battle. They've already begun investigating your identity. My hand tightened around the bowstring, and the maple leaf hair ornament swayed gently. My mind flashed back to that heart-stopping battle, Killer Bee's indignant roar, the thunderous crash as Susanoo's arrow pierced the tail beast's body, and the stinging ache of my steadily failing eyesight. Let them investigate. I gave a cold laugh. The mark of a Konoha missing mean is one I've long been unable to shake. 3 days later the news spread through the shinobi world like wildfire. When I saw that wanted poster through the Akatsuki's intelligence network, my fingertip unconsciously traced the face in the drawing. The girl in the portrait wore a conical hat patterned with red clouds, her crimson eyes were cold as frost, and beneath her image, the words S-rank missing mean stood out sharply. In a corner of the poster a line of small print read formerly of Konoha's Uchiha clan Shisui's younger sister. Meanwhile in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the atmosphere was so heavy that one could almost wring water from the air. Tsunade's knuckles turned white as she clutched the intelligence scroll. Uchiha Yuli, she said through gritted teeth. She really has gone this far. Naruto shot to his feet, his orange jacket fluttering in the rush of air. Impossible. Yuli would never attack Kumogakure of her own accord. There must be a misunderstanding. His voice was choked with tears, his eyes full of urgency and disbelief. How could the girl, who once acted spoiled in front of him saving the last skewer of tricolor dango for him, have become a missing mean, who made the entire shinobi world tremble at the mere mention of her name? Before the words had faded, the door of the Hokage's office was slammed open. Rikage strode in, crackling with furious lightning chakra, with a grim-faced killer bee following behind. Tsunade. A's voice boomed like a roll of thunder. Look at the fine talent Konoha has nurtured. He flung out a blood-stained bandage, its surface still marked by the space-time patterns unique to Susanoo. My brother was beaten like this. Someone is going to pay for it. Tsunade frowned deeply, her gaze sweeping over the wounds on the bandage. Lord Rikage, Yuli is already a missing mean. Her actions do not represent Konoha. Don't give me that. Slammed his fist onto the desk, rattling the teacups to pieces. Uchiha blood runs in her veins, and she grew up in Konoha. Now she becomes a rogue ninja and attacks Kumogakure's Jinchuriki. Konoha cannot evade this blame. Naruto stood in front of Tsunade, craning his neck stubbornly. Rikage-san. Yuli isn't that kind of person. She must have her reasons. Tsunade massaged her temples wearily. Lord Rikage, Konoha is willing to cooperate with the investigation, but Yuli left the village long ago. We cooperate. I gave a cold snort, lightning roaring around him. From this day forward, any connection between Konoha and the Akatsuki will be regarded as a provocation against Kumogakure. You'd better watch yourselves. He hurled those harsh words behind him, and strode out with Killer Bee leading the room in shambles. Naruto stood frozen in place, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Sunlight spilled over him through the window, but it could not dispel the gloom in his eyes. He thought of the last time he saw Yuli, the kiss stained with tears of blood and her figure walking away without a backward glance. At the time he had dismissed it as a girl's willfulness. Only now did he understand that from that very moment she had already stepped onto a road from which there was no return. And at this moment, I stood on a high platform in Amigakure looking toward distant Konoha. A white haze veiled my crimson eyes, yet I could still see the churning clouds at the edge of the sky. Konan had come to my side at some point, her paper wings trembling slightly in the rain. The Rikage reaction is exactly what Lord Pain predicted. What do you plan to do next? I tightened my grip on the bow, and arrows at my waist, a cold smile curling at the corner of my lips. They want to lay the blame on Konoha. Then let this storm rage all the more fiercely. The phantom of Susanoo flickered behind me, its shattered space-time armor gleaming with a ghostly light. Besides, I have long ceased to be Konoha's Uchiha Yuli. From the moment I put on the Akatsuki ring, I became an avenger, a blade suspended above the heads of the guilty. The rain fell harder, and muffled thunder rumbled in the distance. I cast one last glance toward Konoha, then turned and vanished into the curtain of rain. Naruto. I'm sorry. But until the truth comes to light, until the injustice done to the Uchiha clan is washed clean, I will not stop, even if it means making an enemy of the entire world. Guttering candlelight danced over the damp stone walls of the Akatsuki headquarters. I traced my fingers across the cracked Konoha headband, the chill metal digging sharply into my palm. The Rikage's thunderous roar in the Hokage's office from 3 days ago still echoed in my ears. Naruto's red-rimmed eyes and Tsunade's knitted brow had all become pawns on the chessboard of my revenge. Are you certain about this? Conan's paper wings unfurled and hung down like curtains. Once you ignite a war between the two great villages, the entire shinobi world will be thrown into chaos. I flung my Akatsuki cloak to the ground, exposing the explosive tags hidden beneath it. Chaos is exactly what I want. The Mangekyo pattern in my crimson eyes radiated a faint heat, while the lingering aftereffects of my left eye's spacetime reversal still throbbed within my nerves. The blood debt Konoha owes the Uchiha can only be repaid with blood. When night engulfed Kumogakure, I swept through its heavily guarded barrier like a phantom. I deliberately wore the Konoha headband in a conspicuous place, letting the torches of patrolling Umbu illuminate that familiar flash of green. The lamplight of the Rakich's office bled into murky amber blotches in the downpour. I took a deep breath and drove 3 paralysis poison shuriken into the guards' throats with pinpoint accuracy. Who? The alarm and the crash of metal exploded at the same moment. I charged into the room over a floor of shattered glass, and caught a spinning around mid-turn lightning release chakra coiling around him, and splitting the air with crackling static. Konoha scum. His roar shook dust from the ceiling as his right hand condensed lethal lightning release. I dodged half a beat slower on purpose, letting the attack shave past the headband, and slice off several locks of my hair. In the instant his pupils shrank, I whipped out a scroll inscribed with Uchiha fire release incantations. The moment the flames collided with the lightning, I took the chance to press a Flying Thunder God formula onto the wall. Why? A's attacks came down like a hurricane, yet I continued to evade with effortless ease, deliberately exposing openings. Just as his lightning blade was about to pierce my heart, I abruptly activated the spatial displacement of my right eye, and reappeared behind a colonnade pillar 20 meters away. The headband cast a harsh glare in the lightning's glow. Remember, this debt is being pinned on you by Konoha. As I retreated, I deliberately left behind half a kunai marked with Konoha Umbu insignia, and carved the Uchiha clan emblem into the stone monument in Kumogakure's plaza. The downpour washed away the bloodstains, yet it could not wash away the evidence, so deliberately left behind. When I returned to the Akatsuki hideout, Conan was mending the broken wall with sheets of paper. Seeing me back safe and sound, she revealed a rare trace of concern. The Rakich's strength exceeded expectations. You shouldn't. Precisely because he is strongest, performance rings all the more true. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, a mad glee blazing in my eyes. Just wait and see. By tomorrow the entire shinobi world will know that a Konoha rogue ninja has openly tried to assassinate the Lord of Kumogakure. The next morning, Kumogakure's declaration of war swept across the 5 great nations like wildfire. Leaning against the top of a tower in Amagakure, I listened to Conan relay the latest intelligence. The Rakich had shattered the alliance scroll concluded by Konoha in front of the entire council. Killer B was leading Cloud's elite forces to seal off the border, and Konoha's Umbu had already mobilized in full force to investigate the truth. When Tsunade called an emergency meeting, Naruto was furious. Conan's paper crane came to rest on my shoulder, a hazy image surfacing across its spread wings. He insisted on investigating in person, but Shikamaru and the others held him back. My fingertips trembled as I forced down the emotions churning in my chest. The image of Naruto's smile from my memories overlapped with his furious face at this moment, and my throat ached as if bound by the chains of the 1,000-armed cannon. But soon the image of my brother Shisui lying in a pool of blood surfaced before my eyes, along with the horror of the Uchiha clan being massacred. The bounty classification has been raised again. Conan handed me a new intelligence scroll. Right now you're an S-rank rogue ninja, second only to Pain. The bounties offered by all the nations add up to more than 300 million ryo. I casually flipped through the dense stack of kill orders and let out a soft laugh. The portrait on the wanted poster was still the girl I remembered, but those crimson eyes no longer held any trace of the innocence they once had. Let them come. I gripped the scroll tightly, my nails digging deep furrows into the paper. A perfect chance to see whether my Susanoo can withstand a siege from the entire shinobi world. In the distance, war drums rumbled like muffled thunder. At the border between Kumogakure and Konoha, the gleam of chakra had already begun to flicker. I gazed at the sky being slowly stained red, recalling what the masked man had once said, When the 5 great nations are too entangled in their own troubles, Akatsuki's plan will advance without hindrance. The so-called peace was nothing more than a structure built on lies and sacrifice. Since that is the case, let me tear apart this mask of hypocrisy with my own hands, and exact justice for the Uchiha through fire and blood. Even if in the end, I have to pay with my eyes, my life, and even the boy who once promised he would wait for me to return home. In the damp stone chamber of the Akatsuki, I wrapped the medical gauze around my aching eye sockets for the 3rd time. The crimson eyes reflected in the mirror were veiled in a ghostly gray cataract, the Mangekyo-esque pattern flickering in and out beneath the wavering candlelight like a dying ember on the verge of being snuffed out. Still pushing yourself? Conan's paper crane pierced through the barrier, its outstretched wings sweeping the scattered medical scrolls off the table. Lord Payne said the next phase of the Eight Tails capture can be handed to someone else. I crushed the kunai in my grip, metal shards biting into my palm. My eyes can't afford to wait. Memories flashed back to the battle with Killer Bee. Those rampaging Susanoo arrows had drained my chakra even as they devoured my light. By now even a figure 10 meters away blurred beyond recognition, let alone the thought of weaving space-time ninjutsu. Moonlight seeped through the cracks in the dead of night as I watched the silver gleam of the Uchiha crest necklace slip between my fingers. My brother Shisui's dying words suddenly echoed in my ears. If you ever reach a dead end, go read the clan stone tablet. Back then I had taken it as a joke, now I shot to my feet as if grabbing at a lifeline. I'm going back to Konoha. In the faint light of dawn, I stuffed the red cloud hat into my pack, and Conan's paper wings instantly flooded the entire room. No! Her voice took on a rare edge of sharpness, as paper shards hardened into chains around my wrists. The rakish bounty notice is still hanging at every village gate, and the A&BU Captain Tsunade sent his sigh. Do you really think you can fool them? I seized the ice-cold chains in a backhanded grip, my Mangekyo churning through the searing pain. The stone tablet may hold a way to cure this decline of my ocular power. A burning sensation blazed through my left eye, and the force of space-time froze Conan's papers in midair. If we wait any longer, I'll become a cripple. The stalemate dragged on for a long moment, before Conan's chains scattered into whirling paper butterflies. She spread her paper wings once more, a pale blue glow illuminating the worry buried in her eyes. I'll wait for you outside the village. If there's no signal within 6 hours. She left the sentence unfinished, yet pressed an explosive tag into my palm. Under the Mangekyo's analysis, the barrier of Konoha appeared as clear as a spider's web. I hugged the base of the wall to evade the patrols, but my crimson pupils jolted with a stabbing pain as I passed Ichiraku Ramen. The shop window mirrored a familiar orange figure. Naruto was wolfing down an oversized bowl of noodles broth, still clinging to the ends of his hair. Don't get distracted. I bit the tip of my tongue and forced my gaze away, as the Flying Thunder God formula blazed at the entrance to the old estate's cellar. Beneath the rotted wooden planks, the long sealed tablet throbbed, with an eerie cyan radiance, dark gold pattern streaming through the Uchiha crest atop the steel. In its ordinary state, the ancient script on the tablet writhed like garbled code, yet, when I activated my Mangekyo, with trembling focus, the symbols twisted and reassembled as if they were living things. When the first line of small characters seared into my pupils, I staggered and clutched the tablet. The evolution of the Sharingan begins with the death of one's kin. How could this be? Cold sweat traced a path down my spine. The truth inscribed upon the tablet was far crueler than the masked man had ever revealed. From a single tomo to the Mangekyo, every step of evolution demanded the life of a beloved one as sacrifice. And the key to the eternal Mangekyo was none other than transplanting the eyes of one's blood kin. My surging chakra rampaged beyond all restraint as the skeletal wraith of Susanoo burst forth from the earth. The tablet's words, "The Rinnegan is the ultimate form of the Sharingan," suddenly brought to mind the 6-pointed star upon Nagato's brow. As my fingertips traced the carved message, "Gather the 7 eyes of Madara, and you may summon the 10 tails," the entire cellar trembled violently. So from the very beginning, we were all pawns. Tears mixed with blood crashed against the stone tablet. The eyes that my brother Shisui would rather die to protect the power for which the entire Uchiha clan had been sacrificed. They were merely chips in a chess game unfolding on a far higher plane. Memories surged in like a flood. The secret Danzo orders. The masked man had revealed Itachi's last apology, the mad flame of vengeance blazing in Sasuke's eyes. At last these fragments assembled into a complete portrait of conspiracy. And I too had become a gear driving this tragedy forward from the very moment I joined the Akatsuki. Yuli. Conan's anxious voice came down from the surface. The ANBU sensory barrier has been activated. I tore a strip from my sleeve and wound it around the crucial passage of the tablet. As the spaceship seal in my right, I flared to life. In the last glance I stole before leaving the blood-red characters at the very foot of the steel surface beneath my Mangekyo. Only one who betrays destiny may rewrite cause and effect. The sound of Konoha ANBU tearing through the air rushed down from above, and I activated the Flying Thunder God without an instant of hesitation. In the moment of my vanishing, I seemed to see Naruto standing before the ruins of the old estate clutching a childhood photograph of the two of us in his hand. And the ashen film shrouding my crimson pupil, shaken by the shock of this truth, had miraculously receded by a measure. Perhaps this was fate's hint. To break free of the Sharingan's curse, I would have to overturn the very rules that govern the entire ninja world. When Conan's paper crane caught me, as I crashed down in disarray, I tightened my grip on the scroll concealing the tablet's inscription, and curled the corner of my mouth into a cold smile. It was time for me to write a new script for this manipulated game of revenge. The damp night wind swept in carrying the unique fragrance of Konoha's trees and grasses, yet the scent stung deep inside my nose. Conan's paper wings rustled softly behind me, as she murmured, the ANBU sensory barrier has already contracted to within 50 meters. Before the words died away, more than a dozen dark silhouettes swooped down from among the treetops. The orange figure at their lead made my pupils contract sharply. Naruto skidded to a halt, gasping for air, his bangs plastered with sweat. He stared at the Akatsuki kunai at my waist, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Shaoli. It's really you. ANBU Captain Sai raised his drawing scroll, chakra swirling at the tip of his brush. Missing Nin Uchiha Yuli, you are suspected of undermining the peace between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha. Stand down. Naruto suddenly raised his hand to stop Sai, and walked toward me step by step. His orange jacket shimmered with warm light in the moonlight, yet it scorched my eyes until they ached. Memories abruptly flashed back to countless mornings spent side by side. Him retrieving the maple leaf hair ornament the wind had carried away, us sharing the last skewer of tricolored dango, and that farewell kiss laced with tears. Come back with me. His voice trembled. Granny Tsunade will think of something. We can explain everything. I stepped back half a pace, crushing a dead leaf. Conan silently pressed the paper crane, hiding the stone tablet rubbing into my palm. Her paper wings were already poised to spring. It's gone. Everything is gone. My voice came out hoarse, as if I had swallowed broken glass. The emotions churning in my crimson eyes nearly burst past my vision. Do you know what is written on the Uchiha stone tablet? Our clan has been pawns of the Konoha leadership from beginning to end. My brother's death. Sobs cut my words short, and I bit down hard on my lower lip. The hand Naruto had extended stopped midair. The moonlight stretched a shadow long, almost touching my trembling fingertips. I longed to throw myself into that familiar embrace, to rub my tears into his shoulder like I had as a child, but the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki pressed against my chest, making it ache dully. Right now, all I want is to destroy Konoha and avenge my brother. Tears splashed onto the missing Nin scratch on my forehead protector, gleaming eerily in the moonlight. All the color drained from Naruto's face, as if he had been struck hard in the chest. He opened his mouth, but only ragged breaths escaped. Sai abruptly formed hand signs. Don't be fooled by her. She is. Shut up. Naruto's roar startled the night owls from the treetops. The Ninetales chakra around him flickered faintly. When he looked at me again, there was not only pain in his eyes, but also a stubborn glimmer of hope. I don't believe it. You are not that kind of person. We've been through so much together. I pointed at the glaring scratch on my forehead protector, smiling through tears. See this? From the moment they took my brother's eyes, I ceased to be Konoha's Uchiha Yuli. One day, we will meet again on the battlefield. As I turned, Naruto's frantic footsteps suddenly closed in from behind. I instinctively tried to activate my space displacement technique, but my body froze. His warm palm gently came to rest on my shoulder, carrying that familiar warmth. "Tell me what I should do." His voice was close to my ear. "Even if it means standing against the entire world." I wrenched myself free from his hand, and stumbled back into the wall of paper Conan had unfolded. A sickly sweet taste of blood surged in my throat, the stabbing pain of the Mangekyo, and the twisting ache in my heart mingling together. As I drew near Naruto, the faint scent of ramen lingered at the tip of my nose. I looked at his slightly parted lips, and thought of the kiss I had imagined countless times, but in the end, I only raised a trembling hand, and gently wiped the tear from the corner of his eye. "Forgive me," I whispered, my voice so soft it seemed afraid of waking this dream. Conan's paper wings wrapped around me in an instant. In the moment I vanished, I heard Naruto's heartrending cry, like a dull blade gouging at my heart. By the time I returned to the Akatsuki hideout, it had started raining without my knowing when. I collapsed onto the damp floor, letting rainwater drip from the brim of my straw hat. Conan silently folded her paper wings, and offered me a warm towel, but I brushed it away. The stone tablet rubbing slipped from my clothes. The cruel words of truth bled outward in the rain, yet none of it could compare to the chill spreading through my heart. Was it worth it? Conan's voice sounded unusually clear in the rain. She knelt beside me, and her paper petals gently brushed the rainwater from my face. To give up that person, really? Stop it. I covered my ears and curled up. Naruto's face, and my brother Shisui's smile kept alternating through my mind. The phantom of Susanoo surfaced uncontrollably, its shattered space-time armor glinting in the rain, yet it could not bring even the slightest warmth. Thunder burst outside the window, illuminating the list of Akatsuki members on the wall. Next to my name, the bounty had climbed by several more digits. Rain and tears slid together into the corner of my mouth, so salty and bitter that it turned my stomach. Perhaps from the moment I touched the stone tablet, I was destined to keep walking in the darkness, even if the end of this road means standing against the whole world, and losing forever the boy who was willing to defy everything for me. Bioluminescent blue algae hung from the vaulted ceiling of the Akatsuki base, and I stared at the tailed beast scroll at the center of the conference table. The fiery red markings of the nine-tailed fox stung my eyes. Pain's Rinnegan shifted in the shadows, and Yahiko's voice carried an undeniable pressure. "Yuli, explain your repeated obstruction of the Nine-Tails plan. Too dangerous." I slammed my teacup onto the table, splashing tea across the scroll written with sealing formulas. "Wasn't the rampage of Susanoo during the Eight-Tails capture lesson enough? A Nine-Tails chakra rampage would suffice to destroy half of Amagakure." Toby suddenly popped out from the corner, letting out an exaggerated cackle beneath his orange mask. "Oh dear, little Yuli, could it be that you're reluctant to part with that dead last kid from Konoha?" My pupils abruptly contracted, my Sharingan spinning rapidly in excruciating pain. Susanoo's phantom form burst out of the ground, its fractured spatial armor enveloping Toby's silhouette in an overwhelming aura. "Say that again if you dare." My voice was as cold as if dipped in venom. "Enough." Conan's paper wings unfolded to separate us. Her gaze toward Pain was laced with concern. "Although Toby's words were harsh, the Nine-Tails is indeed the key to the plan. Now there remains only the last tailed beast. If we delay any further—" Kisame wiped Samahata, his shark-like teeth glinting coldly. "I approve of the capture. Lord Pain has said that only by gathering all the tailed beasts can the Moon's Eye plan be initiated." The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense and combative. I recalled the steel records concerning the Ten-Tails resurrection. Those words seared my retinas like branding irons. When Toby spoke again, I nearly squeezed my answer out through clenched teeth. "Give me 3 months. I need to perfect the space-time sealing technique to ensure the Nine-Tails extraction goes off without a hitch." Pain was silent for a long while, an eerie red glow surging in his Rinnegan. 1 month. If there is no progress by then, the organization will take compulsory action." After the meeting disbanded, Conan's paper crane caught up to me. "You're lying. Since you returned from Konoha, your attitude toward the Nine-Tails has been—" Her voice came through the paper. I crushed the paper crane, and the fragments turned into fine drizzle as they fell. At the far end of the corridor, Toby was murmuring to Zetsu by the wall. His eerie posture sent chills down my spine. The masked man knew about my relationship with Naruto. What scheme was he brewing by tacitly permitting my stalling? Late at night on the training ground, I repeatedly practiced space-time ninjutsu. The time-reversing power in my left eye could barely be sustained beyond 10 seconds, and every activation came with splitting headaches. Under my command, Susanoo split into countless arrows of light only to dissipate the instant they touched the training dummy. Such power was utterly insufficient to confront the entire Akatsuki. Lost in thought, Conan's voice came from behind me. The paper she unfolded turned into a bench, moonlight streaming through the gaps of her paper wings onto her pale face. I remember you once said that revenge mattered more than anything. I clenched my trembling hands, my nails digging deep into my palms. There are things more worthy of guarding than revenge. Memories flashed back to my reunion with Naruto, the warmth of his embrace and those words. I'll wait for you to come back. Yet at this moment those images were like blades, each recollection carving painfully into my heart. Conan thoughtfully twisted the Akatsuki ring on her finger. Lord Pain has begun to suspect. Toby has recently been reporting to Madara frequently in Zetsu. Her voice abruptly stopped and the paper scattered like startled birds. I spun around sharply only to see half of Zetsu's body emerge from the ground, a sinister smile hanging on his purple and black face. Talking about something interesting. Need my help? Scram! My hand seals moved like lightning, the great fireball technique instantly engulfing Zetsu's figure. Yet those bizarre spores split and recombined within the flames, transforming into countless tiny faces making mocking expressions at me. Over the next 27 days, I shuttled frantically between the laboratory and the training ground. Conan quietly helped me gather rare ninja tools, while Kisame occasionally tossed me a few water-released secret scrolls. That seemingly cold-blooded man was perhaps also stalling in his own way. Meanwhile, Toby's surveillance grew increasingly blatant, his orange mask often flashing around corners. With 3 days left on the countdown, Pain suddenly appeared in my laboratory. His Rinnegan swept across the ceiling, formation diagrams covering the walls, and he raised his hand to summon the animal path. Demonstrate what you've achieved. I took a deep breath, my Mangekyo spinning in pain. The power of space-time twisted into a vortex, drawing the talismans that simulated tailed beast chakra into another dimension. But just as the ceiling was about to complete, a tearing pain shot through my left eye. The spatial vortex collapsed thunderously, and the talismans turned to ashes, scattering in the wind. This is what you achieved. Pain's voice was cold as iron. The animal path had already summoned a summoning beast. It seems the organization cannot wait any longer. At that critical moment, Conan's papers suddenly swept through the entire laboratory. She shielded me behind her, her pale blue paper wings groaning under the Rinnegan's oppressive pressure. Give her one more day. I can help perfect the sealing technique. Pain stared at us for a long time, before finally withdrawing the summoning beast. Tomorrow at dusk we must depart. After he left, Conan's paper wings collapsed weakly all around. Looking at the blood and tears seeping from my palms, I finally understood that this stalling game had come to an end. Either find a solution that satisfies both sides before tomorrow, or personally stand against the entire Akatsuki. Outside the window the rain grew heavier. In the rumbling thunder, I seemed to hear Naruto calling my name from Konoha, a voice that pierced through time and space yet could never touch my blood-stained hands. The rain in the rain-hidden village always fell with lingering persistence. I stepped through puddles aimlessly, the red clouds on my Akatsuki cloak deepening to a dark crimson in the humid air. Since refusing to execute the Ninetales capture mission, Pain's pressure and Toby's surveillance had become invisible shackles suffocating me. Only this fleeting moment of leisure allowed my tightly strung nerves to ease. Splash! A sharp crack echoed overhead as a branch snapped. I instinctively leaped backward only to see a massive silver-grayed bird crash through the treetops, its enormous wings stirring a powerful gust that overturned the nest in the canopy. 3 blue-gray eggs spiraled downward, and one cracked open mid-air with web-like fissures. Oh no! Forgetting the sting in my Sharingan, I activated my space-time displacement jutsu, appearing beneath the egg's trajectory. Warm shell fragments tumbled into my palm as a damp chick peeked out. Its fluffy down was slick with egg residue, yet its amber eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. Clumsy fool! A childish voice exploded in my mind, making me nearly drop it in shock. The chick shook its still sparse wings, and glared at me with its head tilted. If you hadn't suddenly appeared below, my hatching ceremony wouldn't have been such a disaster. I blinked my sore eyes, certain this was no genjutsu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I had signed many summoning contracts, but this was my first encounter with a talking summon. Perhaps you built your nest on such a frail branch that it fell. I raised an eyebrow, my fingertip gently prodding its fluffy belly. The chick hopped away indignantly, nearly toppling over. Enough. I am a descendant of the noble snow-feather eagles. I have no need for. It suddenly froze, its amber eyes fixed on the Akatsuki kunai at my waist. A rogue ninja's sympathy. Those words struck the wound I had buried deep within. Dropping my playful demeanor, the Mangekyo patterns in my crimson eyes grew warm. It seems you know quite a bit. The chick retreated half a step under my aura, but still held its chin high. The entire ninja world is hunting you. Our Eagle Clan's intelligence network has heard everything. It suddenly leaned close, its beak nearly touching my face. But your eyes, are they bleeding? I turned my head away, wiping the blood leaking from the corners of my eyes. Frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan had severely weakened my vision. Even the chick before me appeared double. None of your concern. I turned to leave, but heard a fluttering sound behind me. Wait! The chick stumbled onto my shoulder, its claws tightly gripping the fabric of my Akatsuki cloak. You carry a strange scent. It sniffed hard, its down puffing into a fluffy sphere. Not chakra. It's the scent of loneliness. I froze. Since joining the Akatsuki, betraying Konoha, and severing ties with Naruto, I had sealed myself within a shell of vengeance, long forgetting what it felt like to be seen through. The chick nuzzled my ear with its head, its voice softening. And you caught me. You barely count as having a conscience. Then do you intend to repay me? I curled my lips into a smile, deliberately adopting a teasing tone. Perhaps. By becoming my summon. Are you mad? The chick nearly toppled from my shoulder. I will become the leader of my Eagle Clan. I would never sign a contract with a rogue ninja. For the next 3 days, I sought it out during training breaks with fresh jerky. Though the chick remained sharp-tongued, it tilted its head to watch intently whenever I performed space-time ninjutsu, occasionally remarking, "Your Susanoo form is quite ugly, nowhere near as graceful as our eagle wings." On my 5th visit with a revised summoning scroll, the chick was preening on a broken branch. The sunset gilded its silver-white down, reminding me of my brother Shisui's hair. My name is Hagoromo. I unfurled the scroll and bit my fingertip. Uchiha Hagoromo. The chick's amber eyes reflected the crimson sealing runes, then it suddenly asked without warning, "Do you truly intend to destroy Konoha?" The question stole my breath. Memories flashed before my eyes. Naruto's smile, the warm streets of Konoha, and the slaughter of the Uchiha clan. I do not know, I whispered. But there are things I must seek justice for. After a long silence, the chick flapped its wings and landed on the scroll, its tender claws leaving small crimson prints. I suppose I have no choice. It lifted its head, though its gaze wavered. Consider it repayment for saving my life, not because I pity you. The moment the contract was sealed, a surge of warmth flowed through my arm into my heart. The chick let out a clear cry, its body swelling threefold in an instant, its silver wingspan stretching the length of 2 men. It dove before me and gently nuzzled my cheek with its beak. From today forward, call me Shisui. Remember, I took you and not the other way around. I smiled and leaped onto its back, feeling the long-lost freedom of the wind. Shisui beat its wings toward the clouds, the buildings of the rain-hidden village shrinking into distant black specks below. Perhaps on this path of solitary revenge, I was destined to walk. This chatty little eagle would become my sole light. As the air raid sirens of the hidden rain village tore through the sky, I was crouching in the training grounds, grooming Little Snow's feathers. A ripple from the summoning contract made me shudder. Little Snow suddenly spread her wings and launched skyward, her silver-white wings sweeping dead leaves off the ground. It's pain! My Mangekyo throbbed with a sharp ache as space-time power churned wildly in my pupils. The chakra of the 6 paths of pain surged like 6 pent-up volcanoes thundering toward the leaf. Damn it! I kicked over the training post beside me. He went around me and acted on his own. Should we go stop them? Little Snow swooped down in front of me, her amber eyes reflecting my anxious expression. I clenched the bow at my waist, my nails digging deep into my palms. Beneath my Akatsuki cloak, my skin still bore the burns from the last time I had used Susanoo, but Naruto's safety allowed no room for the slightest hesitation. By the time Little Snow and I reached the outskirts of the leaf, towering flames had already dyed half the sky crimson. The animal path's summoned beasts were rampaging through the streets, while the Azura path's giant missiles blasted houses into powder. The human path's iron claws pierced the chest of an Umbu ninja. The Preta path greedily absorbed the chakra of those who resisted. The Naraka path's Yama statue opened its gaping maw and wrenched the souls from the wounded. Stop! I knocked an arrow and shot at the Azura path, which was destroying the hospital. The space-time arrow grazed its mechanical arm and blasted a deep crater into the ground. The animal path whirled around and let out a piercing shriek, sending dozens of summoned beasts lunging at me. Little Snow gave a clear ringing cry, her silver wings stirring a hurricane that flung them away, while my left eye had already begun bleeding uncontrollably. Uchiha Yuli! How dare you obstruct the organization's plans? The Naraka path's voice seemed to rise from the very abyss. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, the phantom of Susanoo flickering behind me. You promised me time. Time is up. Tendo Pain hovered high in the sky, his rinnegan flickering with cold violet light. He looked down at the panicked villagers below, Yahiko's voice heavy with godly authority. Shinobi of the Leaf, hand over the Ninetales Jinchuriki or else. Tsunade stood at the foot of the Hokage, rocked, the strength of 100 technique glowing green around her. Don't even think about it. Even if I have to shed my last drop of blood, the leaf will never yield. Before her words died away, Tendo slowly spread his arms, and a terrifying repulsive force erupted from his center. Shinra Tensei! Amid the shrieking of air torn apart, I saw the leaf's buildings ripped away like sheets of paper. The barrier Tsunade had raised shattered with a roar under the sheer force, and the third Hokage's stone statue snapped in two. Little Snow shielded me beneath her wing, but the shockwaves still made my eardrums throb and blood trickle from my lips. As the dust gradually settled, the once prosperous Leaf Village lay in ruins. Survivors wept and screamed among the rubble, the reek of burning mixed with the smell of blood stinging my nostrils. Tendo's voice rang out again. This is the price of defying a god. Ninetales Jinchuriki, if you do not show yourself now, the next strike will erase this place completely. Just then a familiar chakra bloomed, like the first light of dawn, breaking through the sky. The three great toads of Mount Myaboku, Gamabunta Gamaken and Gamahiro, burst forth from the water. Naruto stood atop Gamabunta's head, wreathed in golden sage mode chakra. His eyes turned into toad pupils, mysterious markings surfaced on his face, and his cloak fluttered noisily behind him. Pain! Naruto's roar made the very earth tremble. What have you done to my village, to my comrades? His voice carried an unprecedented fury, and the tail beast chakra still churned dangerously beneath the suppression of sage mode. Tendo narrowed his Rinnegan eyes. Ninetales Jinchuriki, you've finally shown yourself. He raised his hand, a repulsive force gathering once more. Surrender and perhaps I'll let you die whole. Naruto did not answer. Instead, he formed the unique hand signs of Mount Myaboku. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima appeared on his shoulders, and Senjutsu chakra transformed into golden chains, making his silhouette look like a war god descending to the mortal world. I will make you know, he said, his gaze cold and resolute, the price of hurting those dearest to me. I watched the two facing each other in the ruins, tears flowing beyond my control. The spacetime power in my left eye and the spatial displacement in my right eye swirled violently. Susanoo fully manifested, its shattered armor glinting blood red under the setting sun. No matter how this battle ends, I know some things have changed forever, and I must make my choice. Little Snow sensed my faltering and gently brushed my cheek with her wing. What do you plan to do? I gripped my bow tighter, Naruto's unyielding back reflected in my crimson eyes. I will protect him. Even if it means making an enemy of the whole world, even if My throat tightened and no words could come out, but the answer in my heart had never been so clear. The battle between the 6 paths of pain and Naruto in Sage Mode was about to erupt. As for me, Uchiha Yuli, I stood at the crossroads of fate ready to gamble everything for the boy who had illuminated my life. The howling gale tore at my clothes. As I lay low on Xiaoshua's fluffy back, my fingers clenched tightly around the white feathers at its neck. Below us the ruins of Konoha village spread out, like a tattered rag torn by the claws of some giant beast. Amid the devastation, the golden figure was swaying on the verge of collapse. Naruto knelt on one knee atop the broken remains of Hokage Rock. The Nine-Tails chakra cloak around him had already faded to a dim glow, and blood kept dripping from the fingers clenched around his kunai. Now! I patted Xiaoshua's neck. The snow-white summoning beast let out a clear ringing cry, folded its wings, and shot across the sky like a silver meteor. The crimson war fan at my waist gave a faint hum, as if it too were eager for the coming battle. Boom! Xiaoshua's massive body crashed down beside Naruto, kicking up a cloud of dust. I leaped down lightly, and walked over to his side through the flying rubble. Naruto looked up at me. Those eyes, always as bright as the sun, were now bloodshot, yet they still curved into the familiar crescent shape. Shaoli, you really came after all. How could this young lady just watch you use Hokage Rock as a bed? I lifted my chin and tossed my wind-tangled chestnut hair with feigned ease, while my peripheral vision warily swept toward the Deva Path pain hovering in the air across from us. The Renegade glowed with an eerie purple light, and the body beneath the black robe emanated a suffocating pressure. Before the words faded, Pain's right hand had already begun to rise. Not good. My pupil shrank. I grabbed Naruto and yanked him backward. A black beam grazed the tip of my nose and blasted a deep crater into the broken wall behind us. Naruto let out a hoarse roar, and the remaining chakra around him erupted as he shot toward Pain like a golden lightning bolt. I gritted my teeth. Swordplay and taijutsu were my weaknesses, but I absolutely could not back down now. I drew the kunai from my waist, forced my spirit up, and charged forward behind him. The kunai clashed against Pain's black rod, sending dazzling sparks flying. I felt a tremendous force travel up my arm, and was nearly set flying. Naruto seized the opportunity to press in, with a flying kick aimed straight at Pain's face, only to be casually repelled by an almighty push. This can't go on like this. I staggered to steady myself, fine beads of sweat forming at my temples. Pain's Renegade suddenly whirled violently. The black orb in his palm began to spin madly, and a terrifying gravitational force drew every scrap of rubble and steel around us into it. Planetary devastation. Naruto, watch out! I shouted, but the golden figure was already being pulled into the air. A colossal sphere slowly took shape in the sky. Naruto was trapped at the center of the pull, his chakra churning wildly around him, as he struggled to break free. I could hesitate no longer. The power inherited by my clan seethed through my chakra pathways. Pink skeletal bones burst outward, and crimson armor covered my entire body. Susanu's third form engulfed the battlefield. I raised my arm, and a colossal bow and arrow took shape in the void. Hiya! I drew the bowstring. The arrow, wrapped in overwhelming chakra, shot toward the sphere. Amid the roaring explosion, the massive rock shattered piece by piece. Naruto tumbled down helplessly, but just before he hit the ground, I caught him steadily with Susanu's arm. Thanks, Shaoli. He wiped the blood and grime from his face, but his eyes were startlingly bright. Nine-Tails chakra surged wildly around him, 6 tails burst from his body, and a golden-tailed beast ball condensed in his palm. I took a deep breath, feeling the surging chakra within me. Susanu's form shifted once more. The crimson armor became even more solid, and the enormous bow and arrow grew greater in turn. 2 forces capable of destroying heaven and earth converged at the center of the battlefield. For the first time, a crack appeared in Deva Path Pain's expression. Together now. We both roared. The tail beast ball raising again blazed like a golden sun, and Susanu's arrow drawn from its great bow was like a crimson bolt of lightning. The instant the 2 forces collided, the whole world seemed to tremble. In the blinding light, I saw Pain's stunned expression, saw the planetary devastation behind him collapse completely, and saw Naruto's unwavering gaze. A colossal shockwave hurled me backward, and Susanoo dispersed amid the violent tremor. I crashed hard onto the ground, darkness surging before my eyes. Through a daze, a warm embrace lifted me up. The familiar scent of sunshine mingled with the smell of blood rushed over me. "Shaoli, are you all right?" Naruto's anxious voice rang by my ear. He carefully wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. "Stay with me. You're the pride of Konoha, the genius of the Uchiha clan." I forced a weak smile. Idiot. This young lady hasn't fallen so easily yet. Before I could finish, my vision went black, and I lost consciousness. When I woke again, the smell of disinfectant washed over me. I blinked my sore eyes, and found myself lying in a hospital bed at Konoha Hospital. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting long shadows beside the bed. Naruto was sprawled at the edge of the bed, a little drool at the corner of his mouth making soft snoring sounds. I couldn't help but laugh, then reached out and poked his cheek. Naruto jolted awake, and in his fluster knocked over the water glass on the nightstand. "Yuli, you're awake." I deliberately put on a stern face. "So you finally remembered to worry about me. If this young lady hadn't arrived in time, that pain would have." Naruto scratched his head, his ears burning red. "Next time you're not allowed to risk yourself like that." I'd worry. My heart gave a flutter, and my cheeks grew hot too. Outside the window, the cherry blossom tree swayed gently in the breeze, and petals drifted onto the boy's reddened ear tips. Perhaps on the road to protecting Konoha, we had already become each other's strongest support long ago. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms. As I groggily opened my eyes, the moon hung at its highest point beyond the window. Naruto rested his head at an angle against the bedside, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows, beneath them a trace of half-dry drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. My fingers moved of their own accord, reaching out to poke his cheek, but the moment I raised my arm, the wound tugged at it, and I sucked in a sharp breath. The noise startled Naruto awake. He looked up suddenly, knocking over the water glass on the table. "Shaoli, you're awake!" I turned my face away, and pulled the blanket up to the tip of my nose with my uninjured hand. "So clumsy! You should have seen this coming if you wanted to be Hokage. You've been unconscious all afternoon." He fumbled to wipe up the spilled water, his ears burning red like ripe tomatoes. "Lady Tsunade said you forced the Susanoo too many times. Your chakra reserves were completely drained." "Shut up!" I glared at him, though warmth crept through my chest anyway. Moonlight cascaded through his messy hair, softening the sharp angles of his face into a gentle glow. Thinking back to that golden figure who had thrown themselves in front of me before I lost consciousness, my throat tightened. "Who told you to stay all night?" I was just passing by." He scratched the back of his head and stood the chair, scraping harshly against the floor. "Since you're awake, I'll go get Sakura and the others." The moment he turned, I reached out instinctively and caught the hem of his clothes. My fingertips brushed against the taut muscles beneath his fabric, and I immediately realized how awkward the gesture had been, hastily letting go. "It's dark outside. If you fall and hurt yourself, don't expect me to help you up." Naruto froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. He sat back down on the chair and ruffled my hair with his hand. All right, Miss Uchiha." When dawn broke, Sakura came charging into the ward like a whirlwind, with Ino trailing behind carrying breakfast. I bit my spoon and stole glances at Naruto, who was leaning by the window chatting with Shikamaru, his features sharply outlined in the golden morning light. "Shaoli, open up." Ino suddenly leaned and closed a rice ball on her fork, nearly poking my nose. I instinctively turned my head, catching sight of Naruto turning around in my periphery. Acting on impulse, I grabbed his wrist. "But I want Naruto to feed me." The ward fell deathly silent. Sakura's face flushed bright red. Ino nearly dropped her bowl, and Naruto froze where he stood, his ear tips burning hot. I pretended nothing had happened, twirling a strand of hair around my finger. "What? You don't want to? Fine, I won't eat then. I'll feed you." He closed the distance in 3 quick strides, taking the tray from Ino's hands. As he brought the warm rice ball to my lips, I leaned in deliberately to bite down, letting my tongue brush against his fingertips. Naruto jerked his hand back as if burned his earlobes crimson. I bit back a laugh and turned my face away. It's scalding. Are you trying to murder me? Recovery dragged on endlessly. After Lady Tsunade examined me, she tapped her medical folder and warned. No Susanoo for 3 months. Break that rule and you're on house arrest. I stuck my tongue out and agreed, but caught Naruto sneaking a relieved breath from the corner of my eye. On discharge day, he scratched his head and mentioned they cleared out a guest room for me. Convenient, since we all lived on the same street anyway. I nearly tripped over discarded instant noodle boxes when I stepped inside with my pillow. While Naruto scrambled to clean up, I plopped onto the sofa cross-legged. From now on, this place is under my jurisdiction. Morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains as I stood at the stove in a pink apron frying eggs. Naruto shuffled out of his room, eyes heavy with sleep, his hair sticking up like a startled cat's. I slammed the fried egg into his bowl. Stupid! Look, you distracted me and I burned it. Don't come near the kitchen anymore. You were the one who confused salt for sugar last time. He muttered under his breath, but obediently started eating his rice. Watching him shovel food into his mouth, I suddenly remembered his exhausted but resolute gaze during battle, and my cheeks warmed without my consent. I set my bowl down heavily on the table. Eat slower, nobody's fighting you for it. That evening, after washing the dishes, I leaned against the sofa flipping through manga while Naruto studied a new technique nearby. Moonlight traced the focused lines of his face, and I deliberately yawned. So sleepy. Let me sleep in your room. Huh? But? Let me sleep there if I'm asking. I threw a cushion at him. You wouldn't expect me to sleep on the floor, would you? He scratched his head and got up, still carrying that fresh scent from his bath. When he returned with bedding to the living room, I dove onto the bed and buried my face in the pillow that still held his warmth, my heart pounding so fast it felt like it might break through my ribs. During weekend cleaning, I was standing on my toes wiping high windows when someone steadied me from behind. Naruto reached out and took the cloth from my hand. Be careful, don't fall. His warm breath brushed against my ear, and I froze, swatting his hand away. Mind your own business. I can. The words caught in my throat as the stool beneath me suddenly slipped. The anticipated impact never came. Instead, I landed against a chest that smelled like sunshine. Naruto held me tight, his nose nearly touching mine. You're always so stubborn. None of your business. I tried to pull away, but his grip only tightened. For a moment, the air seemed to solidify between us. The fire burning in his gaze was fiercer than the Ninetales chakra, and my heart hammered against my ribs like it wanted to escape. Shall we actually? Shut up. I covered his mouth with my hands in panic, but my lips accidentally brushed against his soft ones. His stunned expression only made me more flustered, so I buried my face in his chest instead. Don't talk or I'm docking your next month's allowance. His chest vibrated with deep laughter. His arms wrapped around me with impossible gentleness, as if he never wanted to let go. Moonlight crept across the windowsill, casting a soft blush over our intertwined silhouettes. Perhaps more precious than the fierce battles we fought side by side was this clumsy yet tender everyday moment, the bond that mattered most. After all, even someone as proud as me would gladly lower every guard when it came to him. Morning sunlight filtered through the gauze curtains of the hospital room, scattering dappled flecks of light over the snow-white sheets. I groped for the mirror on the bedside table, my fingertips tracing the faint bluish shadows beneath my eyes in the glass. In just half a month my vision had deteriorated so alarmingly that every object seemed shrouded in a thin mist. Even the gold of Naruto's hair had become blurred. Lady Tsunade wants us in the conference room. The familiar voice came from outside the door, taut with suppressed anxiety. I hastily hid the mirror under my pillow, and when I tied my hair into twin tails the strands slipped through my fingers twice. A grave atmosphere hung over the conference room. Tsunade held the examination report in her hand, her brows twisted into a knot. The side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan are accelerating. At the current pace. Her voice trailed off, but I heard Naruto clearly draw in a sharp breath. I lowered my eyes to my interlaced fingers, the tips of my long black hair brushing against my wrist. I should have realized it long ago. Back then, when I forcibly unleashed the third form of Susanoo to save Naruto, that searing burning sensation stabbing into my eyeballs. Wasn't it just my eyes warning me? My brother's eyes. I spoke suddenly, the words cutting clearly through the silence of the room. Everyone's gaze converged on me at once. I took a deep breath, and when on the stone tablet says that fusing the Mangekyo Sharingan of a direct blood relative can awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No! Naruto shot to his feet, the chair scraping harshly across the floor. The surgery is too risky. What if? Is there another way? I raised my head to look at him, his golden figure swaying gently before my eyes. Do you want to watch me go blind? He opened his mouth, then sank back into the chair in defeat. Tsunade was silent for a moment, tapping her fingertips against the desk. Theoretically it's possible. But there is too little documentation on the Uchiha clan. Still, this is indeed the only hope we have right now. On the day of the operation, a fine rain was falling over Konoha. I lay on the cold operating table, aware of the sharp smell of disinfectant and the low hum of instruments. Naruto gripped my hand tightly, his knuckles white. Shaoli, don't be afraid. I'll be right outside. So noisy. I tried to smile at him, but the anesthetic's haze swallowed me whole. Just before my consciousness dissolved, the last image in my eyes was his red-rimmed gaze and stubborn expression. When I woke again, the world had plunged into absolute darkness. Bandages swayed my eyes, rough and heavy. I fumbled to sit up, but the sound of hurried footsteps came from the bedside. Shaoli. You're awake. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Naruto. I stretched out my hand, and he caught it at once. The warmth of his palm drove away some of my unease. I'm hungry. The following month felt like a dream stretched thin. I could not see yet. I could always hear Naruto's footsteps. He never left my side day or night. At dawn, he would carefully blow on the porridge to cool it before feeding me. At noon, he would read me the latest ninja intelligence. Late at night, as he dozed by the bed, an occasional light snore slipped out. Lady Tsunade said today that the bandages can be removed in 3 more days. His voice was brimming with barely concealed joy as his fingertips softly brushed through my hair. I tilted my head onto his shoulder, catching the faint fragrance of sunlight mixed with medicine on him. Your hair has grown long, he murmured. When you can see again, I'll tie it into twin tails for you, okay? You're all thumbs. You're bound to pull it and hurt me. I deliberately huffed, yet secretly burrowed deeper into his arms. In the darkness, his heartbeat was clear and powerful, pounding like a drum against my ears. On the day the bandages came off, sunlight streamed through the window. Tsunade's hand hovered right before my eyes. Ready? I took a deep breath and felt the bandages being slowly peeled away. First came a blazing white, and then color flooded in like a rising tide. I saw Tsunade's tightly knitted brows, Sakura's reddened eyes, and at last I fell into a pair of golden eyes brimming with stars. Naruto stood in the sunlight, tiny dust motes clinging to his eyelashes, the corners of his lips lifted into that dazzling familiar smile. His hair was a little longer than before, the ends slightly curling, and I could even see clearly that the second button at his collar was askew by half. Shaoli. He reached out cautiously, his hand pausing an inch from my cheek. Can you see? I threw myself into his arms, tears streamed down without warning. The pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan swirled across my retinas, tracing his form with breathtaking clarity. So this was what seeing felt like, 1,000 times more wonderful than I had ever imagined. Idiot, why are you crying? He patted my back in a fluster, but his voice was choked. If you scare me like that again, I'll cook you awful meals every single day. I laughed through my tears. When I looked up, I saw the aching tenderness and joy surging in his eyes. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals were scattered by the wind, and one happened to land in his hair. I stood on my tiptoes and reached out to remove it, but he caught my hand in his. From now on, no more taking risks. His forehead rested against mine, our breath intertwined. Even if you go blind, I'll hold your hand and walk you through every corner of Konoha. My cheeks burned, yet I pinched his face back. Who needs you to hold my hand? I'm a ninjutsu genius. Even with my eyes closed, I can still beat you to a pulp. He laughed and ruffled my hair. Sunlight filtered through his fingers, scattering tiny specks of light over our overlapping shadows. The power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flowed through my body. At this moment, I finally understood. So-called eternal light was never something the eyes could bestow. Rather, it is what I see when I look at him. The most dazzling light in the entire world reflected in those eyes brimming with love. Konoha's summer nights were always thick with the sweltering drone of cicadas. I curled up on the tatami mat in Naruto's room, staring at the swaying moonlight overhead. His futon carried a faint scent of sunlight mingled with a barely perceptible hint of ramen. Steady breathing came from beside me. Naruto's sleeping face was edged with a silver lining of moonlight, and his lashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes. "What an idiot, still sleeping with his mouth open," I muttered, reaching over to close it, but my fingertip accidentally brushed the seal on his abdomen. A familiar pulling force suddenly struck. Before I could even gasp, I was swallowed into chaos. When I opened my eyes again, black mist churned all around me, and the roars of the Ninetales pierced my eardrums. Panicked, I saw a golden figure burst from the mist. Naruto, wreathed in chakra, froze when he saw me. "Yuli! How could you? It's all because you don't sleep properly." I stamped my foot in exasperation, but when I met his worried gaze, my heart skipped a beat. "Who would fall into a godforsaken place like this with you?" He smiled and rubbed his head about to speak when the surrounding mist suddenly surged violently. The Ninetales' roars stopped abruptly, replaced by warm and gentle radiance. The moment the mist scattered, I saw two figures standing side by side. A golden-haired, blue-eyed man in the fourth Hokage's cloak, his gentle smile exactly like Naruto's. Beside him, a red-haired woman with arched, smiling brows, her long, fiery locks flying in the wind, yet her eyes brimming with tears. "Naruto!" The red-haired woman choked and rushed over, pulling him tightly into her arms. Naruto stood rigid, and only after a long moment did he tremble and raise his arms to hug her back. "And Mom?" I stood where I was, suddenly feeling a little out of place. Just as I was quietly stepping back, Kushina's voice reached me. "Wait, this child." She released Naruto, and her gaze fell on me. I instantly tensed and clutched the hem of my clothes. Under the gentle red gaze, even my ears burned. Naruto scratched his head, ears bright red. "Mom, this is Yuli, my girlfriend." I blurted out the last word loudly, and only after saying it did I realize how reckless I'd been. Though my cheeks blazed, I still steeled myself, walked to Naruto's side, and hooked his arm. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I'm Uchiha, Yuli, Naruto's girlfriend." I made a heart with both hands, and tilted my head to smile at them. Kushina instantly covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. "So cute. Naruto, you brat, you actually found such a beautiful girlfriend." Minato walked over with a smile, and patted Naruto on the shoulder. "Well done, son." When he looked at me, his eyes were full of gentle warmth. "Yuli, please take care of Naruto from now on." "Of course." I raised my chin and stole a glance at Naruto beside me. His ears were as red as a ripe tomato, but he held my hand firmly, the warmth of his palm seeping through our linked fingers. Kushina pulled me aside and chattered on about everything, from my ninjutsu specialties to my favorite foods. When she learned I was the young lady of the Uchiha clan, her eyes lit up. "Chisui's little sister. I've even gone on missions with your brother back then. He's a very reliable kid." I was a little surprised. "You know my brother?" "Of course." Kushina laughed and ruffled my hair. "And I could tell at a glance that you and Naruto are such a good match. Look at him. Ever since you came, his eyes have brightened." I snuck a glance at Naruto. He was stubbornly turning his face away, yet stealing looks at me from the corner of his eye. I suddenly felt a soft warmth in my heart and reached out to pinch his cheek. "See? Even Uncle and Auntie say so." Minato watched us, fooling around, his eyes filled with deep gratification. "Naruto, you've grown up. Dad is very glad that you found someone you want to protect." Naruto's shoulders trembled slightly, and his voice came out a little thick. I'll protect Yuli and Konoha." The light around us began to fade, and the Ninetales' roars rang out once more. Kushina and Minato's figures were turning translucent. She hastily pressed a red hair tie into my hand. "I made this myself. Next time we meet, can you style Annie's hair into something pretty?" I nodded hard. Okay. Auntie, next time we'll eat ramen together. It's a promise. She waved with a smile, and she and Minato gradually faded into the light. Naruto clasped my hand tightly, chakra swirling around him. Hold on to me, Yuli. We're going back. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in Naruto's room. The moonlight still swayed, and the cicadas still droned on. Naruto looked down at me, his eyes reflecting the crimson moon outside the window. Yuli, that wasn't a dream just now, was it? I raised the red string in my hand, and shook it suddenly, a little embarrassed. Who knows? But your mom has great taste. She could tell at a glance that I'm the one best suited for you. He laughed, and pulled me into his arms, resting his chin on the top of my head. Yeah, the cutest and most amazing Uchiha Yuli in the whole world is my girlfriend. I buried myself in his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. The blood-red moon outside the window cast soft light, blending our shadows together. Perhaps this is destiny's best arrangement, meeting in the darkness of the seal yet finding the warmest light of all. The streets of Konoha were filled with the sweet scent of osmanthus. Clenching my burning palms, I paced back and forth through the lively market. The stalls were lined with colorful gift boxes, yet my gaze kept lingering on the cake shop hung with a happy birthday banner. Naruto would be 16 in 3 days. I searched every corner of my storage pouch, but still couldn't find a single gift worthy of him. Shaoli. Sakura rounded the corner carrying an armful of herbs. What are you doing standing here in a daze? I frantically stuffed the cheap forehead protector hidden behind my back into my bag. It was the cheapest birthday present I had found after searching 3 whole streets. My cheeks burned as I lifted my chin defiantly. Who was spacing out? This lady was simply choosing a gift worthy of Lord Hokage. Oh! She blinked mischievously. Then what was that rag in your hand? None of your business. I stomped off, her clear bright laughter chasing after me. The setting sun stretched our shadows long. I stared down at the 2 crooked shadows underfoot, and suddenly stopped short. That's right. I am Uchiha Yuli, the bearer of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. My fingertips unconsciously touched my left eye beneath the cold metal forehead protector. The swirling tomo pattern seemed to answer my thoughts. If I used my power, maybe I could. When the shadow of the Forbidden Technique Archive loomed over me, I had already been standing before its door for 10 minutes. The guard's thick beard quivered with every breath, and the kunai in his hand glinted coldly in the moonlight. No, even if you're Shisui's sister, you can't. Uncle. I tugged at the hem of his clothes, and swayed, burying my face in my fluffy scarf. Just one peek, just one. Shaoli promises not to touch anything. My eyelashes brushed the back of his hand, and I secretly glanced up at his reddening ears. Besides, Shaoli has been studying a new jutsu lately. Maybe it can help Konoha. Please, uncle. His Adam's apple bobbed twice. At last, he turned his face away. Only 10 minutes. The rotting wooden door creaked open, and the smell of mold mixed with an ancient aura rushed toward me. I tiptoed past the dust-covered bookshelves, my fingertips trailing over yellowed scrolls. Time reversal, soul imprisonment, and pure world reincarnation. Suddenly a pitch-black forbidden tome made my pupils contract. Moonlight streamed through the vent onto the incantations, and the dense rows of tiny script made my heart race. Using living human sacrifices with the caster's chakra as a guide, it could call the souls of the dead back from the underworld, though it left irreversible side effects. But if combined with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 nights later, deep in the night, I stood at the mass grave outside the village. 2 sealed wanted criminals lay at my feet. Sweat dripped from my jaw and soaked my ninja clothes. The hand seals for impure world reincarnation were 100 times more complicated than I had imagined. By the time I completed the final seal, the smell of blood already filled my nose. Come forth. Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki. Violet smoke shot into the sky, and 2 figures flickered into view within the haze. Minato was still in his 4th Hokage attire, and Kushina's fiery red hair danced in the wind. They exchanged a glance, and frowned in unison. Where is this? Weren't we already? I forced myself to stand straight, though my vision was already going dark at the edges. I am Yuli, Naruto's girlfriend. Kushina's eyes lit up. She suddenly stepped forward and took my hand. I saw you in the seal last time. But child, why did you? Tomorrow is Naruto's birthday. I forced a smile, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in my left eye began to burn. He always says his greatest regret was never having a bowl of ramen with the two of you. Chakra surged out like a river bursting through a broken dam. The power of time reversal collided with impure world reincarnation, whipping up a violent storm. I watched the cracks on Minato and Kushina's bodies begin to fade, and a rosy flush spread across their pale cheeks. When Kushina's heart began to beat again, I could no longer hold on. My vision went black and I collapsed. Careful. A familiar blue cloak caught me and wrapped around my body. Minato caught me, steadily warm chakra radiating from his palm. This child. For Naruto's sake, she actually. Our son has excellent taste. Kushina gently wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, her voice choked. Come on. Let's take her home. Today we're going to give Naruto a surprise. When I woke again, sunlight was spilling onto my face through the window of Naruto's room. Downstairs came lively chatter, and laughter mingled with the familiar scent of ramen. I sat up, rubbing my aching temples, and heard Kushina's voice, Naruto, close your eyes. Mom has a gift for you. I tiptoed to the stairwell, and saw Naruto, with his eyes covered, nervously clutching his clothes. Minato and Kushina exchanged a smile, and pulled away the red silk before his eyes at the same time. Happy birthday. Naruto's eyes flew open, and his golden pupils trembled violently. He reached out with a trembling hand, only to jerk it back the instant it touched his parents' cheeks. Is this a genjutsu? How are you? It was Shaoli. Kushina pointed at me, gently, tears shining in her eyes. It was this child. She paid for this miracle with her life. Naruto's gaze met mine. He rushed over and hugged me tightly, hot tears falling onto my shoulder. You idiot. Why did you have to go this far? Shut up. I pounded his back in return, quietly burying my face in his chest. I just couldn't stand to watch you always staring at that photograph. Sunlight poured through the window and cast a golden glow over us. Minato and Kushina stood side by side, smiling. The aroma of ramen drifting from the kitchen blended with the sweet osmanthus fragrance brewing this 16 years overdue birthday into the sweetest dream. The wind of Konoha carried the sweet aroma of cake into my nostrils, as I tiptoed to dust frosting over the cream, while Aunt Kushina with her red hair hummed a tune, arranging cherries into heart shapes. Flour dusted the kitchen cutting board like gentle snow, while twilight outside crept up the clothesline, where Naruto's jacket swayed in the evening breeze. Shaoli, hand me the chocolate sauce. Kushina turned suddenly, her hair tips brushing against my nose. Her fiery red hair was loosely tied back, flour dusting her apron, yet her smile outshone the sun itself. I hurriedly pushed the glass jar over my ears, burning. I got it! Don't come so close! She blinked, then suddenly reached out and smeared cream on my cheek. What's there to be shy about? When Naruto comes back and sees such a cute girlfriend, he'll definitely want to hide you away. I won't! I stomped my foot and stepped back, but when I caught sight of my cream-stained face in the mirror, I couldn't help but laugh. My memory suddenly flashed back to 3 days ago, when Uncle Minato put on the Hokage hat again. Danzo's dark green-black face was uglier than a pot bottom. When Granny Tsunade slammed the Hokage seal on the table, what flowed in her eyes was the relief of finally being able to rest peacefully. I heard the Kazekage from the Sand Village even sent someone to congratulate us. Kushina suddenly leaned and closed, lowering her voice. But everyone's been wondering how you managed to do all this. I paused, my hand gripping the piping bag. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan burned faintly in my sockets, and the excruciating pain from tearing through my meridians when forming that hand seal seemed to still linger in my fingertips. But thinking of Naruto's trembling shoulders, when he saw his parents, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise. It's a secret. Anyway, as long as everyone can be happy. When twilight fully flooded into the kitchen, familiar footsteps echoed from the entrance. I hurriedly placed the birthday hat on my head, while Kushina had already turned off the lights. The candle flame flickered in the darkness, casting the number 16 onto Naruto's astonished face. Idiot! What are you spacing out for? I rushed over carrying the cake, smearing cream on the tip of his nose. Happy birthday. Naruto sat with his mouth open, golden eyes shining remarkably under the candlelight. He glanced at the cake, then at his parents, smiling gently, and suddenly pulled both me and Kushina into his embrace. Warm tears dripped onto the crown of my head as his voice came out muffled. Thank you. Thank you both. Uncle Minato chuckled, patting him on the back while pressing a pair of chopsticks into his hand. Let's have cake first. Shaoli spent 3 days specifically learning how to decorate it. I didn't learn it on purpose. I struggled to break free from Naruto's embrace, but he took the opportunity to smear cream on my face. Uchiha is talented at everything. She picks it up immediately. Amid the laughter and joy, the cake disappeared quickly. Uncle Minato began sharing amusing stories from his time as Hokage. When moonlight climbed onto the windowsill, I suddenly realized I was leaning against Naruto's shoulder, my eyelids heavy as lead. Sleepy. His voice carried a hint of amusement as his fingertips gently brushed away the stray hairs from my forehead. I murmured drowsily, wrapping my arms around his waist and burying my face into the collar that still carried the scent of sunshine. Be gentle, don't wake her. Kushina's voice drifted from afar. I secretly opened my eyes to see them standing at the doorway, their intertwined hands swaying gently. Moonlight outlined their silhouettes in silver, and in a daze, I imagined the two shadows gradually merging into the young parents, who once held baby Naruto. Should I carry her to bed? Naruto rose carefully, but I held onto him tighter. Uncle Minato chuckled and shook his head, exchanging a glance with Kushina filled with tenderness. No need, let them stay like this for a while. The footsteps gradually faded away. Naruto sat back down, his arms steadily supporting my legs. Pressed against his chest, listening to that familiar heartbeat, I suddenly felt the entire world soften around me. What matter the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan compared to the warmth of my palm right now, compared to Naruto softly humming that off-key lullaby? Those heart-pounding battles and the shocked gazes of the ninja world are all but fleeting illusions. Shaoli. His voice suddenly dropped, carrying some careful expectation. Actually, I've always wanted to ask, why are you willing to go to such lengths for me? I pretended to sleep without responding, yet the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise. Foolish boy, of course it's because I like you. I like you enough to overdraw all my chakra, enough to endure the backlash of Edo Tensei. If I can see the light in your eyes, everything is worth it. The night breeze passed through the sheer curtains, carrying Konoha's distinctive grass and tree fragrance. Before drifting into deep slumber in Naruto's embrace, I heard him let out a soft sigh, a warm kiss landing on my crown. Thank you, Shaoli. I'll give you the best of the whole world. From the corner of the living room, Minato and Kushina quietly poked their heads out. Seeing the embracing pair, Kushina covered her mouth and laughed, while Minato affectionately wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders. Moonlight gently enveloped the little house, brewing all the love and happiness into scarlet memories that would never fade. The damp mountain wind carried the scent of rotting leaves into my face. I gripped the crimson round fan at my waist, loose stones crunching beneath my boots. Naruto walked ahead, his golden chakra cloak flickering in the darkness, like a thread of light piercing through the gloom. From deep inside the cave came the clatter of chains and heavy breathing, making my heartbeat quicken despite myself. It's here. Naruto stopped abruptly and reached out to block me. His palm was still warm, but I couldn't help curling my lip. I'm not some fragile little miss. Do I look like I need you to protect me? Even as I said that, my steps slowed. Deep in the cave, an emaciated figure leaned against the rock wall. Nagato's Rinnegan was dull and lusterless. Beneath his pale skin, veins bulged and black chakra rods jutted from his spine in thick clusters like twisted vines. When he looked up, black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. A brat from Konoha, have you come to take my life? We're not here to kill you. Naruto stepped forward, his voice carrying a rare seriousness. Nagato, do you still remember Yahiko? Do you still remember the dream of peace we swore together as children? Nagato's pupils constricted slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed twice. I quietly formed hand seals, chakra flowing at my fingertips, when he suddenly burst into a shrill laugh. Peace. This world has long been mortally ill. Only pain can make humanity. So you choose war to bring peace. I cut him off and stepped forward to stand beside Naruto. Do you think killing more people will make the living understand how precious peace is? Then look at yourself now. I yanked back my sleeve, revealing the hideous scars on my forearm left from using Susanoo. To protect the ones I care about, I can endure any pain, but what about you? You've turned Yahiko's sacrifice into a joke. The cave fell into dead silence. Nagato's breathing grew rapid, and his Rinnegan began to spin uncontrollably. Naruto clenched his fists. Nagato, true peace isn't built on hatred. It's about breaking down barriers with understanding, as Master Jiraiya said. You still have a chance. A chance. Nagato suddenly coughed violently, blood splattering against the rock wall. I lost my chance long ago, the ones who died by my hands. His voice faded, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Naruto and I exchanged a glance and quietly released gentle chakra to sense his body. The chakra rods buried within him had long since fused with his meridians, and his life was fading fast. Was I wrong? Nagato's voice was as light as a murmur. He slowly raised his hand, and the Rinnegan in his palm glowed with a faint light. Perhaps only my death can repay this sin. Wait. I rushed over and grabbed his bony wrist. Uncle Nagato, maybe there is a way for you to make amends. Then it's the Rinnegan. Yuri. Naruto cried out, but I silenced him with a look. Nagato looked at me, a trace of clarity surfacing in his murky pupils. Uchiha, so you're Uchiha Yuri after all. Take these eyes as my thanks. Agony exploded from my right eye as if 10,000 steel needles were shredding every nerve. I bit down on my lower lip until I tasted blood spreading through my mouth. Through the haze, I heard Naruto shouting in desperation and felt Nagato pouring chakra into my meridians, as if guiding that Rinnegan to fuse with my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Samsara life technique. Nagato's last words were swallowed by the roar of chakra as the cave began to tremble violently. I forced my eyes open and saw golden light erupt from his body, shooting straight into the sky. The houses destroyed by pain, the toppled trees, and even the figures of dead villagers slowly revived in that light. When I came to again, Naruto was carrying me on his back, standing on the ruins of Konoha. The sight before me stole my breath. The once devastated streets had come to life again. Children ran and laughed, and adults wept in each other's arms. Tsunade stood beneath the Hokage rock, her eyes red-rimmed, yet she smiled and nodded to us. Nagato. I spoke softly, my voice hoarse and unlike my own. Naruto was silent for a long time, then wiped his face. He passed away peacefully. He turned, tears glistening in his eyes. Yuri, your eye. I touched my right eye. There was no longer any stinging pain. Instead, I could clearly perceive every leaf drifting down in the distance. The powers of the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo intertwined within me, and I could see chakra flowing through the bodies of everyone in my sight. This was Uncle Nagato's final wish. I tightened my grip on Naruto's hand. And this is our new power to protect peace. The setting sun gilded Konoha with light. Standing in the reborn village with Naruto, I watched Minato and Kushina wave at us. In the distance, Nagato's Rinnegan swirled within my pupils, reflecting this world that had survived its calamity. Perhaps the road to peace remains long, but as long as we are still here, we will never abandon that belief. Just like Nagato's final smile, carrying both the ease of letting go and hope for the future. The cherry blossoms of Konoha were as brilliant as ever, yet a faint current of unease lingered in the air. I propped myself on the windowsill of Naruto's room, watching him and Konohamaru practice the Rasengan in the courtyard. His golden chakra blazed dazzlingly in the sunlight. Shall we come and try the ramen I just made? Aunt Kushina's voice called from the kitchen. I answered her and was about to get up when a sudden inexplicable pang seized my chest. My hand drifted unconsciously to my right eye, the intertwined forces of the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan stirring faintly, as if issuing a warning. What's wrong? Naruto had somehow appeared behind me and reached out to ruffle my hair. I slapped his hand away and turned my head aside. You're so noisy. Who told you to show up all of a sudden? Even as I said that, I couldn't help telling him about the strange sensation I just felt. Naruto's expression turned serious in an instant. Lately, although Konoha had gradually been recovering its vitality under Uncle Minato's leadership, intelligence about the Akatsuki was growing more and more unsettling. After Nagato died, Konan had also disappeared without a trace, and the latest news was even more alarming. Sasuke had formed Team Taka and officially joined the Akatsuki. "No way, I have to tell Dad." Naruto turned to dash outside, but I caught his arm. "Wait. We'll go together." In the Hokage's office, Uncle Minato was frowning at a stack of intelligence reports. When he heard our account, his expression turned even grimmer. "According to the latest intelligence, Kabuto has already made contact with Sasuke. The current leader of the Akatsuki is very likely the Masked Man." "The Masked Man?" I thought of the mysterious figure from my battle with Pain and couldn't help shivering. Uncle Minato stood up and walked over to the window. "His goal must be the Eye of the Moon plan. And Sasuke, I'm afraid he has already set out on a road of no return." At night, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. My thoughts inevitably drifted back to childhood, to that Uchiha boy who always held his head high with pride. In those days, Sasuke would still practice throwing shuriken with me under the cherry trees on the clan grounds. He would always grumble about how clumsy I was, but he still patiently taught me the hand seals. "What are you thinking about?" Naruto's voice suddenly came from outside the window. I turned to see him hanging from the windowsill, beaming. I tossed a pillow at him in exasperation. "Who goes around wailing like a cat at this hour?" Naruto dodged the pillow lightly and jumped into the room. "I knew you weren't asleep. Don't overthink it. Sasuke, he'll definitely come back." He sat down on the edge of the bed and took my hand. The warmth of his palm drove away a bit of the unease. Meanwhile, at an Akatsuki hideout, a transaction was underway. Sasuke stood in the dim room. The eyes he bore were Itachi's, the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flickering in the darkness. Across from him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, an unreadable smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Uchiha Sasuke, are you sure you want to cooperate with me?" "Cut the nonsense," Sasuke said coldly. "Can you give me what I want?" From the shadows, the masked man slowly stepped forward, his voice laced with a twisted smile. "Don't worry. As long as you help me carry out the plan, everything will be fine." The look he gave Sasuke was full of calculation. Kabuto paced around Sasuke, scrutinizing him like a piece of merchandise. "Joining the Akatsuki is possible, but what benefits can you bring me?" Sasuke clenched his fists, chakra swirling around him. "I can help you obtain the power you desire, and in return you will help me achieve my purpose." "Interesting." Kabuto stopped pacing. "It seems we can reach an understanding." He extended his hand. "Welcome aboard, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he took Kabuto's hand. At that instant, he knew he had thoroughly stepped onto a path from which there was no turning back. Off in the distance, the masked man watched the scene, his smile growing wider. His plan was coming to fruition step by step. Back in Konoha, Naruto and I continued to prepare for the approaching crisis. During the day, I studied medical ninjutsu under Aunt Tsunade, while Naruto trained in a new technique under Uncle Minato's guidance. At night, we studied the Akatsuki intelligence together, trying to uncover the masked man's true identity. "Shall do you think, Sasuke?" Naruto suddenly spoke up after a day of training. I knew what he was trying to ask, but I didn't dare face that question. That once proud Uchiha boy had now become our enemy, a truth no one could easily accept. "He will come back." I clenched my fists. "I believe that one day we can make him see the truth." The night grew deeper, and the lights of Konoha went out one after another. I stood by the window gazing at the moon high above, when a sudden sharp pain shot through the Rinnegan in my right eye. In the distance, something in the darkness seemed to stir restlessly. A greater storm was quietly brewing, and we had to be ready for everything that was about to come. The summer cicadas chirping collided with the rock walls of the training ground, shattering into restless fragments of sound. I crouched in the shade of a tree and watched Naruto get sent flying once more by the Ninetales chakra, his back crashing heavily into a pile of broken stones. Auntie Kushina had already rushed over for the 5th time to check on him, her fiery red hair streaming in the wind like blazing flames. No, this won't work at all. I bit my lower lip and stood up, the crimson war fan at my waist swaying lightly with the movement. Naruto struggled to his feet, his golden hair caked with dirt, yet a stubborn smile still tugged at the corners of his mouth. Shall he give me 10 more minutes? This time I'm sure to. You idiot! I hurled the canteen at him. Watching him scramble to catch it, I felt both angry and anxious. The Ninetales has no intention of talking things out nicely with you. If you keep dragging this out, your chakra will run dry. Annie Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead, but her eyes were startlingly bright. Shaoli is right. Naruto, do you remember the tug-of-war Mom taught you? Since it won't let go, we'll simply take it by force. She turned to me, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. Shaoli, use your Sharingan to create a Jinjutsu space and trap the Ninetales inside. I froze for a moment, then understood. Biting my fingertip, I traced a blood-red incantation in the air as my Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Renegade awakened at the same time. Dark crimson ripples spread outward, engulfing the swirling chakra vortex formed by Naruto and the Ninetales. The scene before my eyes twisted and warped into a scarlet wasteland. The Ninetales' colossal body lashed its 9 tails, whipping up a hurricane that blotted out the sky. Perfect timing. Naruto's body blazed with golden chakra as a shuriken spun in his palm with a razor-sharp gleam. I hovered in midair, manipulating the edges of the Jinjutsu space and trapping the Ninetales inside a shrinking barrier. Annie Kushina's chakra turned into chains that wound around the Ninetales' ankles. Naruto used the Rasengan, she shouted. A golden orb swelled in Naruto's palm as he roared and charged at the Ninetales. I gritted my teeth, maintaining the Jinjutsu as cold sweat from my temple dripped onto my eyelashes. The Ninetales' roar made my eardrums ache. The instant it shattered the Jinjutsu barrier with a swipe of its claws, I forced Susanoo to manifest its enormous crimson skeleton, rising to shield Naruto. Shaoli, don't overdo it. Naruto's voice caught through the roaring chakra. I pulled out my war fan, the Uchiha crest on its surface glowing with an eerie red light. You're so noisy. This young lady isn't going to fall so easily. The battle reached a white-hot fever pitch. My Susanoo began to crack as the Ninetales' claws grazed past my shoulder, and the searing pain made my vision go dark. At that critical moment, Auntie Kushina's chains abruptly tightened, yanking the Ninetales off balance. Naruto seized the opening, leaping into the air and releasing 3 Rasengan at once. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion toppled Susanoo. I was caught in the blast and sent falling, only to be caught firmly by a golden blur. Naruto was drenched in blood, yet his smile shone brighter than sunlight. Shaoli, look! The Ninetales' enormous body was shrinking, and the golden chakra drawn from it poured into Naruto like a river. The ferocious black markings faded, replaced by flowing golden light. His pupils became fox-like, and the chakra wreathing his body transformed into a translucent coat, snapping in the wind. Is this the Ninetales' chakra mode? I struggled to my feet, but my chakra exhaustion nearly made me stumble. Naruto caught me with a swift hand, the warmth of his palm seeping through my sleeve. Thanks to you and Mom. Shaoli, I feel strength surging through my entire body now. Annie Kushina smiled and wiped away her tears, then reached out and ruffled both our heads. My son and daughter-in-law, just as expected. Who's your daughter-in-law? My cheeks burned, but I didn't pull away. The last rays of sunset spilled over Naruto, making his golden chakra coat shimmer with a fine light as if he were wrapped in flowing flames. In the distance, wisps of cooking smoke curled up from Konoha, casting a gentle warm filter over this hard-won victory. When we returned to the village, Uncle Minato was already waiting at the door of the Hokage's office. He studied the golden chakra flickering faintly around Naruto, and smiled with relief. It seems you finally made peace with the Ninetales. Naruto scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. I actually just snatched it by force. I kicked his heel and lifted my chin. If it weren't for this young lady's Jinjutsu, the Ninetales would have kicked you around like a ball. That said, I couldn't help feeling proud of him. The dead last, who had once been scorned by the villagers, had finally grasped the power that belonged to him. Night had grown deep. I stood by the window of Naruto's room watching him practice his new jutsu under the moonlight. Golden chakra swirled around his fingertips, illuminating the focused lines of his profile. Behind me, footsteps suddenly sounded. Before I could turn around, I was pulled into an embrace that smelled of warm sunlight. "Shaoli, thank you." Naruto's voice was muffled as he buried his face in my hair. "Without you and Mom, I could never have done it." My cheeks burned as I poked his chest. "You'd better remember that. If you try to act that recklessly again, this young lady won't save you." My words were fierce, but I couldn't help leaning into his embrace. Outside the window, the moonlight was gentle as water, tracing a hazy golden edge around the two figures locked in an embrace. When the evening glow of Konoha tinged the Hokage rock with a honeyed hue, I was curled up on the tatami at Aunt Kushina's place, poking at the red bean rice cake soup in my bowl with chopsticks. Naruto sat across from me, wolfing down his food, oblivious to the broth smeared on the corner of his mouth. Irritated, I grabbed a tissue and hurled it at him. "Idiot. With such terrible table manners, you'll never find a wife." "Anyway, I have Shaoli," he shot back without looking up, reaching for the last pan-fried dumpling. His words made my hand jitter, and the rice cake soup nearly spilled. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Aunt Kushina resting her chin on her palm, her eyes curved into a smile, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders like a dancing flame. "Come to think of it," she suddenly spoke, startling me into choking on my soup. "Naruto, you and Yuli have already kissed and hugged. Shouldn't you two start planning the wedding?" Cough, cough, cough. I coughed violently, my cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. Naruto choked hard, pounding his chest and turning red. "Mom, don't talk nonsense. It's true," I retorted with a stubborn twitch of my neck, my chopsticks clinking against the bowl. "Last time during a mission, we were caught in a downpour and had to squeeze under the same eaves. How can that count for anything? It was just an accident." Even as I said that, I couldn't help remembering how Naruto had draped his jacket over me that day, the warm scent of sunshine lingering on the tip of my nose. Aunt Kushina blinked, then suddenly leaned in and pinched my cheek. Still being stubborn. "Last time when you had a fever and were delirious, you kept shouting 'Naruto, idiot,' and I liked Naruto the most. You almost blew the roof off." "I did not." I backed away hastily, only to meet Naruto's sparkling gaze. A triumphant smile curved at the corner of his lips as he reached out to ruffle my hair, but I slapped his hand away. "What are you looking at? Stare again, and I'll gouge your eyes out." All right, my Shaoli is the fiercest," he laughed, raising both hands in surrender, yet his eyes were brimming with tenderness. I turned my face away, but my heart felt like it held a mischievous kitten, its claws scratching lightly at the tip of my heart. Who would have thought that this idle chat would spread throughout the entire ninja world like dandelion seeds carried by the wind of Konoha? 3 mornings later, with dark circles under my eyes, I went to teach at the Ninja Academy. The moment I stepped into the classroom, I was greeted by a chorus of sister-in-law from every direction. A few little brats held up homemade wedding candy boxes, the wrappers crudely doodled with pictures of the Ninetales and Susanoo holding hands. What on earth is all this? Flushing red, I shoved the candied boxes into the podium. "Keep messing around, and I'll make you run 20 laps." But when I turned around to write on the blackboard, I secretly slipped one of the drawings into my pocket. Even more absurdly, the Hidden Sand Village actually sent an envoy to offer congratulations in advance. A blonde, blue-eyed female ninja held a silk gift box, smiling with a sly expression. "I heard that the genius girl of Konoha is going to marry the child of prophecy, so our Kazekage-sama has specially sent me to deliver a gift." I fumbled to explain, but when I saw the pair of crimson gold bells inside the box, I inexplicably accepted them. The bells were engraved with the Uchiha clan's flame pattern and the Uzumaki clan's water pattern. When they collided, they let out a crisp chime, just like that night when Naruto whispered by my ear, "Shaoli, when the war is over, let's." When the news reached the Hokage's office, Uncle Minato was reviewing documents. He glanced at the urgent confidential report, and the corner of his mouth curved into an arc just like Naruto's. "It seems the entire ninja world is waiting for your wedding candy." "Dad." Naruto scratched his hair in exasperation. "I told you it's a misunderstanding." He snuck a glance at me, the tips of his ears red as dripping blood. I crossed my arms and gave a huff. Anyone can see that. I deliberately dragged out the last syllable, and as everyone held their breath, I lifted my chin. If you really want to know, this young lady does very much want to marry Naruto. The moment I finished, the office erupted. Shikamaru nearly dropped the potato chips in his hand. Sakura screamed with excitement, and even the usually serious Kakashi looked up from his book, revealing his signature crescent moon smile. Naruto stood there stunned for a moment, then, snapping back to reality, he suddenly pulled me into his arms, resting his chin on the top of my head. Shaoli, you have to keep your word. Let go of me. I struggled, pounding his chest, but he only held me tighter. Outside the window, sunlight streamed through the lattice frame, casting our shadows into an entwined silhouette. In a daze, I seemed to see the future. In a courtyard of fluttering cherry blossoms, a golden-haired youth wearing the Hokage's conical hat held the hand of a black-haired girl with a red cord in her hair, proclaiming to the world their scarlet vow. And at this moment, the rumors of the entire ninja world had become the grandest prelude to this stirring of the heart. I gripped the bow in my hand tightly, my knuckles turning white from the pressure, my eyes fixed on the familiar yet unfamiliar figure ahead. Naruto gasped for breath beside me, his gaze locked onto Sasuke with the same intensity, those eyes filled with determination and unwillingness to yield. Ever since Sasuke formed his Taka team, Naruto had been searching the world like a madman for his traces. How could I let him face Sasuke alone? That Uchiha Sasuke whose eyes had been clouded by hatred. So I always followed Naruto around, and no matter how he urged me not to take risks, I would stubbornly tilt my chin up and say in a thunder tone, "I'm not worried about you. I just don't want you to mess things up and ruin my name, Uchiha Yuri." Naruto would always smile helplessly and call out, "Shaoli," to me, then let me follow behind him. Right now, beneath this bridge, we finally found Sasuke. Naruto called out to him, first his voice echoing through the empty space beneath the bridge. "Sasuke!" Sasuke slowly turned around, his eyes cold and distant, merely responding with a light, "What is it?" That tone was as if all the bonds they once shared had simply vanished. Naruto stepped forward and began earnestly persuading Sasuke, speaking of comrades and the village. I stood to the side watching Sasuke's impassive expression, feeling both anxious and angry. I knew that everything Naruto said would fall on deaf ears. Sasuke's heart was already too deeply rooted in hatred. Just then a masked figure slowly appeared. His voice was low and eerie. "Sasuke, Danzo will be appearing on the bridge any moment now." Sasuke's eyes immediately sharpened, and without hesitation he turned and left. Before Naruto could even process what was happening, I found myself instinctively following. I chased after Sasuke onto the bridge, and not long after Danzo arrived. Without a word, Sasuke launched his attack. At that moment, endless rage surged through my chest. I drew my bowstring, and an arrow shot forward like a streak of lightning, striking Sasuke and pitting him against the wall. "Uchiha Yuri, what are you doing?" Sasuke roared in anger, struggling to get up. I looked at him coldly, then turned my gaze toward Danzo, my eyes filled with disgust and hatred. "Danzo, you old man!" My voice trembled with rage. Danzo looked at me, a sinister smile crossing his face, then slowly revealed his arm covered in Sharingan eyes. My vision darkened for a moment, and the fire in my heart burned to its peak. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan, Shisui's death, all of it was connected to this old man. "Damn it!" I roared through clenched teeth, and powerful chakra erupted around me, as my eyes instantly awakened the Susanoo. The massive figure materialized behind me. I nocked an arrow, and released it, shouting loudly, "This arrow is for the Uchiha clan members who died unjustly." The arrow, carrying my fury and hatred, shot toward Danzo. He activated his Anaji to dodge the blow, but lost another life in the process. Without hesitation, I drew my bow again, and released a second arrow. "This one is for my brother." I seemed to see Shisui's gentle smile, yet now he was gone from me forever. Danzo's expression turned slightly panicked, but he continued relying on his Anaji to defend himself. I kept shooting arrows, calling out a name with each release. The relatives and clan members who had perished because of Danzo. "This arrow is for the innocent Uchiha clan members you killed. This arrow is for the beautiful Konoha we once knew." As I continued my relentless barrage, Danzo found himself using Izanagi more and more frequently, his aura growing increasingly weak. Meanwhile, the hatred in my heart remained unchecked. Watching his desperate state, I harbored only one thought: make him pay for what he had done. Sasuke observed everything from the sidelines, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. He seemed shaken by the fury I displayed. Naruto arrived at that moment. Seeing me activate Susanoo, he looked startled, though concern weighed heavier than surprise. "Shaoli, be careful!" Naruto called out from the side. I didn't turn back, simply continuing to knock and release arrows. Finally, as I loosed my last shot, Danzo could no longer activate Izanagi, and the arrow pierced straight through his body. Danzo's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed to the ground, his breath gone. I dismissed the Susanoo, my body growing weak from overusing chakra, nearly losing my balance. Naruto rushed over to steady me. "Shaoli, are you okay?" I leaned against him, panting heavily. "I'm fine." I turned to Sasuke, who stood silently gazing at Danzo's corpse. "Sasuke, don't you understand yet?" I said to him. "Hatred only brings more suffering and death. Danzo is dead. It's time for you to let it go." Sasuke didn't respond, merely casting me a long look before turning and walking away. Watching him leave, I knew his heart was still conflicted, but at least today, I had secured some measure of justice for the Uchiha clan. Naruto gently patted my shoulder. "Shaoli, don't be too upset. Sasuke will come to understand." I leaned into his embrace and nodded. The sunset's afterglow bathed the bridge, stretching our silhouettes long across the ground. In this moment, I could only hope that Konoha would truly find peace, and that those who had passed would rest in peace in another world. From that day forward, Naruto and I continued striving for Konoha's peace. Though Sasuke still hadn't returned to the village, I believed that one day he would come to understand that comrades and home were the most precious things of all. And I, as Uchiha Yuri, would continue to protect this land and the people I love. I gripped Naruto's hand tightly, my nails nearly digging into his palm. The crimson lanterns hanging outside the 5 Kage Summit Hall flickered in the twilight, much like my heart now poised on the edge of my throat. Naruto sensed my tension and gently squeezed my hand back, his warm palm offering silent comfort. "Don't be afraid, Shaoli." He leaned close to my ear, his hair brushing my flushed earlobe as he whispered, "I'm here with father." The moment we pushed open the carved wooden door, the 5 Kage's gazes struck us like blades. Rickage's eyes tightened, jawline seemed ready to sever the very air. Behind him, Killer Bee shelved his carefree hip-hop demeanor and stood rigid with arms crossed. Tsuchikage Inoki leaned heavily on his cane, emitting a dissatisfied grunt, while Mizukage Terumiming traced the ripple patterns on her dress with her fingers, her eyes cold enough to freeze spring water. "Is this how Konoha trains its ninja?" Rickage launched the first attack, his thunderous voice causing dust to tremble from the rafters. "To let Uchiha Yuri kill a 3-generation elder in broad daylight has completely shattered the balance among the 5 great nations. How do you intend to take responsibility?" I felt a raw, aching scratch at the back of my throat, as though raven's wings had swept across it. That day on the bridge, Danzo's right arm bristling with Sharingan would not leave my memory. Those crushed Uchiha clan crests, Shisui's hollow pupils, and Sasuke's obsessive silhouette, all transformed into arrows piercing through my heart. I instinctively shrank closer to Naruto, who immediately stepped forward, wrapping me in the sunlight-warm presence of his body. Minato sat upon the Hokage seat, his brocade-crimped cloak rising in a gentle arc as he rose. His gaze swept over those present, his pale blue eyes holding the same tolerance Konoha was known for. "Rikage Dano, Danzo's reckless use of Izanagi to slay Uchiha clan members has violated the Ninja Alliance's treaty. Yuri, as the last scion of the Uchiha, has the right to seek justice for her clan." "Humph. Excuse?" Rikage slammed his fist upon the conference table, the solid sandalwood cracking at once. "Her arrow destroyed every nation's trust in Konoha. The tailed beast's distribution is already a sensitive matter, and now—" "Tailed beast's distribution." I suddenly raised my head. The word struck my muddled thoughts like a thorn. While I had slain Danzo, Akatsuki was likely stirring in the shadows. Those tailed beasts sealed within Jinchuriki would sooner or later become the spark that ignited war. The summit fell into deadlock. Anoki's clouded eyeballs shifted thoughtfully. In my opinion, it would be best to centralize management of the tailed beasts, with each nation sending representatives to guard them together. Absurd. Raikage's laugh brimmed with mockery. Let Tsuna's puppet master and Kiri's rogue ninja guard the tailed beasts. My Kumogakure will never agree. Terumi Ming covered her mouth with elegant grace and smiled softly. Raikage Dano says this. Are you questioning our sincerity? Ice crystals formed at her fingertips, refracting dangerous light beneath the candle flames. Minato raised his hand to signal silence, his gentle voice carrying undeniable authority. Everyone Akatsuki is our common enemy. The immediate priority is to establish a tighter intelligence-sharing mechanism, and regarding the tailed beasts. Uncle Minato. I spoke suddenly, my voice trembling slightly for nerves. Naruto pinched my hand anxiously. I drew a deep breath and forced myself toward the Hokage seat. I'm sorry. I acted too impulsively. I never expected to bring such tremendous trouble to Konoha. Before my words had finished, a warm palm settled atop my head. Minato squatted to meet my gaze, golden strands of hair falling across his forehead, like a curtain woven from sunlight. You foolish child, you have done nothing wrong. Protecting one's clan is every ninja's duty, only the method could have been more thorough. He gently wiped the tears from my eyes. Do not worry, I am here. Naruto wrapped his arms around my shoulders from behind, his chin resting atop my head. I told you not to blame yourself, Shaoli. Look, even father doesn't hold it against you. His voice carried a smile, but it turned grave as his eyes met Raikage's chilling stare. Raikage Dano, if you wish, we can hold separate negotiations concerning the relations between Kumo and Konoha. Raikage remained silent for a long while, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly Killer Bee leaped up, breaking the deadlock with a rap-like cadence. Yo yo! Cut the hostility, peace is the true hero. Distribution of tailed beasts can wait, Akatsuki is the greater pest. The taut atmosphere finally eased. Minato returned to the Hokage's seat. Since everyone is weary, let us adjourn for now. Tomorrow we shall continue discussing the intelligence network. After the meeting dispersed, I leaned against Naruto, watching cherry blossoms swirl in the courtyard. The evening breeze carried the tenderness of spring, yet it could not soothe the turmoil within me. Tailed beasts, Akatsuki, the 5 great nations' suspicions. These heavy burdens pressed upon me until I could hardly breathe. What are you thinking about? Naruto pinched my cheek. Stop frowning or you'll turn into an old grandmother. I swatted his hand away, pouting. None of your business. It's all because you insisted on bringing me. Before I could finish, he pulled me into his embrace, enveloping me in that familiar scent of sunshine. Shaoli. His voice was muffled, carrying a rare seriousness. No matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Just like on that bridge, always from then on. My nose tingled, and I returned his embrace. In the distance upon the Hokage rock, Minato's statue stood silently watchful beneath the moonlight, as though whispering of Konoha's ever-burning will of fire. Perhaps the road ahead would still be strewn with thorns, but as long as I had Naruto and Konoha by my side, I had the courage to face anything. The night deepened. Gazing at the stars filling the sky, I tightened my grip on Naruto's hand. In this treacherous shinobi world, our love was like a cherry blossom growing in the cracks, fragile yet resilient, blooming with its own light through wind and rain. My fingers clutching at Naruto's sleeve were nearly embedded into the fabric. The wind outside the 5 Kage Summit Hall carried an air of unease as it swept past the bronze bells beneath the eaves. The meeting, which should have continued, was abruptly interrupted by a piercing metallic screech. The banners of the 5 great shinobi villages plummeted from the sky, their crimson cloth falling in fluttering shreds, like severed bloodlines. Who's there? The Raikage's thunderous roar shook the very pillars. Following his icy glare, I saw a figure in a black robe slowly emerge from the shadow of the shattered banners. Sasuke, the boy who once trained alongside us, now knelt on one knee atop the conference platform. His crow-black hair veiled half his face, but could not conceal the surging murderous intent in his eyes. The 5 Kages, merely gravediggers of a rotten system. His voice was like a blade dipped in poison, every word shredding the air of the hall. carving territory with tail beasts, whitewashing peace with treaties. Do you truly believe this can conceal the ugliness of the shinobi world? The Raikage's patience shattered in an instant. Lightning erupted around his body, as he became a thunderbolt charging towards Sasuke. You Uchiha brat! How dare you question a Kage's decision? The shriek of Chidori and the roar of lightning release exploded almost simultaneously. I instinctively shut my eyes. When I opened them, Sasuke had already been blasted away by the Raikage's heavy fist. But just as he was about to crash into the wall, the purple Susanoo unfurled, like a colossal beast, its skeletal wings shattering the flying bricks and debris. The Raikage's attack scraped dazzling sparks against Susanoo's indestructible armor. I heard Sasuke let out a nearly manic sneer. Is that all you've got? The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. Mei Terumi rose gracefully, and as her cherry lips parted, searing lava release surged forth like molten magma. Susanoo's right arm emitted a grating corrosive hiss under the extreme heat. Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly as black flame released Kagetsuchi spread along Susanoo's skeleton, scorching the encroaching lava into layers of white smoke. Enough! The Raikage seized the moment and lunged forward, his speed leaving afterimages in the air. My grip on Naruto's hand tightened abruptly, only to see Gaara's sand suddenly surge upward, erecting a sturdy wall of defense in front of Sasuke. The Raikage's fist slammed into the sand wall, kicking up a storm of dust. Inoki's murky eyes flashed with cold light as his withered hand slowly rose. Insolent brat who doesn't know his place, let me show you the power of dust release. Three-colored chakra gathered at his fingertips into a prismatic cube of light, distorting the very air in its path. I heard Naruto gasp sharply. Against a technique of this level, even Susanoo would struggle to withstand it. At the critical moment, a golden flash streaked through the hall. Minato's flying thunder god technique landed him precisely beside Sasuke, a spiral sphere of blue chakra spinning rapidly at his fingertip. Before Sasuke could even react, Minato's fist struck the back of his neck, and he crumpled limply to the ground. Fourth Hokage! You're sheltering a rogue ninja! The Raikage roared and surged forward, only to be halted by Mei's raised hand. Minato held the unconscious Sasuke and looked at the others with an apologetic expression. Everyone, Sasuke has lost his mind. I will take him back to Konoha. Before he could finish, a pitch-black spatial rift tore open in the center of the hall. The man wearing the swirling mask slowly stepped out, his crimson Sharingan glinting with an eerie light from within the shadows. With a casual wave of his hand, Sasuke's body drifted toward him, involuntarily hanging suspended in midair like a marionette. Minato-sensei still loves playing the savior, doesn't he? The masked man's voice was distorted with a mechanical modulation. But Uchiha Sasuke's fate is not something you get to decide. The temperature inside the hall plummeted to freezing in an instant, and all five Kages assumed their battle stances simultaneously. Gaara's sand coalesced into sharp spears, and midair poisonous mist churned beneath Mei's hem, and the static electricity crackling around the Raikage threatened to ignite the very air. Minato meanwhile shielded Naruto, and me behind him, the flying thunder god Kunai in his palm glinting coldly. Who the hell are you? His voice was as cold as the winter wind. The masked man did not answer. He only let out a bone-chilling laugh. Making a one-handed hand seal, he caused Sasuke's eyes to snap open, three tomo rapidly swirling into a Mangekyo pattern. I saw the darkness surging in Sasuke's eyes, a hatred even deeper than when I had slain Danzo. The five Kages enjoy the coming feast. The masked man's words were like whispers from the depths of hell. The next second he and Sasuke vanished into the twisting spatial rift, leaving only the desolate hall and the stunned faces of everyone present. The Raikage slammed his fist heavily on the table. Konoha owes us an explanation. Letting an Uchiha madman and a mysterious masked man run amok. What exactly are you scheming? Minato let out a weary sigh, exhaustion written all over his face. Everyone, this appears to be a long premeditated conspiracy. The identity of the masked man, Sasuke's transformation, and Akatsuki's true purpose. He turned to me, his gaze reassuring. Yuri, you are of the Uchiha clan. What do you make of this? I bit my lower lip, my fingernails nearly digging into my palm. My brother Shisui's final words surfaced vividly in my memory. Protect the future of the Uchiha. And now Sasuke was sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss of darkness. I don't know who he is, but I will definitely bring Sasuke back. I raised my head, my voice trembling yet resolute. Naruto immediately grasped my hand, and a comforting warmth flowed through my fingertips. Inoki let out a cold snort. Phew. That's nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Perhaps so. Minato offered a gentle yet resolute smile. But the will of fire of Konoha has been passed down through generations precisely by countless mantis trying to stop a chariot convictions. In this battle we will not retreat. Outside the meeting hall the setting sun dyed the shattered banners blood red. I gazed toward the direction where the masked man had vanished and made a silent vow. No matter how many enemies lie ahead, no matter how deeply Sasuke is blinded by hatred, I will bring him back into the light. Because I am Uchiha Yuri, Shisui's sister, and a Konoha shinobi who will never abandon her comrades. My fingers traced the cold stone walls of the Uchiha shrine, and when my fingertips touched the third protruding ridge, the hidden door slowly opened with the grinding of gears. Naruto's eyes widened, his blonde bangs swaying as he leaned back. Shaoli, there's actually... I raised a finger to my lips, catching the blush that instantly crept to the tips of his ears. The stone door behind us sealed completely. I fumbled to light the wall sconce, and the dancing candlelight cast the shadow of the Uchiha clan crest on the floor, like some mysterious totem. Memory suddenly flashed back to 3 hours earlier. The masked man's hoarse voice seemed to echo in my ears. I declare the fourth great ninja war has begun. The Raikage temper flared, as usual amid crackling lightning. He had already become a blue bolt charging at the enemy. My desperate shout was torn apart in the howling air currents. I watched helplessly as the Raikage's fist pierced through the eerie phantom. Amid Sasuke's cry of alarm, the masked man's arm had already coiled around Sasuke's neck, and ripples of warp space swallowed both their figures. The so-called moon I plan is to plunge the entire world into the infinite Tsukuyomi. The masked man's voice, along with his obscure interpretation of the Uchiha stone tablet, stirred a storm in the tents of the allied shinobi forces. When he mentioned the secret of the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails, I clenched the kunai at my waist. Those taboos carved deep in the stone tablet, I had secretly read them one late night in childhood by a faint light. The 10 Tails is a weapon created by the Sage of Six Paths, and the ultimate goal of the moon I plan is to make the caster a new Sage of Six Paths. I heard my own voice trembling but forced myself to stay calm. Everyone's gaze in the tent converged on me. The fourth Hokage's furrowed brow, Gaara's thoughtful eyes, and Naruto's intense stare all made cold sweat trickle down my back. The oppressive declaration the masked man made before vanishing still echoed in my mind. That's why we came here. I snapped back to reality, and found that Naruto had somehow walked up beside me. His sunlit aura dispelled some of the chill of the underground palace. I turned my face away, and deliberately said in an impatient tone, "Don't be so nosy. Just follow me." After passing through 3 corridors, a huge bronze altar appeared before us. 12 dragon-entwined pillars surrounded a central crystal platform upon which rested the scriptures passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. I walked straight toward the innermost chamber, Naruto following closely behind. The sound of his boots on the blue stone slabs was especially clear in the empty space. This is... Naruto suddenly stopped, his gaze drawn to the mural on the wall. It depicted a battlefield from 1,000 years ago. The confrontation between the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails was lifelike, with the Uchiha ancestor standing at the very front wielding a war fan. I followed his gaze, bitterness rising in my throat. These glorious histories had now become tools for the ambitious. Shaoli, you brought me here. There must be something important, right? Naruto suddenly grabbed my wrist, and his warm palm made my heart skip a beat. I hastily pulled my hand back, cheeks burning. Who said I want to tell you anything important? It's just that I feel safest here. But he wouldn't let it go, leaning in with those azure eyes that seemed to see right through my pretenses. Don't lie to me. Ever since that masked man appeared, you've been acting really strange. You clearly knew the secret of the stone tablet. Why didn't you say it earlier? The candle flame suddenly flickered violently. I turned away from him, my fingernails digging deep into my palms. That night from my childhood surfaced again. Moonlight streamed through the latticed window of the shrine onto the stone tablet, and just as I made out the character's brother Shisui suddenly appeared behind me. His eyes were more serious than I had ever seen them. Yuli, never tell anyone about this. But now everything was different. Because I'm scared. I heard myself say, my voice light as a feather. Afraid of being branded a traitor of the Uchiha, afraid of the calamity those words would bring. Suddenly a pair of strong arms wrapped around my shoulders, and Naruto's unique scent enveloped me. I was frozen stiff, my mind a blank. I understand. His chin rested gently on top of my head. Just like I'm afraid to admit my loneliness, afraid of becoming a burden to everyone. But Shaoli, we're comrades. Those words were like a key unlocking a sealed corner of my heart. The fears and anxieties I had suppressed for years gradually melted in his gentle voice. I turned around, and for the first time looked directly at the sincere light in his eyes. Naruto, I actually... Before I could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. The scriptures on the crystal platform began to flutter without any wind. Amid the rustling pages, a yellowed parchment drifted down to my feet. The ancient characters on it glimmered in the candlelight, another method for sealing the 10 tails. This is... Naruto crouched down, his fingertips lightly touching the characters. Shaoli, is this what you've been looking for? I nodded, my heart pounding like a drum. The contents of the parchment overturned everything we knew. It turned out that besides the sage's method, there was also a forbidden art that cost the caster's life to completely seal the 10 tails. And to perform this forbidden art, it required the combined power of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. Naruto, would you trust me? I gripped the parchment tightly and looked up at him. He nodded without a moment's hesitation, his smile brighter than the candle flame. Of course. No matter what, we'll face it together. The tremors grew more intense, and debris fell from the cracks above. I knew the threat of the White Zetsu army, and the Edo Tensei was imminent. But at this moment, holding Naruto's hand, I suddenly wasn't so afraid anymore. Perhaps, as he said, as long as comrades are by your side, you can walk through even the darkest paths. Let's go! I took a deep breath. Let's tell everyone this secret and then end this war. Naruto squeezed my hand back with determination, fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Yeah. This time we'll make that masked man know we won't be manipulated by him anymore. As we left the underground palace, the afterglow of the setting sun was staining the sky red. A faint alarm sounded in the distance. I knew the real battle was just beginning. But looking at Naruto standing shoulder to shoulder beside me, I suddenly felt that as long as we were together, nothing was impossible. The wind swept through my hair, carrying the smell of gunpowder. I clutched the kunai at my waist and silently vowed in my heart, Uchiha, you leave this time. I must protect the ones who matter in this war-torn world. The damp, musty smell of mildew mixed with the scent of candle oil washed over me. Bored, I kicked aside the rubble at my feet, and from the corner of my eye I caught Naruto poking at the moss on the wall for the umpteenth time. That golden-haired boy had already walked 3 circles around the bronze altar, the ends of his hair swaying with every step, like a golden retriever that had been shut in for far too long. Shaoli, how much longer do we have to wait? He leaned close for the umpteenth time, drawing out his tone. If we stay here any longer, I'm going to form an attachment to these stones. I rolled my eyes and answered with deliberate disdain, what's the rush? What's meant to come will come. My fingertips traced the scroll in my arms. Orochimaru's curse seal on the parchment was burning hot. This was the summoning formula I had set up 3 days ago in the ruins of Amigakure. Naruto suddenly leaned in very close, his warm breath skimming my ear. I instinctively took half a step back, only for the back of my head to thud against the stone pillar. Idiot. Watch out. He hastily reached out to shield the back of my head, the heat of his palm seeping through my hair. My face flushed red as I pushed him away, muttering, while rubbing the sore spot, shut up. Who asked you to meddle? My heart, however, betrayed me, and quickened like a restless little butterfly beating its wings. A subtle tremor suddenly ran through the ground, and the groove at the center of the altar pulsed with eerie violet light. Naruto warily shifted into a fighting stance, but I curved the corners of my lips upward. The little white snake had finally emerged from the crack, its scales glowing with a pearl-like luster and the fangs exposed, as it flicked its tongue, were still stained with fresh blood. The time has come. I crouched down and gathered chakra at my fingertips. The snake's vertical pupils reflected my scarlet Sharingan. The little white snake suddenly stiffened, black curse mark surfaced beneath its skin, and it began to writhe and twist violently. Naruto drew in a sharp breath and instinctively stepped in front of me. Xiaoli, this is... Don't be nervous. I gently pushed him aside, and watched the snake's body swell into human form, long pale hair falling to veil half of its face. Long time no see, Lord Orochimaru. When the black-purple smoke dispersed, that familiar figure was licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, a forked tongue flickering faintly between his lips. Uchiha Shisui. Interesting. His crimson-slit pupils swept over Naruto, then landed on the scroll in my arms. It seems you know how to negotiate terms with me. I suppressed the unease in my chest and lifted my chin. I'll bring you back to life. In exchange, you will use the impure world reincarnation. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Naruto's shocked face, so I added, don't worry. I won't let him do anything reckless. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh, his fingertips forming hand seals with astonishing speed. The ground cracked in web-like patterns, and 3 coffins burst up from the earth. The instant their lids were flung open, I heard Naruto hold his breath. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju wore a gentle expression, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju had cold and piercing eyes, and the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi bore kindly wrinkles. Every detail matched the portraits in my memory. You have only 2 choices. I took a deep breath, struggling to keep my voice steady. Either help me or... Uchiha. The second Hokage suddenly lunged, an icy cold chakra surging around him. A naturally evil little brat, this old man will personally send you. Before his fingers had fully risen, the first Hokage had already caught his wrist. Hashirama's expression remained gentle, but it carried an unshakable authority. Tobirama let them finish first. I tightened my grip on Naruto's hand, and felt the cold sweat in his palm. Under the third Hokage's approving gaze, we recounted the masked man's plot, the Eye of the Moon project, and the threat of the 10 Tails in full. At the crucial moments, Naruto unconsciously tightened his hold on my hand, as if that alone could give us strength. So we need your help. I looked straight at the 3 Hokage. Only by uniting all our strength can we stop this disaster. Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his beard and chuckled. Just as expected of Shisui's little sister, you have the same courage as he did. He turned to his 2 old friends. I am willing to trust these children. Hashirama scratched the back of his head with a simple smile. Since the third Hokage says so, I've got no problem either. He patted Tobirama, who was still glaring at me. Little brother, drop your prejudice once in a while. Tobirama let out a cold snort, and finally turned his face away. Humph. I just don't want to see this world destroyed. I quietly breathed a sigh of relief, only then realizing that my back was already soaked with cold sweat. Orochimaru had slipped up behind me at some unknown moment, whispering, with a flick of his tongue. Didn't think you had more nerve than you look, little Uchiha brat. My whole body stiffened, but I forced myself to glare at him. Shut up. Don't forget who's kept you alive. Suddenly hurried footsteps sounded from outside the altar, and bits of rubble pattered down. Naruto and I exchanged a glance and drew our kunai at the same time. The newcomer stumbled into the chamber, a Konoha and Bu ninja. This is bad. The White Zetsu army has already broken through the defensive line. Time to go. I clenched my fist, my Sharingan glowing red in the darkness. Everyone, our battlefield is out there. The first Hokage pressed his palms together, dazzling, with released chakra blossoming around him. Haha, exactly what I wanted. It's been too long since I've had a proper all-out fight. The second Hokage shot out, as a streak of blue lightning, and the third shook his head as he followed. Naruto flashed me a brilliant smile, and held out his fist. Xiaoli, let's fight side by side this time too. I gave a light snort, but I still knocked my fist against his. Shut up. Who wants to fight side by side with you? It's you who'd better not hold me back. Before Orochimaru vanished into the smoke, he cast a meaningful glance at me. I look forward to our cooperation, Uchiha Shisui. I stared toward the direction where he had disappeared, my heart pounding like war drums. The battle staking the fate of the shinobi world had finally begun. The jagged gravel underfoot stabbed with every step, but I had no thought to spare for the pain. The air was thick with the stench of blood mingled with a lingering scorched aura of Susanoo stinging my eyes until they burned. From afar screams rose and fell in ragged waves, like a rusted blade sawing again and again across my nerves. "Shaoli, watch out." Naruto's frantic shout came from behind. I instinctively rolled to the side, and a violet-black wind sickle grazed past my ear, carving a bottomless trench into the ground. The Edo Tensei shinobi surged forward like a tide. Their hollow eyes held no emotion, only mechanical killing intent. Naruto gritted his teeth and formed hand signs, a swirling blue sphere of light condensing in his palm. Wind released Raisin Shuriken. The colossal wind blade tore through the air, shredding the front ranks of enemies into pieces. Yet before those broken bodies could hit the ground, they had already reassembled and risen again, as if they could never be destroyed. "This can't go on," Naruto panted, as he leaped to my side, Ninetales chakra surging around him. "They're regenerating too fast." His golden pupils abruptly contracted, and he shoved me to the ground. A streak of crimson flame seared over our heads, baking the rock wall behind us into a glowing red. I looked up and my heart nearly stopped. The figure in crimson armor wielding a giant war fan hovered in midair, the Susanoo behind him towering like a mountain. Madara Uchiha, the legendary man, now surveyed the battlefield from on high, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Ha ha ha. This is what they call the allied shinobi forces." His voice was low and icy, yet every word reached each person with perfect clarity. "Barely worth a single blow." Before his words faded, the colossal Susanoo had already swung its fatal blade, and dozens of shinobi were reduced to dust amid a burst of blood. I clenched my fists, nails digging deep into my palms. I had already anticipated Madara's power, but witnessing such carnage with my own eyes still sent a chill through my whole body. Naruto roared in fury, the gale from his rampaging Ninetales chakra hurling nearby enemies into the air. "Shaoli, go warn the others first." "Leave this to me. Idiot. You're no match for him." I grabbed his arm, only to be stopped by the unyielding look in his eyes. He gently patted my hand, a trace of bitterness shadowing his smile. "But someone has to hold him off. Shaoli, didn't you say you believed in me?" My throat tightened. At last I gritted my teeth and nodded. "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." As I turned, I heard the roar of the Ninetales behind me, along with Madara's wild laughter. Tears blurred my vision. Fighting the urge to look back, I sprinted toward another battlefield. As I crossed the smoke-choked valley, the stench of blood grew even thicker. I stepped over the bodies strewn everywhere, my stomach churning. When I finally reached my destination, the sight froze me in place. Hundreds of corpses piled up, like a mountain, blood gathering into streams that cast an eerie purple gleam under the moonlight. The rustle of robes came from above. I jerked my head up and met a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Madara Uchiha stood high, war fan in hand, looking down at me with an amused curve on his lips. "Oh, an Uchiha brat." I forced myself to stay calm and formed hand signs with trembling fingers. "Fire, release great fireball technique." A massive fireball hurtled into the sky, yet the instant it touched Madara, a single light flick of his war fan erased it into nothing. His mocking gaze chilled me to the bone, as if I were no more than an ant. "Interesting." He slowly descended before me, his oppressive aura squeezing the breath from my chest. "To have awakened the Mangekyo at such an age. No wonder that Kabuto fellow mentioned you." He suddenly leaned closer, and I could see the eternal Mangekyo spitting clearly in his eyes. "Tell me, younger sister of Shisui Uchiha, do you also intend to stop me?" I forced myself to hold his gaze, my voice quivering despite all my effort to hide it. You won't get away with this." Before the words left my mouth, he had seized my neck and lifted me off the ground. Breathing grew increasingly difficult. I struggled uselessly, my Sharingan spinning violently out of control. "Naive." Madara's voice seemed to come from the abyss. "Before absolute power, your resistance is nothing but a mantis trying to block a chariot." His fingers tightened. A montage of memories flashed before my eyes. Naruto's bright smile, brother Shisui's gentle head pats, and all the warm souls who had once graced my life. No! I can't die here. A fierce refusal to die surged through my body as chakra. Shinra Tensei. My Rinnegan blasted Madara away. I crashed heavily to the ground, coughing violently. A tearing pain racked my body, but it also showed me the weakness in Madara's defense. I struggled to my feet, and my voice came out hoarse yet steadfast. You're right. Perhaps our power is insignificant. But as long as there is even a shred of hope, we will never give up. Madara suddenly burst into laughter, the sound shaking the ground itself. Good. Good. A brat with real spine. The chakra around him began to surge madly. Let me see just how long that spine can hold out. I gripped my kunai and prayed silently. Naruto, hold on a little longer. We will definitely win. The blood-red setting sun dyed the battlefield into an inferno. As Naruto charged over the rubble into the smoke-filled canyon, Yuli's parting words still echoed in his ears, wait for me to come back. The air was thick with sulfur and blood. From afar a muffled rumble sounded, like the low growl of a colossal beast. His golden pupils contracted sharply. At the center of the canyon floor, a figure in a black robe and white mask was idly turning a war fan in hand. The Uchiha emblem gleamed coldly in the setting sun. Calling yourself Uchiha Madara? Kakashi's voice came from behind his Sharingan, trembling beneath his mask. Steam hissed from the gaps in Guy's bandages, as his trademark thick eyebrows knotted together. Don't be ridiculous. Isn't the real Madara supposed to be on another battlefield? The white-masked man let out a hoarse laugh, the tail of his voice dragging into a serpentine hiss. Interesting reaction. Black patterns suddenly rippled beneath his feet. Naruto instinctively leaped backward, barely dodging a black chain that shot through the air. It grazed past the tips of his hair and left a scorched scar on the rock wall. Kakashi's Raikiri was the first to strike. The instant its violet lightning split the air, the white-masked man's body dissolved like smoke. Guy's morning peacock burst into brilliant sparks in the void, but only sent a few dead leaves spiraling. The Rasengan Naruto hurled past through the man's afterimage, before blasting a massive hole in the cliff wall 10 meters away. His body can become intangible. Naruto wobbled as he landed and stumbled back half a step. Suddenly the white-masked man's palm passed through Kakashi's shoulder, dragging a trail of chakra sparks. That's right, kid. His hoarse voice dripped with malicious amusement. But soon you'll see something even more interesting. The canyon shook violently, and eerie black mist rose from the white-masked man. The chakra cores of 9-tailed beast balls converged in his palm like 9 burning suns. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly. Cold sweat trickled down from beneath his mask. Those fluctuations of tail beast chakra were unmistakably identical to the 9 tails that had attacked Konoha years ago. The demonic statue of the outer path. Guy's shout was swallowed by the thunderous roar. A colossal monster burst out of the earth. Its withered body was covered in bizarre runes, and a faint blue light flickered in its hollow eye sockets. Kakashi immediately formed hand seals. The Kamui vortex in his left eye spun at full speed, but the moment it was about to touch the statue's head, the same purple ripples bloomed in the white-masked man's palm. The statue's head vanished, and then reappeared amid the spatial distortion. Kakashi staggered backward, cold sweat from under his forehead protector dripping onto his collar. A horrifying thought took shape in his mind. The same Kamui power, the same space-time technique. Could this white-masked man share some kind of connection with his own Sharingan? 7-tailed beasts, volley fire. The white-masked man's command froze the air. 7-tailed beast balls streaked across the sky with long tails of flame shattering the space they passed through inch by inch. Naruto stared at the death orbs blotting out the sky and felt a helplessness he had never known. Just then, the 9-tailed sneer echoed from the depths of his consciousness. So this is what you call protection? Foolish humans. Red chakra surged around Naruto as a phantom fox face flickered into view behind him. Give up. This is not a power you can possibly contend with. No. Naruto bit the tip of his tongue, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. I promised Shaoli I would make it back alive. He sank to the surface of the water in his mindscape, looking at the 9-tail's enormous body. Didn't you say you hate humans? But you're also afraid of being alone. The Ninetales' pupils shrank sharply, and its enormous claws slammed the water into waves. Shut up. I know that feeling. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled stubbornly. Since I was little, people pointed at me, and I could only cry alone in the darkness. But there are always some people willing to reach out and take my hand. He stood up, golden chakra intertwining with red. I don't want anyone to suffer because of the power of tail beasts anymore, including you. Outside, the heat from the tail beast balls was already scorching their skin. Kakashi and Guy braced themselves in their final defensive stances only to hear an earth-shaking roar behind them. Kurama's phantom form shot into the sky, and golden chakra flooded through the canyon like a rising tide. Naruto transformed into Kurama Link mode, lashed his tail, and the seven-tailed beast balls burst into dazzling fireworks upon impact. Impossible. For the first time, surprise crept into the white-masked man's voice. He hastily formed hand seals, and a purple barrier of Uchiha reflection unfolded before him. Naruto's claws scraped past the barrier, and carved a bottomless chasm into the ground. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. The shockwave of their colliding power sheared away most of the cliff walls on either side of the canyon. Scalding drops of blood rolled down my jaw, blooming into dark red flowers upon Susanu's armor. I wiped away the blood at the corner of my mouth and looked at the armored figure before me. The hand gripping my kunai trembled faintly. Uchiha Madara Susanoo loomed like a moving mountain, its dark crimson radiance nearly staining the entire sky blood red. "Is that all you've got?" Madara's voice carried undisguised contempt. With a light wave of the war fan in his hand, a colossal fire release came surging toward me. I gritted my teeth and formed hand seals. Susanoo's arm shot up, and a pink chakra barrier barely withstood the assault, but the immense impact still drove me backward step by step. The 5 Kage's reinforcements arrived quickly. Minato's kunai covered the entire battlefield as the Reikige's lightning, the Tsuchikige's dust released, the Kazekage's sand release, and the Mizukige's water prison technique struck Madara from all directions. I breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the chance, I temporarily dismissed Susanoo, and the violent chakra drain made my vision darken in waves. "Yuli!" Minato's voice was thick with worry. He appeared beside me in an instant, catching my swaying body. "How are you? Are you badly hurt?" I gave his hand a gentle, affectionate squeeze, and forced myself to stand. "I'm fine, Uncle Minato." Before I could finish, the ground began to tremble violently. I looked up to see that Madara's Susanoo had already completed its transformation into its perfect form. A colossal blade tore across the sky, and the 5 Kage's attacks looked like children's toys before it. "Watch out!" Minato's voice was drowned out by the roar. Tsunade's slug was severed in an instant, and the Reikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage were left virtually powerless against that terrifying blade light. I watched their figures fall, and an indescribable anger and unwillingness surged in my heart. "Damn it!" I clenched my fists as the eternal Mangekyo spun wildly in my eyes. Pink chakra surged out like a tide and condensed in midair into a colossal humanoid form. My perfect Susanoo rose slowly. Though it was a full size smaller than Madara's, the space-time power swirling around it made even the air ripple. "Humph! Flailing in the throes of death!" Madara sneered coldly, and Susanoo's blade swung out once more. I teleported instantly, my pink figure appearing above him in a flash. Susanoo's arms transformed into countless blades of light that rained down on Madara. Yet the moment they touched his armor, they were all deflected with ease. Time and space warped in the violent collision. I launched one attack after another only to be repelled every time. Every teleport drained a massive amount of chakra, but I didn't dare stop. Naruto was still fighting on another battlefield, and I couldn't let Madara continue his unrestrained destruction. Minato's flying Raijin technique flickered ceaselessly across the battlefield as he searched for an opening in Madara's defense, but the perfect Susanoo's defense was simply too monstrous. Seeing his exhausted figure, I felt a sharp pang in my heart. The 4th Hokage, once so dashing and spirited, now seemed so helpless. "Yuli, this can't go on." Minato's voice was urgent. "Your chakra. I can still hold on." I cut him off through gritted teeth and my pink Susanoo charged at Madara once more. Space-time power condensed at my fingertips, as I prepared to unleash my strongest blow. But Madara seemed to have seen through my plan. His Susanoo suddenly erupted with even greater power, and a colossal shockwave rushed straight at me. I teleported on instinct, but I was a step too slow. The shockwave struck Susanoo's shoulder, leaving a deep crack in the pink armor. Agony tore from the depths of my soul, and I couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood as it sprayed across the armor.
Ha 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 ha.
Madara's laughter was dripping with mockery.
You little Uchiha brat, you think you can stop me with such paltry strength?
His Susanoo raised its blade ready to deliver the final blow. In the nick of time, Minato's figure appeared before me. The light of the flying Raijin technique flickered around him, and he scooped me up and carried me to safety.
Are you okay? I'm fine, Uncle Minato. Don't give up.
Minato turned to me, a gentle smile still at the corner of his mouth.
Naruto is still waiting for you.
Then Minato charged forward once more. I looked at Madara's mocking eyes, then at Uncle Minato's unyielding gaze, and my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. My pink Susanoo erupted with unprecedented power, space-time power surging madly around me.
Uchiha Madara!
I shouted at the top of my lungs. Before the words left my mouth, Madara's Susanoo had already attacked again. The colossal blade split the sky and came slashing down at me. Gritting my teeth, I used the last of my strength to teleport. My pink figure darted through space-time, searching for a chance to counterattack. But chakra exhaustion made my movements slower and slower. Every teleport was accompanied by a splitting headache, and Susanoo's armor was now covered in cracks. I knew I had reached my limit. But I couldn't give up. Naruto was still fighting, and my comrades in Konoha were still waiting. Even if it meant death, I would protect this last hope. I clenched my fists, and my pink Susanoo charged once more at that insurmountable mountain. Beneath the blood-red setting sun, a battle with no hope of victory continued on. Chakra dissipated from my fingertips, like wisps of silk. I knelt on the scorched earth, as the pink armor of my Susanoo crumbled piece by piece. Shuimen crouched beside me, the light of his flying thunder god kunai dimmed like a dying candle flame. Ban's perfect Susanoo still towered, like a mountain, its blue blade slicing through the clouds, the resulting shockwave nearly suffocating me.
It seems this is the end.
Ban's voice was cold as clashing metal, as the blade suddenly pressed down. At that critical moment, verdant wooden vines burst from the earth, and forcibly halted the fatal strike.
Beijian third Hokage now.
A familiar voice made the air tremble. I looked up sharply, and saw the first Hokage Jujian standing atop a wooden dragon, the second Hokage Feijian beside him wreathed in water release, and the third Hokage Yuanfei risen, whose adamantine staff was pulsing with chakra. The arrival of the three Hokage sent ripples of hope across the battlefield. Jujian looked at Ban, his eyes complicated and tinged with the sigh of old friends reunited.
Ban, stop being so stubborn. Humph. Hypocritical compassion.
Ban's roar shattered the wooden vines, and his blue Susanoo swung its blade towards Jujian. Feijian's water release shot out like lightning, instantly interposing between them.
Jujian! There's nothing to say to this guy.
The third Hokage turned to Shuimen and said gravely,
Shuimen, take Yuli and retreat. We'll handle this.
Shuimen was about to speak when I grabbed his sleeve. Mustering all my strength, I stood up and said through gritted teeth,
I can still. Don't push yourself.
Shuimen's voice was gentle, and when the light of flying thunder god flared, I was already carried to the edge of the battlefield. Looking back, the battle between the three Hokage and Ban was earth-shattering. Jujian's with human technique propped up the heavens, Feijian's flying thunder god tore through space, and the third Hokage's adamantine staff turned into sky-covering chains. The battle raged from sunrise to moonset, and from moonset into dawn. When the first ray of sunlight pierced the clouds, Ban's Susanoo finally came crashing down. The three Hokage stood panting atop the ruins, while Ban was tightly bound by wood and chains.
Yuli Shuimen! Now!
The third Hokage shouted. Shuimen and I exchanged a glance, and made hand signs in unison. Pink space-time power and golden spiral light interwove, forming a massive sealing array around Ban. as the light blaze band's unwilling roar gradually faded into the morning glow.
Mingren!
The moment the seal was complete, I stumbled forward. Shuiman caught me in time.
Don't worry, we're going to support him now.
When we reached the other battlefield, the thick stench of blood almost made me retch. At a glance I saw that unsteady golden figure. Mingren was drenched in blood, his nine-tails chakra faint and chaotic. Meanwhile, the white-masked man, calling himself Ban, was wreathed in the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts, and the demonic statue of the outer path was opening its enormous mouth ready to devour the last light.
Shaoli! Dodge!
Mingren's scream was choked with tears. But I charged straight at the tailed beast's ball, forcibly condensing my pink Susanoo, only for it to be shattered to pieces the moment it made contact. The immense shockwave flung me away, and my back slammed hard into the rock wall.
No!
Mingren's anguished roar shook heaven and earth, draining the color from the sky. Suddenly brilliant golden light radiated from his body, and truth-seeking orbs floated behind him. The white-masked man seemed to sense the threat, and the demonic statue's attacks grew even more frenzied. Just then Shuiman arrived with the 3 Hokage. Golden Flash would release, and Water release interwove into a net, temporarily restraining the enemy. I struggled to my feet, pouring the last shred of my chakra into a kunai.
Mingren together!
Mingren's eyes shone with astonishing brightness, and he grinned.
All right. We must win this time.
Our attacks converged, with the 3 Hokage's techniques finally tearing through the demonic statue's defenses. The white-masked man staggered back, his mask shattering under the impact. When his face was fully exposed to the sunlight, everyone froze. Beneath the broken mask was the weathered, anguished face of Yuzhibo Daitu.
Daitu! How can it be you?
Kakax's voice was trembling. Shuiman's expression was even more complicated, and he opened his mouth with a trembling voice.
Daitu, why?
Daitu let out a bleak laugh, his chakra cloak slowly dissipating.
Why? Because this world has long since rotted. Lin's death made me realize that only the infinite Tsukuyumi can bring true peace. True peace cannot be built on lies.
Mingren suddenly charged forward despite being covered in wounds, his gaze terribly determined.
Daitu, do you remember? You once vowed to become Hokage to make everyone acknowledge you. You said that a ninja is someone who can turn the impossible into the possible.
Daitu's pupils shrank violently, and images from deep in his memories were awakened. That always energetic boy, that self, who risked his life for his comrades at Shinwupi Bridge.
Do you think you're the only one who has lost someone important?
I clenched my fists and stepped forward.
Brother Jishui's death almost made me lose myself. But Mingren taught me that precisely because we have lost, we must protect everything we have now.
Daitu was silent for a long time, then slowly removed his broken mask. He looked at the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Perhaps I was truly wrong.
He formed hand signs, and the demonic statue began to disintegrate as the chakra of the 7-tailed beast shot into the sky.
I concede.
Daitu's voice was as light as a sigh.
This world, I leave it to you.
When the morning sun fully rose over the land, where the smoke had cleared, Mingren's smile was more brilliant than the sunlight. I looked at him, and suddenly felt that all the pain and exhaustion had been worth it. Perhaps the road to peace was still long, but as long as these comrades fighting alongside me were here, no matter how dark the night, dawn would eventually come. In the damp cave, beads of blood dripped from Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, spreading dark purple ripples across the ground. Yakushi Kabuto sat cross-legged upon a rock, a white snake slithering from his sleeve, its pupils gleaming with morbid excitement.
Uchiha Sasuke, do you really think it ends here?
Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazing crimson in the darkness. He forced himself to stand straight, yet stumbled as he moved. The fierce battle just prior had drained his chakra to the brink of exhaustion. Ice crystals clung to the stalactites, overhead remnants left by his Amaterasu flames.
Edo Tensei release.
Kabuto suddenly formed hand seals, and countless phantom figures emerged from the fog surrounding the cave. Water release techniques of Tobirama Senju, the 3rd Hokage's staff, and the faces of various ninja coalition members appeared densely encircling Sasuke. These puppeteered souls flickered with eerie green light in their eyes, their collective roar sending shivers down one's spine.
Do you truly believe only direct combat leads to victory?
Kabuto's voice laced with the hiss of serpents echoed through the cavern.
Look at these people you have slain with your own hands. Their resentment shall devour you.
Sasuke gripped his sword hilt, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. Images flashed before his eyes, the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's final smile, Naruto's figure, as he shielded Sasuke from an attack. Chakra churned within his body, searing pain radiating from his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan was operating beyond its limits.
Don't underestimate me.
Sasuke's voice was hoarse yet chilling.
Amaterasu.
Black flames erupted from his eyes, instantly igniting the surrounding souls. The Edo Tensei bodies twisted and disintegrated in the inferno, shrieking in agony. Yet Kabuto's figure vanished at that very moment. A white snake struck from behind Sasuke, its razor-sharp fangs aiming directly for his throat. At the last possible instant, Sasuke instinctively rolled to the side, but a deep bone-grazing wound opened across his shoulder. He dropped to one knee, gasping violently, his vision beginning to blur. Upon the cave wall his precarious silhouette was reflected.
It's over, Uchiha Sasuke.
Kabuto's voice echoed from all directions.
Accept reality. You can never break free from the chains of fate.
Just then Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. A strange, overwhelming power awakened within him. The power of the six paths surged into his meridians, like a tidal wave. Behind him, the phantom of the Sage of Six Paths materialized, while the Rinnegan with its 9 tomos slowly rotated within his sockets.
What is this?
For the first time Kabuto's voice betrayed a hint of panic. Sasuke rose steadily, his Rinnegan gleaming with golden light.
Your Edo Tensei ends here.
He raised his hand and formed a seal. The power of the six paths transformed into golden chains that pierced through Kabuto's body in an instant. The white snake let out a pained hiss and dissipated into the air as wisps of smoke.
Impossible.
Kabuto fell to his knees, gazing at Sasuke in utter disbelief.
Why? Because I will not lose.
Sasuke's voice was calm yet resolute.
For those who trust me, for Naruto, I will never fall here.
He raised the Kusanagi, and with a flash of cold steel, he brought this prolonged battle to an end. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Black Zetsu hid within the shadows, witnessing Obito's defection and Madara's sealing. It emitted a piercing shriek, its black body twisting and contorting.
Damn it! Damn it! The plan has failed again!
It cast one final glance at the dissipating outer path statue before its figure gradually merged with the darkness, vanishing without a trace. When Sasuke emerged from the cave, the sunlight made him squint. Distant cheers reached his ears. He knew that with Yakushi Kabuto's death, all the Edo Tensei-controlled warriors had returned to dust. In the sky, the figures of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and the third Hokage were slowly fading. Hashirama gazed upon the land restored to peace and smiled with contentment.
This world is now in your young hands.
Tobirama remained as stern as ever, yet a rare softness flickered in his eyes.
Do not disappoint us.
The third Hokage waved toward Minato and Naruto in the distance.
Protect Konoha well, just as you protect these children.
As the light gradually faded, the three Hokage's figures dissolved into scattered stars and merged into the sky. Minato walked over to Sasuke and placed a hand on his shoulder.
Welcome back.
Naruto, however, lunged forward and wrapped Sasuke in a tight embrace.
Sasuke! You jerk, you scared us again!
Sasuke turned his face away, the tips of his ears tinged red.
Shut up!
Yuli stood nearby, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her Susanoo had completely dissipated and her body still ached faintly, but seeing this scene before her filled her heart with unexpected warmth. She quietly glanced at Naruto and noticed him looking at her as well. The moment their gazes met, both hastily looked away, their cheeks flushing with blush. In the distance, the ninja coalition began clearing the battlefield, tidying up the aftermath of this brutal war. Injured ninja were carried onto stretchers, while survivors supported one another. Though exhaustion marked their faces, hope shimmered in their eyes. Kakashi approached Obito and fell silent for a long while before finally speaking.
So, what do you plan to do next?
Obito gazed at the sky, his eyes filled with both confusion and relief.
I don't know. Perhaps I should go see Rin.
But Kakashi said,
Perhaps you could stay behind, atone for your sins.
The afterglow of sunset bathed the earth in warmth, drawing a conclusion to the prolonged war. The once devastated battlefield was now draped in a warm golden hue. The ninja knew the path to peace would remain long and arduous, but as long as they stood together no obstacle was insurmountable. The wind brushed through their hair, carrying the scent of soil and fresh grass. Yuli took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the kunai at her waist. She knew their story was only just beginning. Golden sunlight filtered through the branches of Konoha's trees, casting dappled patches of light upon the eaves. I clutched the glutinous rice dumplings I had just purchased at the market, humming a tuneless melody as I made my way home, when suddenly a gust of wind seized my wrist. A familiar citrus fragrance swept toward me, and Naruto's enlarged grinning face appeared before my eyes.
Shaoli, Ichiraku has rolled out a new spicy ramen today. Let's go try it. Idiot.
I struggled to wrench my wrist free, my cheeks flushing hot.
Can't you even watch where you're walking?
I complained aloud, yet my feet unconsciously fell into step beside him. Ever since the Great War had ended, this blonde fool had grown ever more clingy, devising new ways each day to drag me along on wandering excursions. The fragrant aroma wafting from Ichiraku's ramen shop stirred an irresistible craving. Naruto deftly lifted the curtain and called out inside,
"Hey, old man. 2 bowls of extra spicy ramen."
The moment I settled onto the wooden bench, he produced from somewhere a wrapped bundle with the sleight of hand of a magician.
I bought these 3-colored dumplings on the way. I know you like them.
Steaming bowls of ramen were set before us. As I bit into the soft-boiled egg, my peripheral vision caught Naruto puffing his cheeks as he cooled his noodles, and my lips curved upward despite myself. The figure who had battled so ferociously in the war now resembled a gluttonous child.
Shaoli, you smiled.
He suddenly leaned close, a smear of broth still clinging to the tip of his nose. I hastily averted my gaze and grabbed my chopsticks to tap his forehead.
Stop rattling on. Who smiled? Eat your noodles.
Yet my heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and the rising steam from the bowl blurred my eyes with warmth. At dusk, we walked side by side along the riverbank. Naruto suddenly paused, gazing at the blazing sunset clouds on the horizon, and murmured,
"Back then I always felt that simply surviving was already a miracle."
He turned to face me, his blue eyes brimming with tenderness.
"But now, I wish this could go on forever."
I kicked at a pebble by my foot, pretending impatience.
"Who wants to be with you forever?"
Before I could finish, he suddenly took my hand in his. The setting sun stretched our shadows long across the ground, and where our fingers intertwined a scalding warmth passed between us.
"Yuli! Naruto!"
A familiar voice called from behind. I turned around to see Kushina waving her apron as she rushed toward us, flowers still dusting the tips of her hair.
"Perfect timing. I made braised fish tonight. Come over for dinner."
Minato stood behind his wife, smiling helplessly.
"Don't scare the children."
His gaze fell upon our clasped hands, and his expression held a knowing warmth. I recoiled as though burned, attempting to pull my hand free, but Naruto gripped it tighter. At the dinner table, Kushina warmly piled dishes into my bowl.
"Eat more. You're far too thin."
She suddenly took my hands in hers, her eyes sparkling with anticipation.
"Yuli, when are you and Naruto planning to?" Cough, cough.
Minato interjected promptly with a deliberate throat clearing.
"They're still young. There's no rush for such matters."
I could feel my face burning intensely, so I buried my nose in my rice and dared not look up. Yet Naruto suddenly spoke up.
"Mom, the day I become Hokage, I'll marry Shaoli and bring her home."
My chopsticks clattered into my bowl. I looked up sharply and met his earnest gaze. Kushina grew so excited she slapped the table.
"Excellent. Mother has been waiting for this day for so long."
Minato shook his head in mock exasperation, yet a smile of deep contentment lingered at the corners of his lips. During our post-dinner stroll, I tugged at the hem of Naruto's garment.
"Who said I'm going to marry you? But you're blushing,"
he observed, poking my cheek with a grin like a cat who had just stolen fish. Flustered and embarrassed, I raised my hand to strike him, but he pulled me into his embrace in one fluid motion. His warm breath brushed past my ear.
Xiaoli, I'm serious.
Moonlight cascaded over us like water. In the distance, the lively clamor of Konoha's night market drifted through the air, and fireworks blossomed in the night sky like gentle spots of light. I rested my head against his shoulder, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and suddenly felt that perhaps walking on like this forever would not be so bad. In the days that followed, villagers often teased us. Sakura would cover her mouth and giggle.
Yuli, when are we going to attend your wedding?
Shikamaru fanned himself and bantered with Naruto.
You'd better save up your mission bonuses first.
Even the normally stern Kakashi would cast meaningful glances our way whenever he passed by. One day, while I was organizing ancient texts in the clan district, I suddenly heard commotion outside. I pushed open the doors of the ancestral hall, and saw Naruto standing beneath the Uchiha clan crest holding a large bouquet of sunflowers. Sunlight filtered through the petals, gilding his figure in a halo of gold.
Yuli.
He strode forward and knelt on one knee.
Even though I haven't become Hokage yet, I wanted to give you this first.
Lying inside the box was a modest ring, its center set with a small blue gemstone, the very color of his eyes.
Idiot! Who proposes so carelessly?
I turned my face away, yet my voice trembled. He took my hand and gently slid the ring onto my finger.
When I become Hokage, I will give you the grandest wedding anyone has ever seen. But for now, I want everyone to know that you are the most important person to me.
The watching clan members erupted into good-natured laughter, and I felt a sting in my eyes. I had intended to call him childish, but instead, almost of my own volition, I threw myself into his embrace.
Just this once.
Days slipped by and Naruto grew like a stubborn sapling striving forward along the path to Hokage. He began undertaking S-rank missions with increasing frequency, sometimes absent for half a month at a stretch. Each time he departed, he would pat my head and say,
"Wait for me. I'll come back."
And I would always playfully retort,
"Who's waiting for you?"
Yet, after he left, I found myself counting the days until his return. Kushina would periodically pull me aside to discuss wedding details, from the style of our ceremonial garments to the banquet menu, as if eager to push us straight into the bridal hall without delay. Minato would laughingly mediate.
The children have their own pace.
Yet, I could clearly see him secretly commissioning someone to draft blueprints for a new house near the Hokage Rock. On a certain summer evening, Naruto and I lay upon the grassy hill behind the village. The night sky was studded with countless stars, and the chirping of cicadas filled our ears. He suddenly pointed toward the heavens.
"Xiaoli, do you think the Akatsuki clan truly resides upon the moon?"
I turned my head to look at him.
"Why do you ask suddenly?" "I've been thinking. Once I become Hokage, perhaps I could explore the cosmos."
His eyes sparkled with yearning.
"When that day comes, would you come with me?"
I gave a soft scoff, yet I leaned closer to his side.
"I suppose I'll reluctantly agree."
Yet deep within my heart, I thought, as long as I am with you, there is nowhere I would not go. The breeze brushed through my hair, carrying Konoha's distinctive fragrant essence. In the distance, the village lights flickered on one by one, like stars fallen from the heavens to the mortal realm. Gazing at the young man beside me, who carried the fate of the world in his heart, I suddenly felt that perhaps this was what happiness truly meant. In the ordinary days of life, walking toward the future alongside the one you love most. The morning sunlight filtered through the carved lattice windows of the Uchiha district, dyeing the stray hairs at my forehead a golden red. In the mirror, the silver thread embroidery on my crimson wedding kimono shimmered faintly, the intertwined pattern of the nine-tailed fox, and the Uchiha clan crest rising and falling gently with my breath. Sakura was tiptoeing to arrange my hair, the pearls dangling from the hairpin brushing against my ear, tickling me enough to make me shrug my neck involuntarily.
"Don't move,"
Sakura chided while pressing down on my shoulders.
"Today is your big day with Naruto."
Her voice suddenly caught with emotion.
"You two were just kids bickering back then."
I gazed at my own reddened eyes in the mirror and patted the back of her hand.
"Mum?"
Though my words came across firm, my fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed the headband at my waist, that gift from Naruto during the Chunin exams, its edges worn soft from years of use, now carefully tied with a red string to the inner lining of my wedding kimono. Suddenly boisterous voices echoed from outside the door, Kushina's loud voice cutting through the barriers.
"Let me see the bride."
Before she could finish, the door was thrown open, and a figure with fiery red hair swept in like a whirlwind. The moment she saw me, she covered her mouth and broke down in tears. Minato stood behind Kushina, tears glistening in his eyes, yet he still smiled and teased.
"Xiaoli looks absolutely beautiful today. That kid Naruto must be incredibly nervous."
I turned my face away to avoid their intense gazes, catching sight of a messenger pigeon flying past the window from the corner of my eye. It was a blessing received that morning, the colored paper densely covered with the names of ninjas from every nation. Gaara of Asuna had sent a bouquet of sand roses that would never wilt. Chojuro of the Kiri had included a hand-carved whale figurine, and even the former enemy Obito had entrusted Kakashi to deliver a headband inscribed with "Rebirth."
"It's time to leave."
Sasuke's voice came from the doorway. Dressed in traditional Uchiha attire, the kusanagi at his waist had been replaced with a red silk ribbon adorned with bells. Noticing me stumble as I stood, he reached out to steady my elbow, his gesture awkward yet surprisingly gentle.
"If anyone ever wrongs you in the future."
I shook off his hand, but as I turned away, I subtly wiped a tear from the corner of my eye.
"And you shouldn't always wear such a serious face, or you'll never find a wife."
The square beneath the Hokage rock was drowned in pink and white cherry blossoms. The barrier trees of Konoha hung with prayer lanterns. As I stepped onto the red carpet, escorted by Sasuke, waves of astonished exclamations rose one after another, almost shaking the clouds themselves. Naruto stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, his golden hair lifted by the wind, the Hokage hunting garment embroidered with the nine-tails symbol personally painted by the first Hokage.
"Welcome to the wedding of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Yuli."
Shikamaru stood in the center, fanning himself, though the corners of his eyes couldn't hide his smile.
"According to tradition, the newlyweds must share a cup of wine together, then bind themselves with a pact of 1,000 paper cranes."
When Naruto took the wine cup, his hands trembled even more than mine. As the sake mixed with the scent of cherry blossom slid down my throat, I suddenly recalled the year when I was 12. He had secretly taken me over the wall to eat at Ichiraka Ramen, and the way he panically hid when the third Hokage caught us red-handed. Yet now, reflected in the overlapping cups, was the entire world within each other's eyes.
"Xiaoli, from the first time I saw you by the river,"
Naruto suddenly spoke, his voice trembling,
"I thought to myself that if only I could protect you forever."
He pulled a wooden box from within his robe, revealing 2 rings inscribed with Rasengan and
Mangekyo. "Though I'm not yet the perfect Hokage, I will spend the rest of my life proving."
I rose on my tiptoes to cover his mouth, but the moment my lips touched his softness, my ears burned crimson. The surrounding cheers erupted, Tsunade and Jiraiya's laughter blending with Kakashi's.
"You two are hopeless,"
alongside the wind-released drumbeats that Gaara had specially brought. Naruto wrapped his arm around my waist from behind, his warm palm pressed against my back, as if he wanted to merge me into his very bones and blood. As the sunset painted the sky, we ascended the Hokage rock, surrounded by the crowd. Naruto unrolled a massive scroll bearing the ninja world map. He had spent the entire night drawing every village connected by red threads.
"In the future we'll visit all these places together."
He pointed to the sea furthest to the east.
"First we'll go see those whales you've been talking about for so long, then the cloud peaks of the land of lightning."
Gazing at the sunset filling the sky, I suddenly remembered that night on the verge of death during the Great War. Back then Naruto was soaked in blood, yet still smiling as he said,
"I won't die. I still need to take you to eat tricolor dumplings."
Now his breath warmed my neck, the warmth in his embrace, so real it brought me peace.
"Hey, Xiaoli."
He suddenly turned my face toward him, his blue eyes brimming with mischief.
"Now the entire ninja world has seen you blushing." "Shut up. It's all because of you."
My words were cut off by his kiss. In the distance, layered cries of
"Congratulations on your marriage"
rose and fell, Sakura's screams mingling with Choji's wails that the cake was being devoured. Naruto pulled me closer, the Rasengan and Mangekyo on our rings gleaming together under the moonlight like the intertwined destinies we shared. As the wedding concluded, the streets of Konoha lit up with thousands of sky lanterns. Naruto and I sat side by side on the roof eaves watching those lanterns carrying blessings rise into the night sky. He suddenly wrapped an arm around my shoulders, his chin resting against my hair.
I used to think becoming Hokage would earn everyone's recognition. But now I understand. The thing I wanted most was simply waking up to see you every day.
I leaned into his embrace, feeling that familiar heartbeat. From afar came the aroma of Ichiraka ramen, and the laughter of children playing. Peace in the ninja world was hard-won, but in this moment, I only wanted to treasure this warmth forever.
Shaoli! Shaoli! Look at the village bulletin board.
Naruto burst into the house in a frantic rush. Before his voice had fully reached my ears, he was already standing right in front of me. I had just set down the ninjutsu scroll in my hand, and hadn't yet had the chance to tease him about his reckless behavior when he grabbed my wrist and dragged me along, sprinting toward the village bulletin board. The wind howled past my ears as I struggled to keep up and called out,
"Oh, Naruto, slow down. What could be so urgent? You'll see when we get there."
Naruto didn't even look back, his face lit with a radiant smile I had never seen before, a smile brighter and more dazzling than the midsummer sun. We made our way through the bustling streets where villagers turned to watch us with curiosity. Some smiled and greeted us as we passed. At last the bulletin board came into view, surrounded by a dense crowd. A chorus of excited murmurs swelled around us.
"The results of the 6th Hokage election are out. I heard it was unanimous. I wonder who could be so remarkable."
A suspicion began to form in my heart, and my pulse quickened involuntarily. Naruto pulled me through the throng with difficulty, and finally I saw the notice posted on the board. Boldly displayed were the words,
"Uzumaki Naruto elected 6th Hokage of Konoha.
My eyes widened as I stared blankly at the words on the notice. For a moment my emotions surged like a tide, surprise, joy, and above all an indescribable pride. Naruto bounced up and down beside me with excitement, chattering constantly,
"Shaoli! Look! I did it! I really did it!"
My eyes suddenly stung with moisture, and I turned to look at him. His face was alight with exhilaration and emotion, his blue eyes sparkling with brilliance, the light of a dream fulfilled. The boy who had once been shunned by the villagers, and ranked dead last at the Ninja Academy, had truly become the Hokage who protected Konoha. I could no longer hold back my emotions, and threw my arms around Naruto. His familiar scent enveloped me, warm and reassuring.
"Naruto, you're amazing! I always knew you could do it."
My voice trembled with emotion as I buried my face against his chest. Naruto held me tightly in return, his chin gently resting atop my head.
"Shaoli, thank you for staying by my side all this time. Without you, I never would have made it this far."
His voice was low and sincere, carrying a tenderness I had never heard from him before. The surrounding villagers, witnessing the touching scene, broke into applause. Some cheered,
"Congratulations, Naruto, on becoming Hokage. Congratulations to Lord Hokage and Lady Hokage."
Amid the well wishes of the crowd, Naruto and I held each other close. In that moment it felt as though the entire world had shrunk to just the two of us. All along I had watched Naruto stumble and falter on his path to chasing his dreams, my heart aching each time he was injured, my spirit soaring each time he grew stronger. Now he had finally achieved his dream and become the Hokage of Konoha. After a long while we reluctantly pulled apart. Naruto took my hand, his face radiant with confident joy.
"Come on, Shaoli, let's go check out the Hokage's office. I want to get familiar with my new workplace."
I smiled and nodded, letting him lead me toward the Hokage residence. Along the way villagers continued to approach and offer their congratulations, their faces beaming with genuine warmth. Watching the lively scene unfold, my heart swelled with emotion. Naruto had finally earned everyone's recognition, becoming someone whom every villager trusted and relied upon. In front of the Hokage office, Uncle Minato, Aunt Kushina, Sasuke, grandfather, the third Hokage, teacher Kakashi, and Sakura were already waiting. Seeing us approach, everyone stepped forward to offer their congratulations.
"Naruto, congratulations on becoming Hokage. From now on, Konoha is in your hands."
The third Hokage smiled warmly, his eyes brimming with contentment. Even Kakashi, rare and genuine smile gracing his lips, said,
Naruto, I never expected the brat I once knew would truly grow up to become Hokage. Don't let us down from here on.
Sakura, overjoyed, took my hand.
Surely we're family now. With Naruto as Hokage, that makes you the Hokage's wife.
Touched by everyone's blessings, Naruto scratched the back of his head bashfully.
Thank you, everyone. I'll work hard to become a worthy Hokage and protect every single person in Konoha.
Stepping into the Hokage office, the familiar yet changed surroundings filled me with a wave of nostalgia. Once this had been the place where the third Hokage and Granny Tsunade handled official duties. Now it was about to become the starting point for Naruto's guardianship of Konoha. Naruto approached the Hokage desk and gently ran his fingers across its surface, his eyes filled with longing and determination.
From today onward, this is my battlefield,
he murmured softly to himself. I walked over to his side and gazed at his earnest profile, my heart overflowing with love.
Naruto, no matter what difficulties lie ahead, I will always be by your side supporting you.
Naruto turned his head and pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead, smiling.
With you by my side, I have nothing to fear.
In the days that followed, Konoha grew even more vibrant with the installation of a new Hokage. Naruto embarked on his busy journey as Hokage, drowning daily in endless official documents and matters requiring his attention. And I in turn did everything I could to help him share the burden. When he was overwhelmed with work, I would bring him a cup of hot tea. When he frowned over a troublesome issue, I would stay by his side, listening to his worries and offering suggestions. Though my kenjutsu and taijutsu left much to be desired, I could still contribute meaningfully in the realm of ninjutsu. I assisted him in researching new techniques to strengthen Konohagakure's defensive capabilities. Watching Naruto shine in his role as Hokage, I was filled with pride. I knew that the road ahead would hold many difficulties and challenges, but as long as we were together, there was nothing we could not overcome. On the first celebration following Naruto's inauguration as Hokage, the entire village of Konohagakure was immersed in jubilation. Streets were adorned with colorful lanterns and banners, and the villagers danced and sang with infectious energy. Dressed in his Hokage robes, Naruto stood beneath the Hokage rock, a gentle smile on his face as he looked out over the joyous crowd. I walked up beside him and linked my arm through his.
Naruto, look. Everyone is so happy. It's all because they have an outstanding Hokage like you.
Naruto looked down at me, his eyes brimming with affection.
No, none of this would have been possible without your support. Surely thank you for always being by my side.
With that, he pulled me into a tight embrace. Beneath the dazzling fireworks and the sound of the villagers' laughter, our love, like this beautiful village of Konoha, blossomed in brilliant colors and would endure forever. And I would always remain by Naruto's side, watching him achieve dream after dream, guarding the village of Konohagakure that we both loved so dearly. Morning sunlight, like the playful tail of the Ninetales, slipped quietly through the gaps in the curtains and tickled the tip of my nose. I reached out groggily to catch it, but instead grasped a warm, fluffy mass, the messy-haired head of Naruto. He was staring at me with those signature azure eyes, a dopey smile playing on his lips that could melt ice. Release.
Hitori's sleeping in again.
He suddenly lunged forward, nuzzling his cheek against my neck.
You promised to go get ramen at Ichiraku's with me today.
My face flushed as I shoved him away, trying to keep a stern expression.
I didn't say I wanted to go. You're just using me as an excuse.
I grabbed a pillow from beside me and hurled it at him, but he caught it with one hand and pulled me into his arms instead.
Liar, I heard you saying last night that you wanted double chashu.
His warm breath ghosted over my ear, bringing back memories of watching fireworks together last night. How earnestly he'd said he wanted to eat ramen with me for the rest of our lives. My heart raced. I pinched the whisker marks on his cheeks.
Stop talking nonsense and go wash up.
Naruto laughed and rolled out of bed, his golden hair catching the morning light. I watched his tall figure retreat, then buried my face in the blanket, still holding his warmth. Even after 3 years of marriage, his open affection still makes my heart pound against my ribs. The scent of cooking eggs drifted from the kitchen as I stood before the mirror adjusting the Uchiha family's red cord hair tie. The girl in the mirror wore a curved smile, dressed in a pink kimono embroidered with a nine-tailed fox pattern, commissioned by Naruto himself from the finest seamstress Tsunade could find. My fingers traced the kunai pouch at my waist, now holding only a Sakura-shaped candy box Naruto had given me instead of combat weapons.
Hitori's adorable today too.
Naruto appeared behind me with a plate of heart-shaped eggs.
But hurry and eat. Ichiraku's has a limited edition ramen flavor today.
I turned and snatched the plate, huffing through my nose.
I didn't ask for your compliment. And why didn't you tell me about the limited ramen sooner?
Inside, my excitement matched the thrill of mastering the fireball jutsu for the first time. Naruto watched me devour the food with a smile, barely touching his own portion.
Why aren't you eating?
I narrowed my eyes suspiciously.
You're just waiting for me to finish, so you can have leftovers, aren't you? I won't fall for that.
He wiped yolk from the corner of my mouth, his eyes soft with tenderness.
Because watching you eat seriously looks better than ramen to me.
I nearly choked on his words, throwing a napkin at him.
Smooth talker.
But my heart swelled with sweetness. After clearing the dishes, Naruto pulled a bouquet of wildflowers from somewhere. Purple bellflowers and white dandelions tied simply together reminded me of our first date, when he'd awkwardly picked flowers in the forest.
Will you come with me to see Sasuke today?
He studied my expression carefully.
Sakura said Sarada learned a new jutsu.
I turned away, pretending to adjust my hair tie.
It's none of my business. But since you asked so nicely, I guess I'll accompany you.
Actually, the last time I saw Sarada was in her birthday. That stubborn yet lovely girl always reminds me of my younger self. Walking through Konoha's streets, villagers kept stopping to greet us. The old woman selling dango offered me free skewers, the general store owner insisted on giving Naruto discount coupons, and even the usually stoic A&BU members nodded in passing. This feeling of being cherished by the entire village still seemed unbelievable to me after all these years. The Uchiha clan had once borne too much suspicion and misunderstanding. Now, because of Naruto's persistence and our combined efforts, Konoha had truly accepted me. At this thought, I reached out and hooked my pinky finger around Naruto's. He immediately gripped my hand back, his smile brighter than sunlight. When we arrived at the old Uchiha residence, Sarada was practicing the fireball jutsu in the courtyard. Seeing us, she blushed and ran over.
"One-sen Hitori. Uncle Naruto."
I crouched down and pinched her cheek.
"You've grown so tall. That fireball jutsu was impressive." "Really?"
The little girl's eyes sparkled like stars.
"Then can you teach me that instant transmission jutsu you used last time, One-sen?"
Before I could answer, Naruto was already crouching on Sarada's other side.
"Hitori's body flicker technique is the fastest in Konoha. But you need to eat first before you can learn. Where's Sakura? I can smell the braised pork."
Sure enough, Sakura's voice came from the kitchen.
"Naruto Uzumaki. I knew you were only here for the food."
At the dining table, watching Naruto and Sasuke bicker, while Sakura sighed and Sarada laughed, I suddenly felt how precious these moments were. I, who had once thought I'd spend my life alone, was now surrounded by warmth. On the way home at dusk, the sunset stretched our shadows long. Naruto suddenly stopped and looked at me seriously.
"Hitori, thank you for agreeing to marry me."
My cheeks burned and I turned away.
"What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who wouldn't take no for an answer. Because of you, Hitori, I finally understand what home means."
He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
"I used to think becoming Hokage was enough. Now I know that seeing your smile every day matters more than anything."
My nose tingled as I remembered those nights worrying about him, the day he became the 7th Hokage, with his tired but content expression, and all the ordinary yet happy days like today. I wrapped my arms around his waist and buried my face in his chest.
"Idiot! If you say anything this cheesy again, I'll be mad."
Naruto laughed heartily and held me tighter.
"Okay, then I'll say it 10 times a day. Naruto Uzumaki."
As moonlight rose, we planted the wildflowers in the yard. Naruto promised to make me a flower crown when they bloom. I complained about his childishness, but secretly looked forward to spring. Late at night, Naruto's soft snores filled the room. I watched him sleep and remembered how he'd knocked over a wine glass on our wedding day from nervousness, the terrible dishes he'd made to make me laugh, and his weary but warm embraces after countless missions. Tracing his features with my fingertips, I silently thanked him for giving this proud, lonely Uchiha daughter the warmest home in the world. A gentle breeze carried Konoha's signature grass scent through the window. I nestled closer, feeling his strong heartbeat. This must be happiness. No legendary jutsu battles, no world-saving deeds, just growing old with the one I love in this village full of everyday warmth. The morning sunlight crept up the windowsill at a slant, casting dapple patterns of light and shadow across the tatami. I opened my eyes groggily, only to find that Naruto had long since slipped away from my side, leaving behind a quilt that still held lingering warmth. The moment I propped myself up, a cacophony of noise surged from downstairs, intermingled with shouts of "Mommy!" and "Mommy, come look!" Rubbing my tousled hair, I walked to the stairwell, and one glance down revealed the living room in complete disarray. Boruto was chasing Himawari around with a toy kunai raised high, while Naruto, waving a spatula, scrambled after them and yelled, "Stop roughhousing indoors!" Yet an irrepressible smile kept tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You three." I planted my hands on my hips and deliberately put on my sternest face. "Kicking up such a racket at the crack of dawn? Are you trying to blow the roof clean off?" Boruto immediately froze, then scampered over to me with his tongue sticking out. "Good morning, Mommy." Himawari and I were practicing ninjutsu. Himawari, for her part, toddled over on her short little legs, holding out a wildflower as she wobbled along. "Mommy, flower, for you." Looking at my daughter's innocent, beaming face, my heart instantly melted into a warm puddle. I reached out, took the flower, and tucked it into her hair. "Next time, no running around indoors, understand?" Then I turned my head and shot Naruto a glare. "And you? You're the father. Can't you keep them in line?" Naruto sidled up and gave my cheek a quick peck. "Good morning, Shaoli. Today's heart-shaped breakfast will be done in no time." With that, he scurried back into the kitchen in a whirlwind. I shook my head helplessly, bent down, and scooped Himawari up in my arms, while Boruto clung to my side, chattering endlessly about his plans at the Ninja Academy today. At the dining table, the fried egg Naruto had made was still a crooked, lopsided heart, though the taste had improved quite a bit compared to when we were newlyweds. "Mommy, I'm going to learn the shadow clone technique today," Boruto announced between big mouthfuls of rice ball. "Shikadai says he can already make 3. I placed a piece of fish into his bowl. "Don't be impatient. Take it slow. Ninjutsu isn't for showing off. You have to feel the flow of chakra with your heart." No sooner had I finished speaking than I met Naruto's glittering eyes. He always says that the earnest way I teach the children is especially captivating, which makes me blush uncontrollably every time. On the way to take Boruto to the Ninja Academy, we passed by Ichiraku Ramen. Boruto stared longingly in through the doorway. "Mommy, can we come eat ramen after school?" I gave his head a light tap. "Focus on class first. If you behave well, then I'll bring you." In my heart, though, I thought this child truly takes after Naruto. In this respect, his love of ramen is practically etched into his bones. Back home, Himawari was sitting in the courtyard playing with her stuffed doll. I sat down beside her and watched as she carefully bandaged the wound of her treasured doll. Sunlight spilled over her golden hair, suffusing her little face with a soft pink glow, the spitting image of Naruto as a child. "Mommy, when is Daddy coming home?" Himawari suddenly looked up and asked. "He'll be back once he's done with business at the Hokage's office." I lifted her onto my lap and rocked her gently. "Would you like to practice that little jutsu Mommy taught you?" The little girl instantly perked up, her eyes shining. "Yes. I want to learn the jutsu that makes flowers bloom." Smiling, I took her hand and guided her chakra to gather at her fingertips. Moments later, a tiny cherry blossom bloomed in her palm. Himawari bounced and hopped with glee, her laughter crisp as wind chimes. Watching my daughter's innocent smile, I couldn't help but think back to when I had just married Naruto. Back then, we faced the future with both hope and uncertainty. Who could have imagined that now we would have 2 lovely children and form such a warm family? In the evening, when Naruto returned, Boruto had just come home from school. The moment they saw their father, the 2 children swarmed around him. Boruto couldn't wait to show off his newly learned shadow clone technique. Though he managed only a blurry faint afterimage, Naruto still clapped and cheered with exaggerated enthusiasm, showering Boruto with praise until the boy was practically strutting as if his tail could touch the sky. Shaoli, you've worked hard today. Naruto walked over and reached out to ruffle my hair. I swatted his hand away, blushing as I grumbled, don't mess up my hair. But I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from curling up. During dinner, Boruto told funny stories from school, how Mitsuki had said something odd again, how Chocho had been sneaking snacks in class again, and had everyone roaring with laughter. Himawari meanwhile sat quietly beside Naruto every now and then placing food into his bowl, which made my heart feel warm and full. After dinner, Naruto took Boruto to the courtyard to practice ninjutsu, while I stayed inside with Himawari. The little girl suddenly climbed onto my lap and said seriously, Mommy, when I grow up I want to be just as amazing as you. I kissed her forehead. Our Himawari is definitely going to become the greatest ninja ever. But for now you have to go to bed like a good girl. After both children had fallen asleep, Naruto and I sat beneath the eaves looking up at the stars. The night wind drifted past carrying the scent of grass unique to Konoha. Naruto reached out, wrapped an arm around my shoulder, and drew me close to his chest. Shaoli, what kind of ninja do you think Boruto will become? He asked abruptly. I leaned against his shoulder. No matter what kind of person he becomes, as long as he can find his own path, that's enough. Just as you taught me back then, what truly matters isn't other people's expectations, but the persistence deep in one's own heart. Naruto lowered his head to look at me, his eyes so tender they seemed to shimmer with liquid warmth. Thank you, Shaoli. Because of you, I have finally come to understand what family truly means. I used to think that becoming Hokage would win everyone's recognition. Only now do I realize that the most precious thing is being able to see your smile, and the children's smiles every day. My cheeks burned. I gave him a light punch, saying such sappy things again. Before I could finish, he gently pulled me into his embrace. Moonlight spilled over us, and in that instant time seemed to stand still. I thought back to when I first met Naruto, the impulsive brat forever shouting about becoming Hokage. Now he was the calm, dependable 7th Hokage, and the gentle husband and father holding me at this very moment. Over the years, we had gone through so much together, laughter, tears, arguments, and sweetness alike. And now, looking at the children sleeping soundly inside, feeling Naruto's warm embrace, I suddenly felt that this perhaps was what happiness looked like in its most perfect form. The once proud, once lonely young lady of the Uchiha clan, in Naruto's unreserved love, and in her children's innocent smiles, had at last found a place truly her own. The night deepened. Naruto stood up and scooped me into his arms. Let's go back to sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow to make breakfast for the kids. I wound my arms around his neck and buried my head in his chest. Next time you're making the heart-shaped bento, and you better not turn it into dark cuisine again. As you command, Lady Shaoli. Under the moonlight we smiled at each other. In this village of Konoha, filled with the warm bustle of everyday life, and in this home overflowing with love, I know that our story is still continuing, and that the future is sure to hold even more warmth and surprises in store for us. The morning sunlight had just climbed onto the windowsill when I was awakened by a soft rustling sound. Opening my eyes, I saw Naruto tiptoeing out of bed, a game console clutched in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto. I sat up, hands on my hips, and glared at him, trying to sneak in another game session first thing in the morning. Naruto was so startled, he nearly jumped, his face breaking into a fawning grin. Shaoli, I just wanted to play a little while you were still asleep. No way. I snatched the game console from him. You promised to train ninjutsu with Boruto today, but instead you're trying to slack off. Yes, whatever Shaoli says. Naruto immediately leaned in and kissed my cheek. My Shaoli is the most virtuous and beautiful. I blushed and pushed him away. Cut it out. Go wake Boruto and Himawari. After I washed up and went downstairs, I saw Boruto slumped over the table yawning, while Himawari sat on Naruto's lap rubbing her eyes. Good morning, Mama. Himawari perked up the moment she saw me and stretched out her arms for a hug. I picked up my daughter, kissed her cheek, then looked at Boruto. Boruto, don't slack off in today's morning training. Got it, Mom, Boruto answered listlessly. At breakfast I frowned when I saw him put down his chopsticks after just 2 bites of rice ball. Boruto, how can you have the energy to practice ninjutsu if you don't eat your fill? Finish the rice ball. But Mom, I really can't eat any more, Boruto said with a grimace. No. You have to finish it. I pushed a bowl of miso soup in front of him. After drink this bowl of soup. Naruto secretly winked at Boruto from the side, but after I shot him a glare, he immediately sat up straight. On the way to take Boruto to the Ninja Academy, as we passed the training ground I saw him horsing around with Shikadai and the others again. Uzumaki Boruto. I called out to him. Come straight home after school and practice ninjutsu. No fooling around. Got it. Boruto stuck out his tongue, pulled Shikadai, and ran off. Once home I began teaching Himawari to recognize characters. The little one studied very earnestly at first, but after a while her attention wandered, and she began staring blankly out the window. Himawari, you need to focus, I said, gently tapping her little head. Mommy, I want to go see Daddy. Himawari looked at me with pleading eyes. My heart softened for a moment, but I still said Daddy will come back once he's done with work. Now let's finish these characters first, okay? Alright. Himawari nodded obediently. That evening when Boruto came home from school, I was cooking in the kitchen. He tried to tiptoe into his room, but I caught him red-handed. Boruto, go practice the shadow clone jutsu first. Practice well before dinner, I said without turning around. Boruto wailed. I've been tired all day. No. I turned around and handed him the training scroll. Only through hard work can you become an excellent ninja. When Naruto came home, Boruto was sitting in the yard looking dejected. What's wrong, Boruto? Naruto sat down beside him. Dad, the shadow clone jutsu is so hard, Boruto said gloomily. Come on, I'll teach you. Naruto stood up, formed a hand seal, and 3 shadow clones appeared in an instant. Boruto's eyes lit up, and he immediately perked up. Under Naruto's guidance, he finally succeeded in producing 2 shadow clones. That's great, Boruto. Naruto and I clapped together. Boruto jumped with joy. I'm going to tell Sarada. Wait. I stopped him. Go wash your hands and eat first. At dinner, Boruto chattered endlessly about the funny things at school, while Himawari sat quietly beside Naruto, occasionally putting food into his bowl. Seeing the whole family so warm and happy, I felt a glow in my heart. Although I am usually strict with the children, I know that only this way can they truly grow into excellent ninjas. After dinner, Boruto took the initiative to help me wash the dishes. Watching his earnest expression, I couldn't help thinking of the mischievous little boy he used to be. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, the little troublemaker had already become much more sensible. That night, as I was telling Himawari a story, Boruto suddenly knocked and came in. Mom, thank you, he said a little sheepishly. If you hadn't kept pushing me, I might have given up training long ago. I ruffled his hair. Silly child, Mom does this because I believe you have the potential to become a great ninja. Remember, as long as you persevere, you will definitely realize your dreams. Boruto nodded firmly. I will work hard. After the children had fallen asleep, Naruto and I sat under the eaves watching the stars. A gentle night breeze drifted by, carrying the unique scent of green grass from Konoha. Shaoli, were you too strict today? Naruto suddenly asked. I leaned against his shoulder. If I'm not strict, how can I improve? Have you forgotten that when you were little, if not for Iruka-sensei's strictness, you wouldn't be where you are today? Naruto laughed. True. But I think Boruto and Himawari are really lucky to have a mother like you. My cheeks grew hot. Enough with the sweet talk. By the way, remember to take Boruto to visit Sasuke tomorrow, and have him guide Boruto's swordsmanship. As you command, Lady Shaoli. Naruto gave an exaggerated salute. I laughed and gave him a playful punch. You and your silly antics. Under the moonlight we smiled at each other. In this Konoha village filled with the warmth of everyday life, in this home full of love, I know that my strictness and gentleness are both the deepest love I have for my family. And this love will always be with Boruto and Himawari, accompanying them through every step of their growth. The night had grown late. Naruto stood up and scooped me into his arms. Let's go back to sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow to make breakfast for the kids. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Next time you make breakfast, no more culinary disasters. Don't worry. This time I promise to amaze you and the kids. Seeing his confident expression, I couldn't help smiling. Perhaps this is the happiest life, with a loved one's company, with children growing up, and with Konoha's forever warm sunlight. Morning sunlight slanted gently into the courtyard. I was crouching by the flower bed watering the newly planted honeysuckle, when suddenly I heard Boruto's excited shout from the entrance.
Mom!
Dad! Uncle Sasuke is back in Konoha.
The watering can nearly slip from my hand. As I straightened up, Naruto had already burst out of the house, his golden hair still sticking up at odd angles from sleep.
Really? Boruto nodded, his face flushed with excitement, deep blue eyes dancing with joy.
Chikadai just told me. Everyone's gathered at the village gate right now.
I untied my apron and hurried inside to grab a coat, though I deliberately chided him.
What's the rush? Running so fast, you might trip.
Yet in my heart, I couldn't help but feel anticipation. 2 whole years had passed since Sasuke's last brief visit. When we reached the village gate, sure enough, the familiar black-clad figure stood at the center of the crowd. Sasuke's hair was longer than I remembered, veiling most of his face. His dark blue cloak was dusted with the grime of travel, yet he still exuded an undeniable presence. Sakura stood a short distance away, her eyes filled with restrained joy. Sarada, her eyes reddened, clung tightly to her father's sleeve.
Sasuke!
Naruto was the first to rush over, clapping him hard on the shoulder. Sasuke tilted his head to dodge, but couldn't escape Naruto's bare hug. The two nearly tumbled to the ground together. I stood to the side, holding Himawari's hand, smiling. But Boruto suddenly pulled free and ran up to Sasuke, dropping to one knee before him.
Uncle Sasuke,
please take me as your apprentice. I want to learn swordsmanship and jutsu from you.
The surrounding crowd fell silent in an instant. Sakura clapped a hand over her mouth in surprise. Sarada's eyes went wide, and even Naruto stood frozen.
I stared at the stubborn back of Boruto's head, remembering how he had spent the past few days practicing Sasuke's signature Chidori, muttering,
"Uncle Sasuke is so cool."
Even at the dinner table. Sasuke lowered his gaze to Boruto, those Sharingan eyes gleaming coldly in the sunlight. After a long moment, his voice still cool, he asked,
"Why?" Because I want to become as strong as you, uncle."
Boruto clenched his fists.
"You protect the village in times of crisis, and you can also—"
He paused, stealing a glance at Sarada.
"Protect the people who matter most to you."
I exchanged a look with Naruto, and saw the same understanding in his eyes. Naruto cleared his throat, about to speak, but I gently tugged at his sleeve. Some things are better left for the one concerned to decide. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then his gaze drifted past Boruto to us. I straightened my back and met his eyes without flinching. As one of the last surviving members of the Uchiha clan, I knew all too well the weight of such a burden, and the significance of this inheritance.
"Can you endure hardship?"
Sasuke finally spoke. Boruto nodded at once vigorously.
"Yes. I'll train before dawn every day, no matter how tired I get. I won't complain. Even if I show you no mercy, I won't lose to you, uncle."
Boruto's voice carried that unyielding spirit unique to youth. Sasuke's brow arched slightly as he flicked out a kunai. Boruto instinctively leaned back to dodge, only to see the kunai embed itself deep into the tree trunk behind him, pinning a scroll.
"Tomorrow at dawn. The training grounds on the back mountain."
Sasuke turned to leave but paused.
"Be late and never come again."
Watching his casually graceful figure disappear, Boruto jumped up in excitement and grabbed my arm.
"Mom, Uncle Sasuke said yes. Don't get too happy yet."
I tapped his head.
"Sasuke isn't one to go easy on people. Are you sure you're ready?" "Absolutely."
Boruto thumped his chest in assurance.
"I'll make Uncle Sasuke see me in a whole new light."
Naruto crouched down to look Boruto in the eye, rare seriousness replacing his usual playful expression.
"Remember, learning ninjutsu isn't for showing off, it's for protecting. Just like Uncle Sasuke, even when he's wandering far away, Konoha is always in his heart."
Boruto nodded earnestly, watching the similar shape of father and son's brows and eyes, I was reminded of that golden-haired boy who used to love pranks, now a father who could guide his own child. That night Boruto was too excited to sleep. In the middle of the night, he crept out of bed to check his ninja tool pouch. I quietly pushed open his door, and saw him in the moonlight repeatedly polishing a newly bought short sword, his focused profile reflected in the blade. "Still awake this late?" I asked softly from the doorway. Boruto hastily hid the short sword. "Mom. I'm just a little nervous." I walked over, and sat on the edge of his bed smoothing down his tousled hair. "Don't be afraid. Just remember, what matters isn't the result but the effort you put in along the way. Sasuke may be strict, but he'll teach you everything he knows." "Really?" Boruto's eyes sparkled. "Of course." I remembered how my brother Shisui had taught me to control chakra hand in hand when I was little. "But starting tomorrow you'll have to work even harder. After all, Sasuke's training won't be easy." Boruto clenched his fists. "I'm not afraid. I'll definitely become a ninja like Uncle Sasuke." The next morning, I got up early to prepare a nutritious bento. When Boruto left the house with his ninja tool pouch on his back, the morning sun was rising over the mountains of Konoha, stretching his shadow long across the ground. "Take care on the way," I called out from the doorway. "And mind what Sasuke tells you." "I know." Boruto waved his hand, turned, and ran toward the training grounds. Naruto wrapped his arm around my shoulder, and we watched our son's figure gradually vanish at the end of the street. "Shaolin, do you think Boruto can stick with it?" Naruto suddenly asked. I leaned against his shoulder. "Don't forget, he's Naruto Uzumaki's son." Naruto burst out laughing and planted a kiss on the top of my head. "Right. After all, our Boruto is going to be the man who surpasses the Hokage." In the days that followed, Boruto left for training before dawn every day. Sometimes I brought him meals, and from a distance I'd see him repeating shuriken-throwing drills under Sasuke's guidance, sweat soaking through his clothes without him even noticing. Sasuke always stood by with a cold expression, giving instructions, yet whenever Boruto fell, he would quietly release a medical jutsu to mend his wounds. Sarada sometimes joined the training too. Watching the siblings compete with each other often reminded me of the days when I used to train with Shisui. Sakura often came by with treats, and we would sit chatting under the shade of the trees, watching the children run across the training ground, as if time had never really passed at all. One evening a month later, Boruto came home covered in bruises yet smiling brighter than ever before. "Mom, I finally managed to use the Chidori." Though my heart ached as I cleaned his wounds, my voice remained stern. "Next time don't push yourself so hard. Your health matters most." Naruto scooped Boruto up in his arms. "Come on. Dad's treating today. Let's celebrate it at Shiraka Ramen." Standing in the kitchen doorway, I smiled at the sight of father and son playfully roughhousing. Perhaps this is what life looks like at its best, having loved ones by your side, a legacy of heritage continuing onward, and the inextinguishable hope of Konoha passed from one generation of shinobi to the next. The setting sun dyed the courtyard amber, as I crouched beneath the corridor polishing the clan crest. My fingertips traced the copper disc engraved with a raven in mid-flight, when suddenly a timid voice called from beyond the gate. "Sister Yuli." Looking up, I saw Sarada standing there holding a heavy ninjutsu tome, a few maple leaves clinging to her pink hair tips. She had always been like this, clutching the hem of her clothes in nervousness, yet stubbornly maintaining the proud bearing of the Uchiha. "Come in, why are you standing outside?" As I rose, a gust of wind stirred the pages of the ninjutsu tome. Sarada hurriedly pressed them down with her hand, and only then did I notice the faint dark circles beneath her eyes. "Practicing late again." I took the book from her arms, my fingers touching the uneven chakra scorch marks on its cover. "Come here, let me see your Sharingan." Sarada walked over stiffly, her three tomos slowly rotating in the twilight. I gathered chakra onto my fingertips, and the cold sensation made her shrink back involuntarily. "You've been awakening your eyes too frequently lately. Your ocular power is overexerted." "But?" She suddenly lifted her head, a stubborn light burning in her eyes. "Papa Sasuke said that only by constantly pushing past one's limits can one become stronger." Those words struck my heart. In my memory, Shisui had said the same thing. He always had.
Protect the clan.
On his lips until the very last moment of his life. I looked away, rising to pour tea.
Strength is not just power, it is mastery over oneself.
As I slid the celadone tea bowl in front of her, Sarada suddenly grabbed my wrist.
Sister Yuli, can you teach me Jinjutsu?
Her voice trembled with a cracking tone.
During the last mission, I failed to use Jinjutsu with my Sharingan.
Outside the window, the wind rolled fallen leaves against the paper door, rustling softly. Jinjutsu, one of the most dangerous arts of the Uchiha clan. Even I had only scratched the surface under my brother's guidance. I withdrew my hand, unconsciously tracing the edge of the teacup with my fingertips.
Jinjutsu is not a weapon for showing off. But I must learn it.
Sarada shot to her feet, water from the tea bowl spilling onto the tatami.
Papa is never home and Mama is always.
She suddenly bit her lip, her Sharingan trembling violently from the emotional upheaval. I looked at the headstrong girl before me, as if seeing myself in the past. On the night the Uchiha clan was massacred, I too had clutched the headband my brother left behind, vowing to become stronger to protect the ones I held dear.
Sit down.
I took a deep breath.
The first step to learning Jinjutsu is to learn how to read people's hearts.
I formed hand seals very slowly, afraid of scaring her.
Watch closely. This is the simplest mind-reading technique.
A pale purple thread of chakra extended from my fingertip, and the moment it gently touched Sarada's forehead, I felt her heart pounding violently like a startled deer. The images unfolded in my mind. In a dim room, Sakura slept amid towering piles of medical charts, while Sarada practiced again and again with a kunai in the yard, her shadows stretching far, far under the moonlight.
You're too impatient.
I withdrew my chakra.
The Sharingan is not a tool to compensate for loneliness.
Sarada jerked her head up, her eyes red. I reached out to wipe the tear tracks from her cheeks.
Every time Sakura mentions you, her eyes light up.
She is proud of you, just as I am proud of Shisui.
From the courtyard suddenly came Himawari's laughter. Through the lattice window, I saw Boruto carrying his little sister on his back, spinning in circles on the swing.
Sarada followed my gaze, her expression gradually softening.
Sister Yuli, you and the 6th Hokage. Just call me Sister Shaoli.
I interrupted her, my cheeks flushing slightly.
That fool Naruto always says that family is the strongest support. Actually,
I looked at the children running in the distance.
It is family that teaches us how to become strong.
After that, Sarada would show up at my house punctually every weekend. Sometimes she came to ask about Sharingan techniques, sometimes to listen to me tell the ancient legends of the Uchiha clan. She loved sitting on the porch taking notes, her pink hair ribbon resting between the pages of the Will of Fire, looking every bit a little bookworm. One afternoon, as we were studying the evolution of the Uchiha fan emblem, Himawari suddenly burst in, clutching her plush toy.
Sister Sarada,
come play house with me.
Sarada was at a loss for words, a rare sight. I smiled and gave her a nudge.
Go on. Even a ninja must learn how to amuse children. Watching her clumsily bandage the wound of the stuffed toy and listening to the silvery laughter of the two girls, I was suddenly reminded of the time Shisui taught me how to walk. Back then he too had been like that, clearly impatient yet carefully opening his arms.
Shaoli!
Naruto barged in, with his usual fiery energy, golden strands of hair dotted with leaves.
Granny Tsunade said.
His voice cut off abruptly as his gaze landed on Sarada, and he suddenly became awkward. Ever since Sasuke had left, Naruto always felt he owed this mother and daughter something, and he clumsily tried to make it up to them. Sarada, however, was composed. She stood up and bowed.
Lord 6th Hokage, I should be going now.
She paused, then took a small box from her pocket.
My mother made this Sakura Yokon. She insisted that you try it.
Naruto's flattered expression made me laugh. After seeing Sarada off, I found a note in the notebook she had left behind.
Sister Shaoli, you are the gentlest Uchiha I have ever met.
If one day I could be like you.
The handwriting at the end was blurred as if it had been dampened by water. When moonlight crept onto the eaves, I leaned against Naruto's shoulder and flipped through the Uchiha family register. Under the lamp, Boruto practiced the Chidori, the crackling of electric current interweaving with Himawari's sleepy murmurs into a nocturne.
Naruto suddenly took my hand.
Xiaoli, what kind of ninja do you think Sarada will become when she grows up?
I gazed at my brother's name on the genealogy, my fingertips tracing his portrait.
She will become a light that illuminates the darkness. Like Shisui, like you like all those who protect Konoha.
The night wind turned the pages softly, burying the secrets of the Uchiha and the legacy of the Will of Fire into the warm soil of Konoha. And I knew that in every inch of time within this courtyard new hopes were growing. Just as the morning light began to seep over the barrier of Konoha, I was startled awake by a crackling sound from the kitchen. Half asleep, I shrugged on my jacket and headed downstairs, only to find Naruto scrambling before the stove with hair like a startled porcupine, his apron smeared with suspicious charred stains. Naruto Uzumaki. I glared at him, hands on my hips. What kind of dark cuisine are you making this time? He spun around in a fluster, the spatula still dripping oil. Xiaoli. I'm making a loving breakfast for the kids, he declared, holding up a misshapen rice ball. Look. It's shaped like the Nine Tails. I stifled a laugh, snatched the spatula from his hand, and said, go wake Boruto and Himawari. If you delay any longer, they'll be late for school. Naruto scratched his head with an awkward chuckle, but before turning away, he planted a quick kiss on my cheek, making my ears burn. Soon the sounds of the children came from upstairs. Boruto trudged down, rubbing his sleepy eyes and tousling his hair. The moment he saw the battered rice balls on the table, his face twisted. Dad, is this really edible? Of course. Naruto took an exaggeratedly huge bite, his cheeks puffing out like a toad's. Absolutely delicious. But before he could finish, the heat made him stick out his tongue and pant, sending Himawari into giggles, her golden curls bouncing. I pushed the freshly cooked rice balls in front of the children and shot Naruto a glare. If you dare cook on your own again, you'll be banned from ramen for 3 months. He immediately raised his hands in surrender, looking exactly like Boruto when he was in trouble. On the way to the Ninja Academy, Boruto suddenly slowed down. Mom, we have a ninjutsu theory test today. I'm a little nervous. I reached out and smoothed his unruly bangs. Don't worry. Just write out everything I've taught you. Remember, a test isn't for grades, it's to find your weaknesses. As I spoke, I took a cherry blossom candy from inside my coat and placed it in his hand. If you feel nervous, pop one in your mouth. Think of it as Mom's chakra cheering you on. Boruto blushed and popped the candy into his mouth, mumbling, Mom, you're so cheesy, but his steps became much lighter. Watching his bouncing figure disappear through the school gate, I couldn't help recalling how when he first started school, he would cry and tug at my sleeve, refusing to let go. When I got home, Himawari was lying on the floor doing a puzzle. Hearing the door open, she immediately scrambled up and threw herself into my arms. Mom, I want to learn that jutsu that makes flowers bloom today. Okay, but you have to finish your puzzle first. I sat down beside her and watched her carefully fit the pieces into the slots. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the paper window, tracing a golden edge around her hair. While I was teaching Himawari a jutsu, Naruto appeared out of nowhere and insisted on demonstrating his new shadow clone pyramid. 3 shadow clones stacked together wobbled, then all collapsed onto the grass with a whoosh, making Himawari laugh so hard she cried. I put my hands on my hips and feigned anger. Naruto Uzumaki, don't be a bad influence on Himawari. But I couldn't keep my lips from curving upward. Such ordinary daily life was once happiness I dared not even dream of. In the evening, when I went to pick Boruto up from school, I happened to see him huddled with Mitsuki and Shikadai discussing a new mission. The moment he spotted me, Boruto ran over, eyes sparkling. Mom, we're going on a C-rank mission next week. Really? I reached out to wipe the dust off his face. No matter how simple the mission is, you must stay careful. Remember, teamwork is the most important thing. Boruto nodded firmly, then suddenly produced a bunch of wildflowers from behind his back. I picked these by the roadside, for you, Mom. The pink and white daisies still carried dew, already a little wilted from being clutched in his hand, yet I felt they were more beautiful than any precious ninja tool. During dinner, Boruto chattered endlessly about funny things at school, and Naruto listened more intently than anyone, chiming in with exaggerated responses from time to time. Himawari meanwhile focused on placing food into each person's bowl, looking every bit the little adult. As I cleared the dishes, Naruto suddenly wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. "Shall Granny Tsunade said today?" His voice was unusually hesitant. "She said we should take a break and go on a vacation." I turned around and looked into his clear blue eyes. "But the Hokage's work. Shikamaru and the others can help," he put in eagerly. He went on anxiously, "I want to take you all to the seaside. Boruto said he wants to see real whales, and Himawari has never seen a beach." Seeing how expectant he looked, I softened at last. "Fine, but only for a week, and you have to arrange all your work beforehand." Naruto cheered at once, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. I leaned against him listening to his steady heartbeat, and felt that this was enough. No war, no conspiracies, only the company of family, and the eternally warm sunlight of Konoha. After nightfall, I went to check on the children's room. Boruto was already fast asleep, still clutching the headband Sasuke had given him. Himawari was curled up under the blanket, a sweet smile tugging at her lips. After gently tucking them in, I stood at the door for a long time, until Naruto came over and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. "What are you thinking about?" he asked softly. "I was thinking if only my brother could see us like this." I leaned against his shoulder. Shisui would never have imagined that the little girl who used to hide behind him would one day have a family of her own. Naruto tightened his arms and rested his chin on the top of my head. "He would definitely be proud of you." Besides, his voice carried a smile. "Our story is still long." Moonlight streamed through the window lattice and gently bathed the entire room. Leaving the children's bedroom, I gazed at the family portrait on the wall, Naruto laughing broadly as he flashed a victory sign, Boruto striking a cool hand seal pose, Himawari holding up a freshly picked flower, and me standing in the middle of them smiling with a joy I had never known before. Perhaps this is the truest face of happiness. Under the warm ease of Konoha, with the love of my family around me, every day becomes a memory worth treasuring. And all the old wounds and regrets softened by such delicate tenderness will at last be transformed into the strength to guard this happiness. Morning light spilled over Konoha's barrier as it always did. I was standing in the yard pruning honeysuckle, and the moment the sharp shears touched the vines, I heard urgent footsteps behind me. Boruto rushed over with messy hair, his dark blue eyes brimming with excitement. "Mom, I passed the Jonin exam!" The pruning shears hit the ground with a clatter. When I turned around, my eyes were already burning. The little boy who had always tried to slack off during training now wore a Jonin uniform marked with a six-pointed star, his posture as tall and unbending as a newly planted white poplar. Naruto had rushed out of the house before I knew it, lifting Boruto high into the air, his golden hair tangling with his son's in the wind. "As expected of my son, Naruto Uzumaki's boy. Idiot! Put him down right now!" I slapped Naruto's back with feigned anger, but Boruto seized the chance to throw his arms around my neck. The boy smelled of sweat and fresh grass exactly like Naruto, that time he first carried me up the mountain above Konoha. Himawari skipped over, carrying her favorite Ninetales plush, the sakura hair ornament in her hair swaying gently with each step. This heartwarming scene reminded me of many years ago, before the Uchiha clan had fallen, when my elder brother Shisui lifted me up just like this, and promised he would protect me forever. The gears of fate had spun in circles, and now I too came to possess such a complete and happy family. That afternoon Boruto changed into casual clothes and got ready to visit Sasuke. Before leaving, he suddenly knelt on one knee and solemnly tied the Uchiha crested forehead protector around his arm. "Mom, I'll carry this honor with me and become a ninja who can protect Konoha." I crouched down, my fingertips trailing over the crow with spread wings on the forehead protector. In my memory, my brother's face gradually melted with the young man's features before me, and my throat tightened until I couldn't speak. Naruto chose the right moment to put his arm around my shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through the thin fabric. "Go on. We'll be waiting for you at home." Watching Boruto's figure disappear around the end of the street, Himawari suddenly tugged at my sleeve. "Mom, I want to become a strong ninja too." She tilted her little face up, her eyes impossibly resolute. "Just like Big Brother and Dad." "All right." I laughed, lifting my daughter into my arms, and pressing a kiss to the tip of her nose.
But first you have to start by eating properly.
The little girl in my arms giggled and reached for the red string in my hair, the token of love Naruto had given me. It had faded over the years, but it was still precious. When night fell, Boruto returned covered in dust, followed by a travel-worn Sasuke. Sakura and Sarada arrived soon after, and the courtyard immediately grew lively. Sarada had grown into a graceful young woman, her Sharingan gleaming with dazzling light beneath the moon. She walked up to me and bowed respectfully.
Sister Yuli, it is thanks to your guidance back then that I was able to master the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan.
I was just about to answer, when Naruto put his arm around Sasuke's shoulders.
Don't spoil the mood with all that. Tonight we're not going home until we're drunk.
Shikamaru Choji and the others popped out of nowhere, their hands carrying the enormous bowl of ramen old man Ichiraku had made specially. The bonfire blazed in the center of the courtyard, mixing the aroma of grilled meat with the mellow fragrance of sake. Boruto pestered Sasuke for tales of his training travels. Himawari nestled in Sakura's arms, listening to a story. Naruto meanwhile was locked in a dice game with Shikamaru. In the firelight everyone wore a radiant smile. I leaned against the veranda pillar gazing at the lively scene, and for a moment I felt as if I were still dreaming. Uchiha Yuli, who had once carried the grief of her clan's annihilation, could now enjoy such a complete life. A familiar presence appeared beside me. Sasuke handed me a cup of sake, his deep blue eyes unusually gentle.
Thank you. It is I who should say thank you.
I accepted the cup and took a sip.
Thank you for teaching him how to become a true ninja.
Naruto's exaggerated laughter echoed from afar. Sasuke and I looked at each other and shook our heads with wry smiles. That man was still the same even after becoming a father. The night grew late, and the guests left one by one. Naruto collapsed on the tatami in a drunken haze, still murmuring,
"I'm not drunk."
Boruto quietly draped a blanket over him, his movements so gentle it made my heart ache. Himawari was already fast asleep, still holding a half-eaten piece of tricolor dango in her hand. I stood under the eaves and gazed up at the starry night sky, the cool breeze stirring the hem of my clothes. Suddenly a pair of strong arms wrapped around me from behind.
"What are you thinking about?"
Naruto's voice carried the scent of sake, but remained tender.
"I was thinking how wonderful it would be if Shisui could see this now."
I leaned into his embrace and felt the familiar heartbeat.
"Our children have all grown up and Konoha has become even more prosperous."
Naruto rested his chin on the crown of my head, laughter in his voice.
"He's definitely watching us from somewhere. And besides,"
he turned me by the shoulders, his azure eyes reflecting the stars across the sky,
"our story is far from over. Boruto says he wants to take Himawari to the hidden cloud village. Sarada is going to found a new ninja academy."
I laughed and cut him off.
"I know, Lord 7th Hokage. But tomorrow you need to finish the documents in the Hokage's office first." "As you command, Lady Yuli."
He gave an exaggerated bow, then suddenly grew serious.
"Thank you for giving me the warmest home in the world."
I stood on my tiptoes and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips.
"Idiot, I'm the one who should be thanking you."
Moonlight spilled over the streets of Konoha, and the distant barrier glowed with a soft light. This village, which carried countless joys and sorrows, remained serene and peaceful. The light in Boruto's room was still on, and I could faintly hear him practicing ninjutsu. From Himawari's room came sweet murmurs of sleep talk. Naruto took my hand and led me into the bedroom. Outside the window, Konoha's leaves flew like snow. The pain and regret of those days had long since settled in the river of time, transforming into the strength to protect this happiness. And the will of fire passed down from one generation of ninja to the next will forever illuminate the sky over Konoha. Wherever Konoha's leaves dance, the fire will burn on unceasing. Thus the story of Uchiha Yuli had finally been written to its most perfect ending.